In ancient times, at the dawn of the world, children of day and night respected and despised each other. Their battles, which began in the era of myths, were transferred to people, and now continue to this day. One day, a clown who was villainous in the city said that even an inveterate villain, while in hell, will dream of heaven. The police and civilians trying to stop him rushed to the sides in horror when Ralph the Clown used the death ball move. The entire road around where Ralph hit was destroyed, and he grinned in his own way and said it was a good shot. One of the policemen managed to survive and pointed his gun at the clown, but Ralph noticed this and took out an upside-down pin, which was a bomb. Ralph said that those bastards always survive who were not caught the first time, and fired his pin shot at the survivor, blowing everything up. During the explosion, the bandits robbed the people they took hostage while Ralph dealt with the police. Suddenly, a school bus arrived at the site of the explosions from Ralph's attacks, but the clown did not pay attention to this and valued the loot in the form of money. While the clown was enjoying the money, one of the bandits took the girl and child, who were being held hostage, onto a bus that had arrived, but it was closed. Having opened the door, the driver asked the bandit who this woman was, but he was more worried about why the child was there, and, as it turned out, they would give a large ransom for them. It was the governor's daughter Jessica, and when the bandit was about to separate her from her mother, she screamed, but could do nothing more. The girl asked to let her daughter go, but the bandit threw her aside and told her to shut up and sit quietly, but Jessica began to cry loudly. The criminal dragged them both onto the bus, but when the driver heard the child's screams, he stood up and told him to let the girl go. The bandit who was carrying the child did not hear him, so the driver grabbed him by the head and pressed him to the floor, and the second bandit screamed and rushed to attack. In this world there are people with superpowers. Some of them awaken the blood of the child of the night, and they become villains, committing crimes. They follow their own desires, like Ralph, who at that time wanted to get on a school bus and go to his base. Everyone cheered and shouted the name of Ralph the Clown, but when he was about to get on the bus, the bandit holding the hostages flew out of it, breaking the window. There are also people in this world who stand for order on the side of society, such as the bus driver who got out through the window. These people fight against the villains, receiving the support of society, and Ralph shouted that he did not understand how this masked man dared to do this. Those who fight against the villains are called psychers, and they have the blood of a child of the day, and the driver turned out to be Psycher Cassian Lee, having an S rank. Cassian, who has the skill of fire, said that he had not seen Ralph for a whole year, but he only turned blue from fear and the surprise of his appearance. Someone in Cassian's earpiece began to say that he had ruined the whole plan and he couldn't do this alone, but Cassian pulled out and burned the earphones. Cassian said that since no one would bother them, then it was time to have fun, but Ralph was not very happy about this and became even more afraid. Cassian said that later it would be difficult to gather the whole crowd, because there would be nothing left of them, the bandits, and he prepared fire in his hand. People were going about their business when suddenly the news came on the street, saying that there had been a robbery on South Avenue last night. The news reports said that the commission required the participation of Lampas, the Psycher organization, due to excessive violence on the part of Cassian Lee. At the same time, in Lampas's Washington office, Tuffen Schiller asked the man sitting in front of her if he was a villain. In response to a question from an S-rank psycher, Cassian said that he would not associate with villains under any circumstances. Tuffens replied that Cassian does not think about the consequences at all, because of him Ralph went into hiding, and the public is against them. Cassian said that it was because Ralph had hostages, but the female psycher replied that in that case he was even more to blame. The guy replied that he could have saved them, but Tuffens told him that he had to act rationally and calmly, like all psychers. She started shouting and said that in the end, Cassian's actions were similar to villainous ones, and the consequences were felt throughout the organization. Cassian only remained silent in response, but the woman calmed down and said that he was only on probation and he couldn't break off. Cassian left the office, thinking that she was a real witch, and not understanding how Jeff, his friend, became friends with her. He thought he should cool off with a drink from the machine, but suddenly the phone rang and he answered because it was Jeff. On the phone, Jeff told him to urgently fly to Rhodes, a city in Greece, and Cassian couldn't help but be shocked. Cassian did not ask why, and believed Jeff, because he flew to Rhodes, where the weather was good at that time. Having arrived, Cassian sat alone at a table in a cafe, thinking that he had not seen Jeff for a long time, although he connected many memories with him. Suddenly, he became sad, starting to remember his childhood, and the first memory was his orphanage. Cassian, as a child, looked at the toys made of clay that moved and cried out in surprise. The other children were also surprised, but Jeff said that the toys are not really alive, and move due to his strength. Cassian asked if Jeff, who had the power, would become a psycher, but he replied that he did not know, since his power was rather useless. Cassian listened to him carefully and, without thinking for a second, said that Jeff's strength was cool and he would succeed. Cassian smiled while sitting in the cafe, because he remembered such wonderful times when he had no fears or problems. Cashin continued to sit in the cafe, because it was the meeting place, but after waiting for Jeff until the evening, he achieved nothing. Cashin thought that Jeff was too late and wasn't answering his calls, and it was strange, but heavy breathing was heard from behind. The owner of the breath was Jeff, all wounded and stained with blood from the battle, and he called to Cashin to turn around. Cashin exclaimed who dared to do this to him, and whether it was the work of evildoers, but Jeff said that it was not worth coming here. He wanted to object, but Jeff handed him a strange amulet in the shape of an eye, and Cashin asked him to explain everything. Jeff finally said that he was fine, but the necklace wasn't, but he didn't have time to finish and started coughing up blood from his wounds. He cleared his throat and told Cashin to quickly run away from here, because if he didn't run away, he would also be in danger, and there was no time to go into details. Cashin didn't understand what happened and told him to calm down. He would call an ambulance now, but he stumbled over his words due to a strange presence. A strange guy with a mask and a sword appeared behind them, and Cashin did not realize the danger, but Jeff's face darkened and trembled. Jeff pushed Cashin aside with all his strength, and the masked man began to run towards him, but Jeff only managed to turn around. The masked man ran up to the falling Jeff and made a vertical strike with his sword, hitting him squarely in the neck and killing him in the same place. Cashin could not do anything, because he did not have time to protect his friend in time, and fell to his knees in front of Jeff's bloody corpse. At this time, the masked man jumped onto the roof and began to run away, and Cashin stopped thinking about his friend and ran after the killer. They caught up with each other only late at night, resting on the embankment of the sea that surrounded Rhodes, and stood face to face. Cashin stood in front of a masked man with a sword and said that there must be a reason to kill Jeff, or someone hired him. But suddenly he came to his senses and said that he actually didn't need to know all this, because the masked man would die by his hand right now. Saying that Cashin was still sharp-tongued, the assassin took off his mask and revealed himself to be Jack Cowlid, an S-rank night-class psyker. In response to Cashin's question about why he killed Jeff, Jack told him that he was only eliminating a traitor to the organization. Cashin could not believe this, but suddenly a woman appeared behind him and told him that it was true. Having said that, the organization confirmed that Jeff killed their colleague, Lila, an S-rank and enlightened class psyker revealed her essence. Jack told him that if he did not want to be considered a traitor, then he should tell him everything he knew about Jeff. Cashin was caught between two powerful opponents and was forced to come to terms with what they thought were their demands. Cashin said that Jeff hasn't killed a single person in his 10 years as a psyker, but he is told that he did it to a colleague. Lila reminded him that he was surrounded by two top-class psychers, so he should think with his head and not be stupid. Jack added that Cashin was also a psyker, so he should be more reasonable, saying that this was the last warning. Cashin calmly listened to them and said that they were right, so he would act exactly like a real psyker. He rushed forward using his fire ability and shouted that he would do the right thing and kill them all. Jack did not answer him and took his sword out of its sheath again, and he struck in the path of Cashin running towards him. Cashin dodged the attack and launched his own melee attack, forcing Jack to switch from offense to defense. Jack jumped away from him and realized that he couldn't win so easily, so he used the sword soul technique, creating copies of his sword. At this time, Lila was preparing her cold blast ability, planning to strike a double blow on the enemy, coordinating with Jack. Cashin didn't mind this and prepared himself, and when the spells were released, he blocked them with his power, surprising the attackers. However, when he rushed to counterattack, the bullet hit him near his heart and pierced through him, and he, bleeding, realized that Layla was a sniper. Lila said that he had better give up, because if he did not obey her, then Jack would have to kill him too. He called them bastards and decided not to give up, so he used his hellfire technique, which they did not expect to see. When the fire filled the entire battlefield, Cashin turned around and decided to escape by jumping towards the sea, expecting that the escape would be successful. However, while in free fall, Cashin did not expect to feel pain due to the bullet lodged in his body near his heart. Cashin realized that he would not be able to land in the water in this state, and felt the approach of death, ending his battle. Plunging deeper into the water, he realized that his consciousness was going to an unknown place, and he didn't want this, because he had to avenge Jeff. At the same moment, some schoolboy was drowned with his head in the toilet, and the rapist shouted that he was already dead, so they ran away from there. Suddenly this same schoolboy, who was lying with his head in the toilet, raised his head and knelt down, surprised by the situation and showing the necklace around his neck. Not understanding what happened, Cashin woke up in the school bathroom with his head in the toilet, remembering that he had just been at sea, drowning due to losing a battle. He didn't understand why his voice was so high and childish, but when he walked up to the mirror, he opened his eyes in surprise at his new appearance. Cashin didn't understand why he looked like a teenager and had the same body, but he suddenly realized that this wasn't actually a dream. He could not understand why this happened, but suddenly the memories of a schoolboy, whose consciousness was in this body before him, hit his head. He realized that his name was now Kwon Kanwoo and he was in Korea, but he couldn't understand why he had other people's memories in his head. Suddenly a voice sounded in his head saying that Cashin had finally woken up and he couldn't figure out where the voice came from, so he tried to find its source. Turning around, he saw no one, but suddenly the necklace on his neck began to turn into something stranger. The necklace turned into a flying eye of an uneven shape, and presented itself as the ancient noble spirit Moros, who has been living for a very long time. Cashin in Kwon's body said that this spirit came out of the necklace, and this is impossible, but the spirit asked him not to be rude and to listen. Moros said that he should not be impatient, because Cashin had many questions and he wanted to find answers to them. They continued their conversation elsewhere, and Moros said that it was he who brought Cashin back to life, but in a different body, and repeated this several times. They walked around the schoolyard, and Moros said that Cashin had picked up Korean pretty quickly, and he replied that he lived here before he was adopted. While telling this to Moros, in his head he thought that he really died and came back to life in a new body, perceiving this as delusion. Moros, who flew out of the necklace, said that Jeff gave him this pendant in order to protect Cashin's life, because this was his last wish. Cashin understood what Jeff's words meant, but asked Moros out loud what kind of ancient iron sword he was talking about. Moros told Cashin that this great sword of destruction was forged back in the era of myth, when the children of the day fought with the children of the night for freedom and justice on earth. Cashin in Kwon's body asked him how he knew this in detail, but Moroso replied that he was an ancient spirit to know such stories, and asked him to shut up. Cashin was distracted by the phone, saying that he did not need to know this, but Moros replied that, in fact, he was the victim here, because he had to use half of his power to revive someone like him. Looking at the phone, Cashin saw that Lampas made the case of his death as if he killed Jeff, and for such an act he was killed by Lila and Jack. He could not believe his eyes. He couldn't admit that Lampas had framed him as the killer of his best friend and mentor, because Jeff was the most important person in his life, which is why he clenched his teeth out of anger. Cashin began to express his anger to those around him, saying that he hated Lampas for putting everything up like that, although he protected people with blood and sweat, and Moros asked him to calm down, because a strange energy was emanating from him. This absorbing energy began to devour his consciousness from the inside, and he bent over from the pain in his head, but this did not stop his appearance from changing, making him look like a terrible monster. Cashin did not understand what kind of strange energy was coming from him, and when he was able to open his eyes, he saw that his hands were covered with strange armor and his face had changed in appearance. The color of his eyes had changed. At this time, 3 hooligans were sitting in the backyard of the school, waiting for someone, and one of them asked when this person would come, but the second asked him to calm down and continue to wait. Suddenly, a plump high school student began running towards them from afar, and they called him a bore, but when he arrived, he said that he had double-checked everything again, but did not find a corpse in that same toilet. The bully asked him again, but realized that he had checked everything, and asked if there was an ambulance or police there, but the answer was no, and he did not understand how this happened, because that student was no longer breathing while in the toilet. The hooligan with the baton thought that he himself had personally checked that student and remembered that he had died, but the situation was not in their favor, and the other hooligans were also alarmed. The most aggressive of them, the blonde one, asked what they should do now, but the guy with purple hair told him to calm down, because all they had to do was find him and finish him off with their own hands. At this time, Cashin climbed onto the roof with his new hands, and Moros said that all the schoolchildren come here for privacy, but he answered him, telling him to keep quiet and not pester him. Cashin asked Moros why he became a villain, and he replied that his fate changed the moment he was reborn, and the owner of this body was destined to manifest the abilities of a villain with disastrous consequences. Moros finished talking about the enormous consequences of his power, and Cashin asked if he had taken over someone else's destiny, and upon learning that this was indeed the case, he sank, upset at the impossibility of achieving his old goals. Cashin realized that he, a former psyker of the highest rank, had become a villain, reborn in a new body and taking over someone else's fate, power and life, and out of despair in himself, he hit the wall next to him. Moros told him to control himself, but he asked him to close himself, and Moros said that now there is evil inside Cashin, which takes over his mind, forcing him to look only at his desires, as if he were a villain. Moros said that while he now helps contain the evil within him, the more angry Cashin gets, the stronger his villainous essence is within him, the worse the consequences will be. Cashin asked Moros not to say anything more, and out of misunderstanding he sat on the roof of the school, saying that he did not know what he should do now with these powers of the villain. He covered his face with his hands, but Moros shouted that now his task was to survive at any cost, and added that Jeff would definitely say so, because Moros communicated with Jeff before his death, talking about Cashin. Moros said that when he talked to Jeff, he realized that he felt death approaching, but was not afraid of it, and was only worried about having to drag Cashin into this matter, and gave him a chance to survive this situation. For Cashin to survive was Jeff's last wish, and Morrow said that he needed to learn to control his powers, to which Cashin asked him to stop giving him advice. Morrows replied that without his advice he would not succeed, and since Cashin wants to return fully to human form, then he should listen to the advice and instructions of Morrows. After some time, Cashin asked Morrows what he even was, and Morrows answered if Cashin really wanted to know, and he became wary. Morrows said that he would find out everything when he found the Sword of Destruction, and Cashin asked him if this strange sword had anything to do with Jeff's murder, to which Morrows replied that it most certainly did. Cashin was lost in his thoughts, but he was interrupted by some bullies who came to the same roof of the school as him, and the main one with purple hair said that he was very glad to see this idiot alive. At the same time, a red-haired guy named Kim Wo-chang, walking along the school corridor, caught the passionate glances of schoolgirls around him, because he was a psyker on probation already in high school. Suddenly Kim received a phone call, and it turned out to be Lee Dun. Kim picked up the phone and asked what happened, to which he received the answer that there was some problem. Suddenly he looked out the window and remained silent on the phone, but a few seconds later he saw the hooligans on the roof and answered Lee Dun that he could call him back a little later. At that moment, Cashin stood on the roof in a new body and 3 hooligans, and he began to rummage through other people's memories, realizing that they had killed the previous owner of the body, and Morrows told him that only he could see him. The blonde bully said that he was glad to see him here, because they wouldn't go to jail, and the guy with purple hair said that he should have come to them right away instead of hanging around on the rooftops. Cashin arrogantly asked who he was to say that, and added that he did not like to beat children, but for educational purposes he was ready to do it. Suddenly Morrows told him that the villains, even without transformation, have enormous physical strength, 3 times that of an ordinary person, so he should not lose control of himself. Cashin answered him in his mind that he knew about it and would restrain himself, and at that moment a blonde bully approached him, saying that from his conversation it was clear that Cashin went with his head. However, Cashin, even in a new body, did not lose his skills and confidently looked at the bully, who suddenly could not resist and called him an idiot, raised his hand to his face and was preparing to hit him. But even so, he did not lose his gaze, and at the moment of the blow, he himself punched him in the face, knocking the bully to the ground, and this surprised the other 2 bullies standing in front of him. While the main guy among them, the guy with purple hair, didn't understand where such a wimp got such strength and skills. Another hooligan with a club ran at Cashin in order to avenge his friend. The bully ran up to him and swung his baton horizontally at him, but Cashin blocked the blow with his forearm and hit his opponent with little force, sending the second bully to the roof. While the remaining main bully was thinking about how he was able to defeat 2 of them in one fell swoop, Cashin approached him and asked how they were not tormented by their conscience for such actions. The bully was silent at first, standing in shock, but after a few seconds he replied that he doesn't know what conscience is, because he hates conscience and all other people, so he's ready to hit Cashin right now. Cashin listened to all this in silence, but then said that apparently the bully has no conscience, so this needs to be corrected, and his fist will help with this, because new foundations can be hammered into a person by force. Cashin did not wait for a reaction from the bully, so he immediately ran to attack him and dodged his blow, after which he himself struck him in the face, causing him to lose concentration. But he wasn't going to stop there, so he hit him in the stomach, after which the bully fell to his knees, cursing him, and Cashin said that now a conscience should begin to appear. The purple-haired bully said that he would not answer such a bastard, and Cashin realized that his conscience had not appeared, so he said that one blow was not enough, and he needed to strike again. However, at that moment they were interrupted by a student who came to the roof at such a time, who stood out with his red hair, and asked what they were doing here. The bully realized that this was the same Kim Wo-chang, and Cashin let him go, telling Kim that it would be better if he did not interrupt their business, but Kim replied that one should not beat someone who was several times weaker than him. But even in this situation, the purple-haired bully did not give up and decided that Kim's hurtful words needed revenge, so he attacked Cashin in his new body. However, Cashin was not so simple, and even while talking to another person, he was able to sense the threat behind him, and kicked the bully, causing him to fly back. Kim told him it was time to finish, but Cashin forgot about his condition and attacked Kim, hitting him with his elbow, but he managed to block the blow with both hands. Cashin tried to punch again, but Kim moved back, dodging, and kicked Cashin, causing him to dodge, adding that he was very fast. At this moment, Morrows, flying next to Cashin and invisible to others, said that his opponent was a psyker, so he needed to win. Due to the fact that Cashin was distracted by Morrow's words, Kim found a gap in his defense and decided to strike, which hit his target and grazed him on the cheek, leaving a small wound. Cashin had a hard time believing that this kid was a psyker, but because of his speed, doubts disappeared, and the fight ended with Kim giving him a bandage, telling him that he was hurt, ending the fight of his own accord. Cashin did not listen to Kim, took the patch and left in the direction of the exit from the roof. Because the battle was over, and Kim realized that Cashin was able to defeat the 3 hooligans alone. Kim realized that until that moment he had not met such strong students at school, but suddenly his forearm, with which he blocked Cashin's blow, began to hurt, and it was seriously bruised from the force of the blow. Cashin headed to the computer club, where his goal was to log into his account in the Lampus system, but, as he expected, he was blocked, and he felt disappointed. Sometime later, Cashin met with Moros between 2 buildings and asked how he knew that Kim was a psyker, to which he received the answer that Moros had caught his waves when Kim touched him. Moros said that he could do more than that, and if he had time, he would have read Kim's color scheme and gotten more information, to which Cashin was surprised at his vocabulary. Moros ignored his rebuke and said that Cashin should now turn into his villain form to find out his true abilities in battle, surprising him with a surprise. Moros asked if he would like to, and Cashin said that, in fact, he did not want to do it, but he must learn the essence of the villain's power, understand how to use it in battle. Moros explained that villains come from an inability to control the 5 desires and 7 senses, and added that in Cashin's case, the trigger is anger. Cashin realized that anger would help him activate his villainous form, and decided to remember recent events, shouting throughout the entire alley that he would kill all the idiots from Lampus who dared to kill Jeff. Moros asked what he was doing and Cashin said that he was releasing his anger, but Moros added that it could be done without shouting anything, and Cashin said that he should have warned in advance. At this time, 2 psychers were driving in a car on a new mission, and the psycher behind the wheel said that a villain named Blaster had arrived in the city illegally. Kim, the guy with red hair, added that 102 casualties were too many for such a villain who had just appeared in one day in the city. Lee Dun, a B-rank night class psycher, responded that Blaster has no special fighting abilities, but due to his power to create explosives, he brings great trouble to society. Kim said that he hates villains because they are sociopaths who cannot control their desires, so they should catch Blaster as soon as possible, and Lee Dun replied that Blaster is a psychopath. Kim said that it was the psycher's job to bring justice to the villains, but Lee Dun said that he understood him, but he should continue to train and watch his actions. At this moment, Cashin, in the body of Quan Kanu, switched to the form of a villain, and saw his skills in front of him on the hologram. His capabilities are a catastrophic force, and darkness is a feature. Quan also saw the shadow sword and healing skills, and Moros said that thanks to the healing, the wound on his face healed so quickly, ordinary people could not do that. Cashin asked how powerful the healing could be, and whether he could regrow a lost limb, but Moros said that it all depended on his mana, and now it was only 300 units. But suddenly Cashin realized that in the psycher's body he had more than 1,500 units of mana, and now its amount is extremely small, which means that his abilities in battle are limited. Cashin asked Moros what the catastrophic power in his statistics was, and he explained that it was a huge potential that needed to be developed with great difficulty. Cashin asked how often Moros could use this ability scanner, and Moros replied that no more than 3 times a day, and if he exceeded the limit, he would have to rest for the whole day. Moros finished speaking and Cashin thought about his words, but Moros said that it was time to try out new skills, and Cashin asked if he should do it, if he should shout out the name. Moros told him that he just needed to imagine the image of a shadow sword in his head and try to translate it into reality, but Cashin did not listen to him and created a shadow sword in front of him. Quan Kanwu began to touch the sword, saying that even though this sword appeared from the shadows, it is very hard and quite sharp, it can be used as a shield. At this time, Moros looked at Cashin and Quan's body and realized that he had talent, because it could take a whole day to create a sword, and realized that Jeff knew him about his inner strength. Moros said that villains are also able to create protection, and Cashin replied that he knew about this, after which he wrapped his body in a protective layer of shadow, and Moros said that he had no sense of taste. A few hours later, it began to get dark in the city, and Cashin was heading somewhere, which Moros asked about, and he said that now was the right time to return home. Cashin told him that Quan Kongwu has a family, and although his parents are not with them, he lives with his sister, and even in his new body, he respects his new family. He replied to Moros that even if Quan Kong was destined to die this way, he would want to protect his family, so he was going to meet his sister. Moros said that it was his conscience that tormented him, and Cashin said that it was actually because of him that Quan died, but their caustic conversation was interrupted by a sudden explosion. Cashin turned around and realized that the explosion had occurred in the building behind him, and everyone around him was shouting that there was a villain there, and the connection was lost due to a huge explosion. One woman said that the villain grabbed a mother and child, and Cashin did not wait and rushed forward towards the building where the bomb exploded, and Moros chased after him. Moros caught up with him and said that this was a villain with incredible powers, and he was much stronger than the schoolboy with whom they fought on the roof of the school. Cashin replied that he would fight as a villain, but Moros immediately became serious and said that fighting between villains was an unspoken taboo. and he, as a psyker, must understand the consequences. Morrow said that he could not find out what was driving him now, but Cashin should not get involved in other people's fights, because he would incur the anger of all the villains by refusing to take revenge on Lampas. Cashin stopped running, stopping in front of the building, and said that this would not be a serious reason for inaction. Morrow shouted that Cashin was no longer a psyker, and he remained silent, but then said that this was true, but the villain had a mother and child hostage. Cashin continued to walk up the building and also said that knowing someone is in trouble and doing nothing would be the last thing anyone would do. Morrow suddenly stopped after these words, remembering how he spoke with Jeff when he was still alive, that Cashin definitely has a very complex character. Jeff sat with him by the lake and took out a pendant with a photo of him and Cashin and said that in addition to his character, he had a big heart, so he trusted him completely. Morrows realized that Jeff chose Cashin, and he chose Jeff, so he has no other choice, and Morrows told Cashin to transform into a villain, because he will help him. In a completely destroyed building, with broken shop windows and stands, a mother and child were sitting, tied with a rope to a chair, and a villain was walking in front of them. The child was crying, and the villain maniacally calmed him down, saying that they were doing a fun thing and there was no need to cry. But after his words, there was only fear on the faces of the hostages, and the villain told them to smile, just like him, holding a bomb in his hand, which he constantly spun in front of their faces. At this time, Kim stood leaning against the car, thinking that the guy from the roof, Kwan, is not as simple as he really seems. Kim picked up the ringing phone and learned that a task had appeared, and informed his mentor Lee Dun, who had gone to the toilet, about this, adding that they were ordered to catch the C-rank villain Blaster. In the building at that moment, Blaster was asking a child if he had ever seen 5-colored fireworks over the pitch-black night sky. Blaster said that he had never seen anything like this either, feeling sad for a second, but then he said that he would let the boy see something more beautiful than this, smiling from ear to ear. Suddenly he nervously said that the boy would be able to see how the insides of his mother, hung with dynamite and explosives, would fly away like fireworks, and he could not get enough of it. He asked whether he should start with his mother's arms or not, adding that he wanted to leave the head as a souvenir and the chest and neck for last, smiling strangely, but suddenly they all froze with a strange sensation. Blaster realized that another villain had arrived, so he took a break from the hostages and said welcome, after which he prepared bombs in his hands just in case. He added that the guest should not be embarrassed and come out to play with them, and Cashin agreed, flying onto the floor through the window, preparing to hit the villain in flight. Cashin broke the glass in the window and flew onto the floor, after which he hit the uncomprehending Blaster right in the face. He did not have time to dodge the blow. The Blaster flew 10 meters away from the impact, and Cashin asked what happened to the hostages, and Morrows told him that they were still alive, but suddenly he shouted that there was a bomb on Cashin's body. Cashin realized the situation and ran as fast as he could from the hostages so that they would not be hit by the explosion, and he almost managed to jump out of the building, exploding far from the hostages. People on the street could not see the explosion, because it was on the other side, but they still began to feel fear, asking where the psychers and the police were. At this time, Blaster recovered from Cashin's blow, saying that he did not know why he had come, but he had clearly acted like a tactless fool. He said that he wanted to make a beautiful firework out of Cashin, but he exploded before he needed to, and that made him very sad. Blaster created a bomb in his hand and told the mother and child that only they can satisfy this sadness, but he did not have time to kill them, as he received a cut from the shadows, receiving huge damage. The Blaster remained on his feet even after this, but he did not have time to react again and was hit by Cashin, who fell with his fist on top of his torso. Cashin pinned him to the floor with his body, but Blaster decided to create another bomb, and Cashin grabbed his arm, saying that he would not fall for this trick a second time, and punched him in the face. Cashin began to hit him in the face, continuing to intensify his blows, and Blaster's face had already turned into bloody meat, but Cashin began to forget and continued to strike. Morrows began screaming his name as Cashin began to lose control and only thought about the pleasure of the beating, and eventually he stopped, regaining a sense of reality. Morrows said that he finally heard his urges and explained that Cashin had lost control and his personality as his emotions got the better of him while he was beating Blaster. Morrows told him that this might not be the last time, and if he loses control again, he could become a real villain, controlled by his desires. Cashin asked him to shut up and grabbed his head as he stood up, and Morrows asked him if he was okay after the explosion, but he replied that his main concern now was the hostages. Cashin continued to stand there as he spoke these words, but when he went to the hostages, he saw that they were genuinely afraid of him, as if he was the one who had tied them up and tortured them. Sometime later, Lee Dun and Kim came to this building and discovered that the hostages were safe, and there was a fight between the villains between Blaster and another villain. Lee Dun said that witnesses described him, but so far they could not determine his identity, and Kim thought that the hostage was a child, but there was a fight between the villains. The police at that time were talking about how the villain had saved the hostages, and Kim heard their conversation, was surprised, and approached them, asking who they were talking about now. Before Kim Woo-chan could finish speaking, his mentor asked him to go check the cameras on the first floor, adding that he would join him soon, and he could only agree. At this time, Cashin remembered how he, in his villainous form, stood in front of the hostages' mother and child, who looked at him as if he were a murderer, begging for help and salvation. He sat on the bench, thinking that he really was a villain, and Morrow said that if it weren't for him, Cashin would also have lost control, just like the villain Blaster. He sat there for a little longer, but suddenly his phone vibrated and he saw that Kwan's sister had written, and he told Morrows that he should go to her, because she invited him to dinner. At this time, in the security room on the first floor of the building, Kim and Lee Dian were looking at the screen, which showed camera footage of the villain rescuing the hostages. Also, Cashin came home, but there was no one there, and there was food on the table along with a note that said that the food needed to be warmed up, and there was fruit in the refrigerator. Because of this note, Cashin remembered how in his previous body he did not receive dinner as a child because he played too much with other children in the orphanage. However, Jeff gave little Cashin a loaf of bread, telling him not to scream, but to eat it quietly in the corner, and at that moment he looked like the happiest child in the world. He finished reminiscing about the wonderful times, thinking that his sister's soup was very tasty, and he also hadn't eaten home-cooked food for a long time, and said thank you out loud. It was 7:50 in the morning, and Kwan Kong-woo woke up in bed in his apartment, expecting a lot from the new day, but a strange feeling did not leave him. Kwan got out of bed and went to the bathroom, starting to brush his teeth, thinking that he was just living someone else's life not in his body, although he hoped that after sleep this feeling would go away. But this feeling did not leave him for a minute even after a good sleep, and he realized that if he returned to the past, he would change it if possible. At the same moment, when Kwan was thinking about traveling back in time, Morrows came out of the necklace on his neck, saying good morning to him, but he replied that it was not a good morning at all. Kwan was about to leave for his school, but his sister, Kwan Yuri, called him, saying that he at least said goodbye to her before leaving, but Cashin felt strange in his body. He was thinking about whether to tell her the truth, but she suddenly remembered what she wanted and gave him a bank card, saying that she had promised it a long time ago, and Cashin in Kwan's body thought about it. Memories of how Kwan Kong-woo approached his sister and asked him to give him money for a month in advance, to which she replied that she gave it last week, surfaced in his head. The bullies that Cashin had already beaten had asked him for money in the past using the pretext of friendship, and Kwan couldn't refuse, so he told his sister that he had lost his wallet. The sister turned away from the TV, saying that she understood him, and would give him pocket money, but put it on a bank card, and Kwan froze in place from such an answer. Back in the present, Kwan told his sister that he would be careful, and his sister suddenly stopped him before leaving, saying that he had changed a lot. He suddenly got scared, but Yuri added that his hairstyle had changed and asked if he had a girlfriend, but Kwan ran off to school, saying that he had styled his hair differently. At the same time, in class 3-1, Blonde, one of the hooligans, was sitting in his seat with a bandage on his face and bruises, and everyone was staring at him and surprised that the hooligan had been beaten. He realized that he was getting strange looks on himself, and shouted at those watching to shut up and turn away, and everyone was afraid of him, but the blonde thought about Kwan. While he thought that it was all because of Kwan, the same Kwan appeared behind him and asked where his desk was, to which the blonde, frightened, pointed his finger at 3 desks in front of him. Kwan sat down at his desk and Morrows told him that the blonde was glaring at his back while 3 of his classmates were discussing the fight between the villains. One of the 3 guys said that he saw the live broadcast at his part-time job nearby, and added that there was a huge fight between the villains, which all 3 agreed with. One of them said that the world is becoming different, and the second added that a serial killer has now appeared, and the third confirmed, saying that he has information about the murder of a schoolgirl. One of them said he learned from the news that the killer was Driver, Wilzona's boss in the Kadam area, and Kwan wondered if Wilzona had been there before. The second of them also said that Driver was conducting experiments on people, and all 3 of them agreed that it was disgusting and all villains should die a painful death. At this time, the hooligans gathered in the backyard, and the guy with purple hair made Kwok Taegu laugh, but asked him to control himself, and he asked him to let him laugh. Kwok Taegu asked the guy with purple hair what he should do, but he replied that he would not deprive him of the reward, handing him an envelope with money. While they were talking, the black-haired bully, who was now without a baton, thought that she did not want to deal with both of them. Kwak Digu stood up from his seat and said that it is good to have true friends, grabbing the guy with purple hair by the shoulders and asking what this guy should break or should he be killed. The lesson ended and the bell rang, signaling a break, and Kwan Kong-woo walked calmly along the school corridor, but suddenly he was asked to stop. The one who called him was Kim Woo-chan, and he asked Kwan how his wound was, speaking formally since he didn't know his name until now. Kwon showed him the patch on his cheek, and Moros remembered how in the toilet he stuck it on his healthy skin, saying that if he met this guy, he needed to play it safe. Moros realized that Cashin was far from a fool, and at that moment Kwon showed the bandage on his cheek, asking if he was going to pay for it, as if he was asking for a fight. Kim replied that he could repay with something else instead of money, but Kwon grinned and said that there was no need, turned around, and finally said his name to Kwon Kong. Kwon Kong-woo left the school and Moros asked him what he was thinking about, and he said that it was awkward with that psyker, Kim Woo-chan. Kwon began to talk about Kim, that he owns fire, and also has an ideal appearance, has an ideal academic record and cannot turn a blind eye to injustice, an ideal psyker. Moros asked if Kwon was jealous, but he only continued to say that with the ability of fire, he wanted to become like Cashin Lee, a special class psyker with the same power. Moros asked if he was Kim's idol, and Kwon said that with such power, he should have been sent to special psyker training, and not the usual one where he goes now. Moros suddenly noticed that while he was talking with Kwon, he was being watched from around the corner, and the blonde man who was watching him did not even suspect that they already knew about him. The blonde called the purple-haired bully and said that so far everything was going according to plan, and Kwag Daegu approached the bully, asking how everything was going, and the three of them set off. Two hooligans were watching Kwon walking down the road heading towards Wilzona, and the blonde thought that this might cause trouble. Wilzona was an autonomous district of villains, and when the blonde thought about this, he was frightened from behind by Kwak Daegu, who got to the bottom of the words of his fear. However, the guy with purple hair asked where their victim was, and when the blonde pointed to the alley, there was no one there anymore, and they were all shocked that they had missed him. They decided that Kwon had turned left and ran after him, but the blonde was scared, because this road leads to Wilzona, where you can die at any second if you take the wrong step. They reached a dead end in Wilson, and Kwak Daegu got angry and kicked one of the trackers in the leg, saying that their job was just to follow the victim, and they failed at it. Kwag Daegu was about to beat up the silent bully, but stopped when Kwon Kong-woo appeared behind them, saying that they didn't find him, but he found them and cornered them. They stood facing each other without saying a word, and at that moment the camera hanging on the wall behind them all started working, indicating that the guests who had arrived were being monitored. The one who captured the view from the camera was a man holding a screwdriver and also sitting on a chair wearing glasses of the same style, and he said that it seemed that there were uninvited guests in their Wilson. At this time, Kwak Daegu said that this impudent kid was not even embarrassed by the fact that they were present here, and began to come closer to him, saying that he had completely lost his fear. Kwak Daegu asked Kwon if he attacked Ki-hun, the guy with purple hair, but received silence in response, and said that he was giving Kwon 3 seconds to escape while he had the chance. However, Kwon remained standing where he was, while Kwak Daegu couldn't help the anger on his face and his veins began to bulge in anger as Kwon continued to stand there. Kwak Daegu walked up to him point blank and said that he was really asking for it, but Kwon Kong-woo looked down and asked if he could fight, after which he did something that the others did not expect. Kwon Kong-woo poked the bully in front of him in the eyes with 2 fingers, making him defenseless, after which Kwon grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face into the ground, causing him to lose consciousness. All the hooligans stood in shock at what they saw, but Kwak Daegu's friend, a huge thug, ran up and swung at Kwon, trying to take revenge on him for his leader. The goon struck straight at Kwon's head, but he dodged at the last moment, and when the goon was about to strike again, Kwon dodged again, kicking his enemy and knocking him to the ground. The goon was already on the ground and Kwon was about to step on him, but he said that he gave them a chance to escape untouched, but they did not grasp the opportunity to escape, so they will pay the price. However, his speech was interrupted by a scream that came from a guy with purple hair, and he turned in their direction, telling them to leave while they were still alive and able to stand. However, the scream came from Kwak Daegu, who stood up from the asphalt and, holding his head, said that now Kwon Kang-woo would become a corpse, because he had made him very angry. Cashin in Kwon's body wondered if he had overdone his enemy, but Kwak Daegu took a fighting stance, because he was second in the national Muay Thai competition. Ki-hun, the guy with purple hair, thought that Kwak Daegu had finally gotten angry and would now punish Kwon, but Kwon himself, even in such a situation, remained calm and kept his gaze confident. Cashin in Kwon's body remembered how he, in his previous body, was in the gym, where he sparred with C+ rank psyker John Klaus, who had the striker class. While the bystanders were telling Klaus to go easy on the newcomer, because he might kill him, psyker Jack arrived, and the bystanders greeted him, saying that he was late. Jack asked them what they were doing, and the guys explained that they were watching the sparring that was now happening in the cage, and Jack also began to watch them. Jack wondered and told the guys why the attacker was without protection, and they replied that the newcomer refused protection, but Jack added that he meant that John needed protection. The onlookers were surprised by his words, but Jack explained that Cashin was a graduate of the Psyker Combat Training Agency, and the youngest one at that. Jack added that Cashin was a master of hand-to-hand combat, and had never lost in a one-on-one fight, despite his enlightened class and fire skill. Cashin struck John, knocking him down, and at this time Quan Kong was beaten by Kwok Taegu, who was arrogantly going to knock all the pride out of him, and Quan put him against the wall on the ground. The thug got up from the ground, but saw Quan holding his head by the face, lying on the ground, and Quan thought that all they could do was attack schoolchildren, not knowing how terrible the world was. Cashin realized that if he had been a little stronger, then such hooligans would not have formed groups, and Jeff, Quan and himself would have been alive, because he would have been able to protect everyone with his strength. He realized that if he had been stronger, everyone would have avoided such a fate, and decided that he would become such a powerful villain that he could destroy Lampas and avenge Jeff. The bully, who was blonde, said that now was the right time to get out, but suddenly fell silent when he looked up above him, feeling a strange energy. The one who was emitting this power was Driver, a B+ rank villain who had the engineer class and the light skill, which meant that now they could all be killed by a villain flying on a huge screwdriver. All the hooligans paid attention to him and decided to run away while they were still alive, and even Quag Digu got up from the ground and backed away towards the exit from Wilzana. But despite all this, Quan Kong remained standing in place, although even Moros flew out of the necklace and was about to warn Cashin from the danger to his life. The driver sank to the ground and said that he was going to help Quan, because they were going to beat him, but in the end his help was not needed, because everything turned in his direction. Quan Kongwu replied that he didn't ask him for help, but Driver said that he shouldn't be so caustic, because not everyone wants to fight with someone like him, and to confirm his words, he prepared a weapon. Driver pointed his screwdriver at Quan, which turned into a light gun, and said that it hurts him how he pronounces his name without fear or fear. Driver became serious as he began to say that Quan Kongwu should have been prepared for such an outcome of events, and prepared to attack, but a flower instead of a laser protruded from his cannon, meaning that Driver was joking. Driver laughed, saying that it was a joke to scare Cashin, but then added, becoming serious, that next time it would not be a joke, and he would kick Quan's ass properly. However, Quan did not answer him and turned around, starting to walk towards the exit from the Wilson, and Driver asked him where he went, to which he replied that he was heading home, leaving him in bewilderment. On the way out, Moros began to tell Quan that Driver was too strong an opponent, and he had just almost gotten into a big mess because of his sense of justice. Moros explained that Driver had much more mana than Cashin, and he did not listen to him, leaning against a nearby wall as if he was sad. Moros told him not to be upset, because they would start training when he got stronger, but Quan suddenly asked him to tell him everything Moros knew about the Driver. Quan said that the best training is to actually risk your life while transforming into your villain form, and added that there is no way he can pass up such an opportunity. At this time, Driver was in Wilson, remembering Quan's movements during the battle, thinking about who this brat was, because his movements were clearly not like those of a beginner. Driver also remembered that Quan was not the least bit afraid of him up close, realizing that high school students had become very scary lately, but something began to approach him from behind. At this time, Quan was approaching Driver from behind, and he did not have time to dodge, but turned around and blocked the blow, which was aimed directly at his chest with incredible force. However, Kanu did not wait for Driver to react and was about to approach him point-blank using his Shadow Sword skill, but Driver managed to fly into the sky. Cashin did not have time to attack with the skill, and remained standing on the ground, realizing that the Driver was not as simple as it seemed, and the Driver summoned his weapon. Moros says to be careful as he prepares to shoot, and Driver loads the weapon, saying that Quan is in very great danger now. Quan opened his eyes in surprise, and Driver said that what you get, you must always give, after which he used Driver's beam skill, which was directed directly at Cashin. 320, all the villains who were in Wilson at that time saw a huge beam of light that illuminated the area, and did not understand what made Driver use the skill. The Driver finished an attack of incredible power and the light dissipated, but he saw Quan Kanwu sitting unharmed and invisible, covered by the Shadow Sword from the light beam. Moros flew next to him, remembering how he used his skill on the Driver, showing Quan its characteristics, and they saw that the Driver had 3 times more mana. Cashin, in Quan's body shrouded in shadow, said that in this case the battle would be even more interesting, causing Moros to be surprised at such great self-confidence. At this time, the Driver realized that he had not applied enough force, and was already preparing to attack again, saying that this time he would definitely not fail and would try. Driver swung his huge screwdriver with all his might, but Cashin dodged and continued to dodge while Driver tried to hit him. Driver didn't understand how Quan managed to predict all his movements and avoid getting hit, and wondered how he could not know a guy with such skills. Driver guessed that it was most likely he who killed Blaster, but when he continued to strike with enormous force, Quan caught one of them and stopped his weapon with his hand. Driver's screwdriver began to crack under the influence of Quan's power, but he did not lose his head and began pouring mana into his eyes, which is why red light lasers almost appeared from them. However, Cashin dodged and tripped Driver, causing him to fall, and as he ran towards him, Driver realized that Quan was fighting like crazy. After asking if Quan was a Mastrel, Driver jumped back a few meters and decided to use his second most powerful skill, his mechanical arm, aiming it at the running Kana. However, Kanu did not stop and continued to run, summoning shadow swords that cut Driver's mechanical arm into pieces. Kanu approached Driver and delivered a straight punch to Driver's face, forcing him to block again with his already beaten weapon, throwing him back. The Driver realized that this was no longer a joke, because Kanu's skills were at a different level, and they could not be developed like this without professional training and sparring. Suddenly, an A-rank villain, a crow who was a summoner class and had darkness skills, appeared behind Driver and said that she had been looking for their location for a long time. At the same moment, another villain named Red Eye appeared behind Driver, who was rank B and had an archer class with the skill of light, like Driver. A few seconds later, the B-rank villain Black Hand, who has the striker class and the mineral skill, appeared behind Driver, saying that it was time for Driver to stop playing with the newcomer. Kanu said Driver called his cronies for help and Crow asked him if he was losing, only to be told that he was still in the process of losing. The Crow realized that their Driver was really losing, but the Black Hand could not believe that their friend would lose to such and such a schoolboy like Kan. Driver asked Kanu why he attacked and Kanu replied that he wanted to test his strength and couldn't turn a blind eye to how he killed innocent people just for fun. Driver replied that perhaps Kanu was referring to the serial killer from the recent rumors, and Crow said that since he was a killer, he should cut off his head, surprising him with his stupidity. The Driver realized that he was suspected in vain, and briefly explained that he was not the same killer from the rumors, and he had no evidence, and Kanu listened to him to the end. He realized that Driver might be blatantly lying, but suddenly he felt the impact of using his powers so often and so much, clutching his head with his hand in pain. At this time, Black Hand, standing behind Kanu, did not understand how anyone could treat Driver so disrespectfully, and decided to get him, preparing to hit him from behind. Black Hand jumped on him from behind, using his Death Gauntlet skill, which summoned several more fists for an attack, and sent it towards Kana. But even despite the pain, Cashin in Kanu's body was able to dodge this attack, which hit an empty spot on the ground, and asked the villain which of them was still a scoundrel. The villain did not understand what happened, and Kanu said that only the last scum attacked the defenseless, especially from behind. The Black Hand struck again, but Kanu again seemed to evaporate, and appeared behind him, saying that he would undertake his re-education, and struck him with all his strength. The other three villains watched in surprise as Kanu punched Black Hand, sending him flying to the side and Kanu defeating the third strongest villain in Wilson. The villains also understood that their comrade had lost in one blow, and Moros asked Kana how he was, to which he received the answer that he was fine, except for the hellish pain in his head. Driver used a scanner on Kanu and told everyone that he only had 300 units of mana, but he used them to the fullest during the battle so competently. Crow and Red Archer realized that Kanu was a D-rank villain, but was able to knock out B-rank Black Hand in one blow, something that none of the D-rank villains are capable of. Driver said that you shouldn't be surprised, because everywhere there are diamonds, and the proper use of mana does not determine the outcome of the battle, it is determined by skills and abilities. Driver realized that Kanu had incredible strength and reaction speed and a strange but effective technique, which made him not a villain, but an ideal killing machine. The Driver took out something from his screwdriver weapon and asked Kanu if he knew what it was, and he immediately guessed that it was a mana crystal in front of him. Driver explained that villains can increase their mana not only through high-intensity training, but also through the use of crystals, and threw one into Kan's hands. Kanu asked why, and Driver replied that he wanted to make a deal, and it was about the serial killer that Kanu mistook him for at the very beginning. He wants Kanu to catch him. Driver added that accepting his gift was an automatic agreement to the deal, and Kanu realized that in this way Driver was removing suspicions about his account. Kanu understood his conditions and asked why Driver didn't catch the killer himself, but he just chuckled, saying that everything happens for a reason, surprising Kanu and Crow. Cashin in Kanu's body walked down the street while Moros explained that there are two types of mana crystals, artificial and natural, and the difference between them is huge. Moros said that he was sorry, but Cashin has an artificial stone, but even it will help increase mana, and Kanu said that he already knows this, because he holds this crystal in his hand. But Moros suddenly warned Cashin that it was important to remember that mana crystals can only be absorbed while in the state of a villain, to which he silently looked at the stone. After some time, Kanu climbed to the roof of the building and transformed himself into the form of a villain, holding a stone in his hands, and asked if it was really a mana crystal. Remembering that Jeff told him not to take food from strangers, Kanu, after having his question confirmed by Moros, eats the crystal, but initially feels nothing. Moros told him that he needed to wait a little, and suddenly Cashin felt an energy that could not be controlled begin to bubble throughout his body, and it materialized. Moros began to tell him to control himself and act calmly, but suddenly a beam of yellow light pierced Kanu's body from the sky, causing him to be completely enveloped in this glow. The light dissipated, as did the dark energy around Kanu, and he realized that there was indeed more mana in him, because he felt the energy flowing throughout his body from the inside. Kanu realized that all the villains were chasing mana for this feeling, because he felt that after absorbing just one crystal, he became much stronger. Kanu asked Moros to check his status again, and when he did, he saw that his mana amount had increased by as much as 50 units. Moros was shocked by this, because even if Kanu ate a real, natural mana crystal, he could only get 5 or 10 units of mana, but it turned out 10 times more. Moros realized that such incredible effectiveness from just one mana crystal was due to the fact that Kanu had catastrophic power in his skills. Kanu saw that a new hidden skill for extracting mana crystals also appeared in his status, and he asked Moros how to use it, and he replied that everything was written in the status. This meant that he could extract mana crystals from magic weapons, and even natural stones from legendary magic weapons. Kashin in Kanu's body said that he did not like this skill, but Moros added that now he will be able to get all the mana crystals he wants, and only he is capable of this. Kashin said that he thought that hidden skills would be cooler, because now his skill is useless since he doesn't even know where to find these common and legendary magic weapons. At this time, Li Dun, Kim Woo-chang's boss, was sitting with him in the bakery, where he showed him his new weapon with the brilliant name Negrits. Kim Woo-chan reacted sluggishly to this, but Li Dun continued to praise his weapon, saying that it was one of the 2 best magic swords among psychers. He was very lucky. Kim Woo-chan didn't listen to his eulogies and asked Lee Da-woong if he had gotten information about the villain who was fighting Blaster in that building when the explosions happened and the hostages were taken. Lee Dun noticed how smartly Kim changed the topic of their conversation, but replied that there was no data about that villain in Lampus system, and most likely he had only recently transformed. Kim asked if he could be an outer, but Lee Dun said that he couldn't be an unregistered psyker, because he definitely looked like a villain in appearance. Lee Dun said that there was a matter more important than this, starting a conversation about how because of the serial killer they could not get out of the emergency situation with the special squad. Kim entered the dialogue, saying that the main suspect for the role of the serial killer is now Driver, but Lee Dun said that this is not so, because these are just rumors. Kim Woo-chan asked how he could be sure of this, and Lee Da-woong said that although Driver is obsessed with new cars and implants, he cannot become a serial killer for this. Kim said that Lee Da-woong forgets that all villains are sick and mentally unstable people, and he agreed, saying that this was definitely the work of such a villain. Lee Dun explained that in this case, anyone could be a suspect, because anyone could be unhealthy and go crazy without anyone's help. Lee Da-woong mentioned that it seems that Kim's sister is now interested in modeling and has also transferred to high school, and Kim confirmed by saying that she has a curfew. At the same time, 2 high school girls were filming in a large building, and the photographer asked them to make more arrogant faces in order to get the perfect shot. Pink-haired high school student Kim Neon, Kim Woo-chan's sister, said after filming that she wouldn't have time to stop at a convenience store on her way home. She noticed her friend in Minyoung, and she asked her to go with her to the toy machines, right now. Kim Neon said that she couldn't, because she had a curfew, but In Minyoung persuaded her by saying that both of them had not been there for a long time, and they would make it quickly. The 2 girls ran towards the shopping center, where there were vending machines with toys, not noticing how they were being watched by a strange man who smiled terribly. The next day, Kanu was sitting at his computer, studying the news, where a serial killer had killed 3 more during the day, and Moros asked him if he would agree to the deal. Kashin in the body of Kanu said that the killer is unlikely to stop at 3 victims, and there are unlikely to be fewer, so he should take on this case. Kanu said it is difficult to catch a criminal who has no specific target if only the locations of the murders are known and nothing else. Moros advised him that he could take advantage of Driver's gift, but Kanu said that he was not sure whether to do so. Some time ago, Driver gave Kashin a phone, saying that they would use it to communicate, and the phone does not have a location tracker. It is safe and convenient. Kanu said that he did not need it, but Driver replied that he would share information about the killer with him, and if he wanted to know something, he could write at any time. The Driver became serious and said that he sincerely wants to help him and catch the serial killer, so Kanu must complete this task and catch the little bastard. Kanu was about to write to Driver, but suddenly gave up and threw the phone, saying that he respects himself and will not cooperate with the villain. Moros asked where he was going, and Kanu replied that he could not stay in the apartment, so he needed to go outside and clear his head. At this time, in a shopping store, 2 high school girls were trying to draw a plush toy from the machine, but at the last moment it fell and they lost. Minyoung said that they didn't catch anything, so they should play again, but Kim Na-eun replied that it was time for her to leave, while a drone with a camera was filming them outside the window. Kim Neon said that even if it's not 8 o'clock in the evening, she already has a curfew, so she needs to finish. but Minyoung asked her to stay a little longer. Nian asked what happened, and Minyoung explained that she saw one of the girls at her school being brutally murdered a few days ago. Minyoung said that she wanted to tell someone, but she was scared because she thought the killer would come for her, and Nian realized that the killer had seen her. Kim Nian decided that this couldn't be left just like that, so she told her friend that they should immediately find the police station and tell them everything. However, when they were about to escape, they could not leave the building, because all the entrances were closed at the same time, and the lights in the building suddenly went out. Kim Nian noticed that there was blood pooling under their feet, and they saw behind them the villain Blood Rain B rank, who has the enlightened class and the skill of psychokinesis. This time later, Kanu went for a walk and, standing on the roof, Moros told him that the walk didn't seem to be particularly calming or helpful. Kanu said that if Moros would be mischievous, it would be better for him to stay at home, but Moros replied that he could not stray far from him and the necklace. Their verbal skirmish was interrupted by the phone that Kanu had in his pocket, and Moros reproached him for lying and saying that he had pride. Kanu said that he needed to know if driver wrote something, and when he read the message from him, his face immediately became serious. Kim Nian at this time stood in front of the villain, realizing that he looked like he was a natural killer, ready to feast on his next victims. When she thought about what they should do in such a hopeless situation, she remembered how her brother gave her a strange emergency communication device. Her brother told her that it was not a toy, and if she used it, he would immediately come for her, so Nian decided to use it now. The villain began transforming into his ideal final form, saying that he would give the tired girls freedom and serenity. However, his speech was interrupted by Kim Nian, who said that since he is so cool, let him show what he is capable of, and showed her middle finger. She decided to stall for time, because they needed to wait for her brother to come and save them, and asked the villain a question why he was killing people. The villain said that this was a stupid question, because there was no need to look for a reason for murder, but he answered, adding that he liked the taste of fresh blood and flesh. He said that this was his greatest pleasure and began to approach them, but Nian screamed at him not to come closer. She said that her brother would come for her soon, and the villain smiled using his power and said that he wanted to see her brother's face seeing the desiccated corpse of his sister. He said that he would be glad to see this, after which he launched a spear of blood at the girls, and it hit in Minyoung, piercing her through. Kim Nian couldn't believe that her friend was now dying, and tried to reach out to her, shouting her name at the top of her voice. At that moment, the villain Blood Rain prepared another spear, preparing to throw it at the girl, and said that he would give it to her as a gift. However, the spear did not have time to hit the target, because in the middle of the flight it was shot down by Kanu, who flew into the building at the right moment. Kanu shouted to Blood Rain that it was time for him to receive his gift and created a shadow sword, launching it at the villain at full speed. The villain dodged the shadow sword, but at the same second, Kanu was preparing to strike in the air, when suddenly Blood Rain turned over and blocked his strike with his feet. When they calmed down, Blood Rain tried to make out the enemy, and was surprised that her brother was a villain, and also a high school student. Kim Nian, who did not understand anything, wondered what kind of person it was that saved her life and fended off the bloody attack of a strong villain, standing behind her. Blood Rain stood in front of Quan Kanwoo, defending himself from his attacks, and thought that he had never seen such strange techniques before. He realized at that moment that Kanu was the guy who killed Blaster, and now decided to test his strength with him, and realized that their battle would be interesting. Blood Rain decided to disappear for a while, saying that they would come back at this point, but Ken should not be happy, because he would cause his death, and after that he disappeared. Blood Rain dissolved and disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of blood, and Kanu did not have time to stop him, saying that his words were ridiculous and deceitful. Kanu asked why Blood Rain was running away and stopped in place, realizing that he had missed the enemy, but at that moment Kim Nian, sitting behind him, called out to him. Kim Nian made him turn around and told Kong to save her friend, sitting on the ground and shedding tears while holding her injured body on his lap. At this time, Kim Woo-chan was driving with Lee Do-woong in the car to the place where Naeun pressed the emergency button, and Do-woong said that she might have pressed it accidentally. Kim Woo-chan said that she wouldn't have done that and would have called, adding that he had already called the police there and continued driving, hoping that she would be okay. At this time, Kwon Kong-woo called the ambulance from Neon's phone, saying that there was an urgent patient, and told her that the ambulance would arrive in a couple of minutes and that for now they needed to stop the bleeding. Kan-woo asked her to find something to bandage with, preferably elastic, and Kim Neon started looking for something in her backpack. She gave him her tights, saying that they were quite elastic, and Kanu decided that they would suit her and bandaged her wound, slowing down the bleeding. Kan-woo sat down next to the unconscious Minyoung and told Moros if he could scan her condition, to which he asked why he would do that. Moros realized that this was in order to understand how bad everything was, and said that the system was not needed for this, because her friend's life was now relatively safe. Kim Nian asked Kanwoo what was wrong with her friend and was surprised to learn that she would definitely be fine, as long as the ambulance arrived faster. At that moment, they heard the sound of police and ambulance sirens, and Kanwoo stood up, saying that it was time for him to leave, because the matter was being handed over to them. Kim Nian asked if he would leave, and Kanwoo said of course, because people run away when they see him in his villainous form, and she looked at him strangely. Kanwoo left the building and ran away as quickly as possible, moving along the rooftops, and Maros said that they arrived on time, because without Kanwoo they both would have died. However, he soon stopped abruptly, turning back and seeing a flying drone with a camera, and asked what this thing was that had been pissing him off for a long time. And at that moment he heard a whistle, and saw that Crow, an A-rank villain, was whistling, and she greeted him, saying that she had long wanted to meet him again and see him. Crow asked if he remembered her, and added that it made her so sad that she wanted to kill him, and Kanwoo began to think about where he had seen her. Kanwoo remembered who she was and said that she would not be easily forgotten, at which time Driver, looking at them through the camera on the drone, thanked him for his good memory. Crow approached Kanwoo and said her nickname, adding that it suited her very well, and learned that Kanwoo did not have a villainous name, being very surprised. Kanwoo brushed her jokes aside and, turning his attention to the drone, asked what it was, and Crow replied that in this way the driver was trying to find a serial killer. Crow explained that this was how they figured out his identity, and the serial killer turned out to be Blood Rain, a villain who was committing murders throughout the country. She said that from the very beginning he was under suspicion and they found the necessary evidence, and added that the internal side of the conflict could not be cancelled. She stopped, saying that she had said too much, and if Kanwoo did not remain silent, she would beat him, because she did not want to do something that Driver, who at that time was looking for lost popcorn, did not like. But Crow changed the subject and said that Driver wanted to give something to Quan Kong, and took out a small box and threw it to him, saying that the explanation would come later. Kanwoo asked what it was and Crow said it was his promised reward, and Kanwoo opened the box to see 3 superior quality mana crystals. Sister Kanwoo, watching TV the next morning, listened to the news as they talked about a serial killer attack that was thwarted by the Psychers. There, the presenter said that no casualties were avoided, but the schoolgirl who was attacked is now in the hospital, but her condition remains stable. Kanwoo finished listening and left the room, and his sister asked if he was already getting ready for school, and when she found out, she told him to be careful, to which he peacefully agreed. Walking down the street, he thought that several weeks had already passed since his appearance in the body of Quan Kan, and the most important thing for him now should be revenge on Lampas. Kanwoo was thinking that now he had to figure out how much he could trust Driver because of his sudden appearance in Wilson. He began to remember how the Crow gave him a box with 3 crystals of the highest quality mana, and asked why Driver was so generous with him. Crow told him that she didn't know, but explained that now with his powers he is not able to fight a serial killer, and the rest is decided by the Driver. Crow said that in the box there was a small tracker made by Driver and said that they had already located the serial killer. She added that it was not that they expected anything from Kanwoo, but told him that he should understand what would happen to him if he upset Driver. Kanwoo returned to reality, realizing that he could not understand Driver's intentions, and Maros said that the school was in the other direction, but Kanwoo continued moving. Kanwoo told him that he needed to go to another place, because he analyzed the materials found by Driver and found information about the Sowa school. Kanwoo added that the 2 schoolgirls he saved were from there and they should check out Sowa school as they might find new information about Blood Rain. Maros told him that Kanwoo fancied himself an investigator, but he replied that he still needed to try to search, although it would take some time. Kanwoo said that one of the Levchenkos is the sister of Kim Woo Chang, a popular high school psycher, and decided to call the school, saying that he was sick and would sit at home. Kim Woo-chan was sitting in the hospital looking sleepy at the time, and Lee Do-woong, his sunbae, greeted him, asking if he had slept and giving him a cup of coffee to cheer him up. After asking how Naeun was and learning that she had just fallen asleep, Lee Do-woong said that he saw the case files involving his sister and explained that they were attacked by the villain Blood Rain. Lee Din confirmed that only Blood Rain could suck the blood from a victim, but the serial killer constantly abused the bodies of his victims. Lee Din said, clutching his head in despair, that for this reason, Blood Rain is not the one they are looking for, and in fact the serial killer is someone else. Kim Woo-chan mocked him, but replied with the same lost look that it was the villain who helped the girls escape, and Lee Do-woong asked if it was the same villain. Neon told him that the villain came there to save them, and Kim said that despite the madness of the villains, he saved the person, his sister. Kim Woo-chan didn't understand what was going on with the world of villains, and Lee Do-woong said that he himself couldn't understand this strange unidentified villain from the cameras. Kim Woo-chan, like his sunbae, wondered who this villain was who saved a man and defeated his fellow villain Blaster. At the same time, Kanwoo was standing near the store, looking at the schoolchildren passing by, and Maros said that now he was skipping school near another one. Kanwoo entered the store and took a soda from the shelf, While at the checkout, two schoolgirls pestered the cashier with questions about whether he was definitely not a model. The cashier said that he was just a student on leave of absence and asked the girls why they were so curious, as if he did not understand their interest and desire to know. Kanu approached the cash register with a gloomy face and asked to pay for a can of soda, to which the cashier replied that he would be happy to do so and smiled suspiciously. A cashier with a model appearance knocked his soda, saying that Kanu had 3,201, and at that time Kanu noticed the book The Bride of Corinth lying next to him. Kanu began to suspect something, but he was interrupted by his grandfather, who entered the store asking if they handed over waste paper, and the cashier replied that he would help him now. The cashier took the cardboard and carried it to the exit, hitting Kanu with his shoulder, and at that moment Kanu felt that the cashier was not really who he seemed, and Moros also noticed this, but did not show it. Cashin in Kwan Kanwa's body left the store and entered an alley, after which Moros told him that he had important news, and Kanwa replied that he knew that the cashier was a villain. Kanu said that he immediately realized that the cashier was a villain when he saw his eyes, and Moros replied that, unfortunately, they could not find out if he was Blood Rain. Kanu replied that the Bride of Corinth, lying nearby, gave him away, because before leaving, Blood Rain uttered lines from this famous novel about vampires. Moros said that he was surprised that he remembered such a thing from a past life, and Kanu replied that he had been reading all his childhood, and now they just had to see if they were lucky enough to guess Bloodrain's identity. Moros and Kwan Kangwoo waited for this model-looking cashier to finish his workday and began to follow him, not knowing where he was going to go. They continued to follow him and came to a crowded intersection, realizing that the cashier was walking along the road leading directly to the girls' school where Kim Neon and her friend studied. But his thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling of danger, and he turned around, seeing a truck rushing towards the old man with waste paper, so he ran and jumped to the side with him. The van driver got out and asked if Kanu and the old man were okay, but he remained silent, because he looked in the direction where the cashier was going, and there was no one there anymore. Kanu decided to go to the computer club, and in the toilet of the building, he listened to Moros say that it was not worth taking the form of a villain here, and he replied that there were no other options. He locked himself in the booth because he decided to use the 3 mana crystals he received from the driver, and he swallowed them at once, emitting the same bright yellow light. Kanu asked Moros to check his status, and he saw that his mana had increased to 470, and 2 shadow movement and hiding skills had also appeared. Moros said that the number of skills increases with mana, and eating mana crystals gives him new skills, and Kanu thought that he could not do that as a psyker. Kanu noticed that the mana had increased by only 120, and Moros explained that this was due to the body's adaptation to them, and now Kanu would receive less and less mana from ordinary crystals. Kanu was upset, but agreed with Moros, because otherwise both Blaster and Crow with all the villains would have long ago become invincible opponents. Kanu realized that if he wants to become stronger, then he cannot rely only on mana crystals, he needs to find another way to increase strength, for example, the same training. Kanu asked Moros to show Bloodrain's status, and he replied that this was the second time that day, so he would only have 1 time left, but Kanu replied that he knew about it. Kanu examined its characteristics and thought about the Blood Step skill, but then realized that Bloodrain had used it at the beginning of the battle, when they met. He continued to look at Bloodrain's statistics, saying that he has psychic powers, and his distinguishing feature is hypnosis, and Kanu also added that this is bad. It was evening time, and in the hospital, next to the girls' school, all the workers had already left, but strange things were happening in the chief doctor's office. There was blood spilled everywhere in this office. 2 doctors stood in the middle of the room with the chief doctor in the middle, awaiting orders from the villain in front of them. Blood Rain, who was in his true villainous form, told his sweet and obedient servants to bring them to him. While the hospital was already starting to empty, Kim Neon was sitting in on Min Young's room, who was on a chair in front of her friend, who was lying unconscious. Kim Neon was holding a phone in her hands, in which she was looking for information about the villains on the official website of Lampas, but could not find anything about who saved her, trying to find out who he was. However, her search was interrupted by people who entered her friend's room and said that they should examine Min Young, but Naon objected, saying that it was too late now. Her objection was ignored, and the head doctor said that this examination was important, so Kim Neon needed to go with them, and she was surprised. The doctors' faces twisted into smiles as Cashin tested his new skills in Kwan Kanwa's body, transforming into his final villain form. By moving with the help of shadows, Kanu realized that he could combine his shadow hiding and shadow movement skills, gaining invulnerability when moving. Morrow stopped him, telling him that he was watching him, and Khan should spend less mana and use such skills only when necessary. Kanu stopped moving in the shadows and stopped on the roof, after which he took out his phone and saw that the driver's tracker was shown very close on the screen. Kanu realized that this bastard, Blood Rain, went immediately after his shift to the hospital where 2 high school girls were. Kanu saw this thanks to driver's tracker. Kanu realized that the schoolgirls were now defenseless against the villain, so he jumped off the roof and used shadow movement to rush there. At this time, Min Young, who was unconscious, was loaded into the car by the doctors, and Kim Neon did not understand what was happening, and asked why her friend was being taken away. The doctors did not stop after her words and only answered Kim Neon that this was such an important test that it was not carried out in this ordinary hospital. Her question was also answered by Blood Rain, who appeared from behind, saying that this was a test of loyalty, and greeted her, saying that he was glad to see his food. Kim Neon did not fear, but shouted to the doctors to run, because there was a villain here, but the doctors did not listen to her. Their eyes glowed red, and they smiled strangely. Blood Rain said that these doctors are his puppets, and soon she will become the same obedient and sweet puppet, and Blood Rain approached her, touching her face with his finger. Kim Neon replied that she would never become his puppet, so Blood Rain began to realize that she was brave and strong, and decided to even make her his bride. However, someone in the distance shouted that they would never allow this to happen, and Blood Rain and Kim Neon tried to find the source of the voice, but Neon heard in her head the advice to duck. 3 seconds later, Kim Neon ducked down and Kanwoo appeared from his shadow, flying with his foot right at Blood Rain's face, but he managed to dodge and the foot hit him in the torso. Blood Rain was slammed into the wall, saying that he had been thwarted again, and Kanu decided not to slow down, so he gathered his strength into his fist and rushed to strike him. Blood Rain saw the danger to his life in this attack, so he tried to dodge the first blow, but the first was followed by a hail of powerful attacks from Kanu. Continuing to dodge, Blood Rain became angry and decided to counterattack using his Blood Cutter skill, which extended his claws and pointed them at Kana. Kanu ducked under his attack and hit him in the chin, but Blood Rain managed to dodge again, and then Kanu fell on him, landing a punch right in the face. The blow hit the target, but Blood Rain suddenly stood up and stood face to face with Khan, after which he used his psychic hypnosis skill on him. Blood Rain thought that Kanu had succumbed to his attack, but just as he was about to ask him, Kanu suddenly moved his hand and pierced Blood Rain's eyes with his fingers. And here again, Blood Rain finds himself pinned to the floor by the hand of Kanu, who has come out of his hypnosis and now is definitely not going to let him go so easily. Kanu began to talk to Blood Rain, saying that all this time he lived as a villain without a care, but now punishment has overtaken him, and it's time to give him a good whack. Blood Rain began to laugh, and Kanu asked him about it, to which Blood Rain said that he could only laugh, because Kanu could not defeat him, that's how he was made. Kanu did not believe the words of the vampire grinning under his arm and asked what he blurted out, holding his fist above his head, preparing to hit him. As Kanu made his speech, Blood Rain froze, his eyes glowed red, and he disappeared into bloody smoke, and Kanu tried to hit him. The bloody smoke disappeared, and there was no trace of Blood Rain, and Moros told Ken that he was a very annoying opponent, because in a state of blood physical attacks did not work on him. Cashin in the body of Quan Ken remembered his powers in his previous body and realized that now his fire would be very useful, but he had no other options. At this time, the doctors standing next to Min Young came to their senses and asked why they were in the parking lot, and Kim Naon asked if they were okay. Quan Kangwoo realized that they had woken up from hypnosis and told them to bring the nurses to take the patients back to the wards, but they fearfully cried out in response that he was a villain. Kanu decided that it was time to run away, and he did so, and when he ran out to the parking floor, he said that he needed to catch up with Blood Rain, because he could not go far. But at the same time, Kim Woo-chan and Lee Dian arrived at the hospital because Neon pressed the button again, and when Kangwoo ran out, they ran into each other. Quan Kangwoo exchanged glances with the two psychers, and Lee Din shouted that there was a villain in front of them, so he immediately took out his sword and used the legendary sword skill. Quan Kanwoo blocked the sword attack with his fist, telling them not to attack without talking, and that it would be better if they moved out of the way and did not interfere with his progress. Lee Din caught his magic sword, which was flying at him, reflecting and spinning off Kanwoo, and told Kim Woo-chan, who was standing nearby, not to have his head in the clouds. Kim Woo-chan was trying to figure out what to do, because his sister Neon said that this villain saved her and her friend from Blood Rain, but he was still a villain. However, his memories began to appear in the family plan, and he remembered how his relative died because of the villain, and at that time, Lee Din called out to him during the fight. But his Sunbee's help was not needed. Kim Woo-chan was fired up with a new sense of revenge against the villains, so he used his fire powers and flash skill. Kanu decided not to slow down, but Uchin's attack interfered with his run, so he used his shadow sword skill, which blocked the path of Uchin's burst of fire. Lee Din didn't wait, and when he saw an opportunity, he sneaked behind his enemy and was about to stab him using the starburst skill at his back. Lee Din hit Kong, who managed to notice the attack, but did not have time to dodge far enough, and the sword hit him on the side, cutting a small layer of flesh. Kim Woo-chan heard the words that he needed to finish off the villain and was about to use the flash skill, but stopped, remembering his sister's words about this villain. Kanu was about to dodge, but seeing that Uchin has stopped his attack, he decides not to dodge, but to escape to another room using shadow movement. When the enemy disappeared, Li Din shouted at Kim Woo-chan, saying that he was completely out of his mind while guarding his sister, and Woo-chan only apologized to him. Li Din said out loud that it was the first time he had seen such a technique of the attribute of darkness, when everything was filled with shadows and the enemy had disappeared, asking how to report this to him, but Wu Chang was silent. Li Din realized that something was wrong with Wu Chang, so he walked up to him, took him by the shoulder and told him not to stand there like a pillar, but to run to see his sister, and he agreed. At this time, on the street, in one of the alleys, the same cashier with a model appearance was walking, holding his side, and said that he had missed them again and that was bad, because he was thirsty again. This man continued walking, saying that he again failed because of the villain, but on the way he felt thirsty, because his throat was very dry. He walked out into a crowded alley, covered in blood, and saw a club building in front of him, so he decided to go there, saying that in a place like a club he would quench his thirst. After some time, in this very club, the cashier approached the girl, and she asked if he was hurt, because his shirt was covered in blood, and she was worried. He said he was thirsty and the girl said she could buy him a cocktail, but the cashier bit her on the collarbone, saying he wanted something better than a cocktail. Li Dun was driving in his car, listening on the radio to the Red Juice Club's Blood Rain-like villain attacking the people in the club, and Li Dun screamed in displeasure. Wu Chang asked him what happened, and Li Dun explained that Blood Rain started attacking the locals again, and Wu Chang suddenly thought about something. Kim Woo-chan recalled how he and Lee Do-wong found Naun, his sister, and he ran to her, asking if she was okay, but she looked depressed. Kim Nian answered her brother that she was saved again by him, or rather by the one who saved her last time from Blood Rain, and this villain disappeared again without explaining himself or introducing himself. At this time, Cashin in the body of Quan Kan stood in a night alley, hidden from view, and Moros told him that everything turned out well, because everyone was alive. Moros noticed Kanu holding his side where he was wounded and told him that today Kanu fought as if he was not himself, but he did not understand what he was talking about. Moros told him that Kanu behaved differently in battle today, because he fights villains differently, and asked if it was because his opponents were psychers. Kanu realized his mistake and, after thinking, said that this would not happen again, because his opponents were not only villains, but also psychers, like all of Lampa's. Moros told him that the wound received in the battle was almost healed, but Kanu was disturbed by the driver tracker in his pocket, which told him important news. At this time, in the Red Juice Club, two psychers saw Blood Rain sitting in the middle of a sea of blood, drinking a glass of fresh human blood before their eyes. Li Dun saw Blood Rain say that he had now quenched his thirst completely, and Li Dun told him that only a beast could do such a thing to people, but the villain asked him to shut up. However, Blood Rain, after asking him to shut up, said that he had better not interfere while he was recovering, and continued to drink blood from the glass. Blood Rain was still drinking blood from the glass, but Li Din stopped looking at him and told Kim Woo-chan that they needed to evacuate the people and capture the villain. At this point, Blood Rain threw the glass and said that he had finished recovering, after which he began to create blood energy using the blood spear skill on the psychers. The spear flew straight at Li Dun, who managed to draw his sword before stabbing in front of him, cutting the bloody spear and giving them time to counterattack. Kim Woo-chan did not stand aside, so he ran a step forward and was about to use fire, but Li Dun stopped him, saying that this way he would harm people. Kim's delay gave Blood Rain time to attack, and he appeared in front of Li Dun, saying that now was not the time to worry about other people's lives. The attack of concentrated blood energy hit Li Dun, who managed to block, but still caused him damage, and he flew into the wall. However, Blood Rain did not stop there and decided to finish him off by approaching Li Dun and using the bloody blow skill with full force in his face. While Blood Rain reveled in his victory over the swordsman, Kim Woo-chan approached him from behind, channeling a huge force of fire at him, hoping to avenge Sunbae. But Blood Rain was not so simple, so he managed to move behind Uchkin, saying that he has an excellent technique, but there is no point in it, because he cannot hit. Kim Woo-chan did not have time to understand how Blood Rain ended up in his blind spot, and turned his body and face towards him, but an attack was already flying at him, cutting him on the chest 3 times. Succumbing to his instincts, Kim Woo-chan kicked diagonally, but Blood Rain managed to jump back several times, leaving the psycher at a loss. Blood Rain licked his fingers, which had Kim Woo-chan's blood on them, and said that this was not enough, and if he had hit more accurately, he would have broken all his bones. Uchkin realized that Blood Rain could not be defeated without fire magic, but the villain told him not to worry too much, because the hostages only obey him anyway. Suddenly, Blood Rain said Kim Nian's name, saying that she was his sister who was into modeling, and he inquired about her, causing Woo-chan's face to darken. He said that this sweet and brave girl with pink hair was able to deceive even him, because Blood Rain thought that her brother was a villain with black hair. He said that his sister should be punished for this, but Uchkin rose from his knees with renewed vigor, saying that if he even laid a finger on his sister, he would kill him. Seeing how he flared up, Blood Rain realized that Uchin had fallen for a trick, and he was already impatient to taste the blood of the furious psyker, because it was very special. Blood Rain decided to continue to play on his feelings and said that, seeing how he was inflamed, he decided to give Kim Woo-chan a chance to stay alive and fight again. They moved to an abandoned construction site, and Blood Rain said that this place was perfect for them, because here Uchin would be able to fully use his powers. Saying this, while Uchin was preparing for battle, Blood Rain actually thought that the place was perfect for drinking his blood while enjoying the starry sky. Kim Woo-chan did not wait for the battle cry and ran to the attack, saying that Blood Rain would regret it, and used the flash of fire skill directly at the villain who was standing still. However, Blood Rain remained in place until the very end, but before the fire, he jumped and did a backflip, smiling and preparing to attack. Blood Rain, using the power of blood, extended his arm and fingers, grabbing Uchin by the neck, and said that this is really all that this promising psyker is capable of. Blood Rain said that our psyker was not trying to win at all, and added that he had something to show, after which he threw Uchin into the wall with great force. At this time, Quan Kanwoo came to the Red Juice Club, where everything was already empty, and on the wall he saw traces of quite strong magic used by Blood Rain. Kanu could not believe that Blood Rain could use such magic, but suddenly he saw the unconscious psyker lying to the side of him, who had attacked him today. Kanu approached him and asked Moros if he was dead, but Moros said that he was still alive, and Kanu remembered that the red-haired Kim Woo-chan should have been with him. Moros managed to notice some kind of sword next to him, and he interrupted Kanu from his thoughts, saying that there was a sword lying nearby, and Kanu saw it, realizing that it was Li Dun's weapon. Moros suggested that this sword was a magical weapon, and Kanu picked it up from the ground, saying that it was definitely a magical sword, because he felt its energy. Moros said that this was his chance to get the mana crystals out of him, and Kanu replied that this was after all a psyker weapon, it belonged to him, and he thought about it. Kanu remembered that he had been wounded in the side by this sword and decided that psyker would no longer need it, so he used the skill and took out 2 mana crystals. He swallowed 2 crystals at once and suddenly the power began to condense around him in a different way than usual, and he felt a strange sensation of moving forward in power. Moros realized what had happened, and Kanu said that there was no need to use the system, because he felt that he wildly liked this feeling, as if the old power had returned to him. Kim Woo-chan tried to fight Blood Rain while 3 villains were standing on a construction crane, saying that they were late, they were tired of snacks. The wounded Kim Woo-chan was about to strike again at the villain who stood without wounds or injuries in front of him, preparing to attack him with his fire magic. Blood Rain caught his fist with her hand around it and said that his attacks were too weak before using the power of the blood on him, hitting him in the torso and knocking the wind out of him. Kim Woo-chan took this attack and fell to his knee, and Blood Rain said that he can only blame himself and his weakness for this, but he can also become part of the great by being absorbed into it. Saying that he would absorb the psyker into his body, Blood Rain was interrupted by Kanu suddenly appearing behind him in his villain form, who said that he was painful to look at. Blood Rain had never expected him to appear here, and Kanu told Blood Rain to stop talking nonsense to him, calling him a vile insect and looking down on him. Blood Rain told Khan, a boy with black hair, that he was already starting to bother him with sudden appearances right in the middle of someone else's battle. Kanu responded sarcastically, saying that he heard these words from someone who constantly runs away from the battlefield, and Blood Rain laughed, saying that he was in a different state now. Blood Rain continued to laugh, but added that he became stronger, because he absorbed the blood of all those people who were at the party at the Red Juice Club, and increased his mana. Blood Rain also said that now his power is overwhelming him, and he is quite capable of winning even if an S-rank psyker comes, because his mana is now at its highest. At this moment, Kim Woo-chan, who was lying exhausted behind the villain's vampire, tried to get up and saw that the same villain who had saved his sister twice had arrived. Blood Rain paid no attention to this and shouted for Kanu to see his invincible power, creating 4 attacks around himself from the blood power that overwhelmed the villain. Uchin realized that when the villain fought with him, he was not serious and did not use all his strength, and 4 bloody spears of enormous power launched by Blood Rain were already flying towards Kana. Kanu stood motionless until the last second, but at the very end he made 2 crisscross strikes and fought off Blood Rain's attacks, giving him time to attack again. Blood Rain hurried and inflicted a gift on him, grabbing him by the neck with blood magic, and was able to immobilize him, after which he struck with his fist at the place where Kanu's head was, but his blow went through. Kanu dodged his blow, leaving an afterimage, and moved behind Blood Rain at that very second, saying that it was the end for a fool like him. Blood Rain immediately turned around and angrily threw a curved blow at Khan, but he dodged again and hit Blood Rain right in the face, causing him to lose his balance. Blood Rain tried to resist him, but Kanu's power was overwhelming, so Kanu struck again, saying that he did not see his invincible power, and Blood Rain was slammed into the ground by the blow. Kim Woo-chan, sitting next to him, did not understand how the black-haired villain was capable of such a thing, because his strength was less when he fought in the hospital, and assumed that he was hiding his strength. Like a villain whose true power is currently unknown to anyone, Kanu was studying a huge amount of energy, looking like he was ready to kill anyone who stood in his way. Blood Rain's powers were already running low, while Kanu approached him, saying that he expected to see the villain have the power to defeat an S-rank psyker, but his words turned out to be empty. Blood Rain tried to escape again, the bonds of blood magic began to envelop him, and he said that he recognizes Kanu's power, but physical attacks alone will not kill him, and he grinned evilly, saying that his body could turn into blood and that next time he would take revenge. Blood Rain tried to disappear again, but was suddenly prevented by Kanu, using the shadow capture skill. Blood Rain, like Kim Woo-chan, was very surprised, and Kanu said that such garbage as Blood Rain should be gotten rid of immediately, and a fire consisting of darkness appeared in his hand, as if he were Psyker Cashin Lee. This fire flew directly into Blood Rain's face, and Kanu's status gained the feature of Darkness Fire, in addition to normal darkness, as well as the skills of shadow capture and darkness fireworks. The news in the building the next day said that the villain Blood Rain, who was instilling fear in the entire country, was arrested in Kadambu last night thanks to young Kim Woo-chan. With this sentence, the report ended, and Lee Din pushed Kim Woo-chan on the shoulder while they were both lying on hospital beds in the ward, and Lee Din said that he did a good job and did a good job. Lee Din was even wrapped in bandages on his head, and Kim Woo-chan told him that it was not he who defeated the villain, he only called the headquarters when the battle ended before his eyes. Kim Woo-chan remembered how he watched this fight and saw how Kanu used the power of fire and defeated Blood Rain, after which Woo-chan wondered how the villain could wield the two powers of fire and shadow. Kim Woo-chan forgot about his 3 deep cuts in the chest area and looked at Kwon Kong-woo as something strange and unknown, because for the first time he saw 2 forces in one villain. Kwon Kong-woo, who hadn't even spent half his mana after testing his strength in battle, told Woo-chan to call the police and report that Blood Rain had been caught. Kim Woo-chan came back to reality and told Lee Da-woong that he was not the one who caught the villain Blood Rain, but in the end the entire public made him out to be a hero without permission. Lee Din asked him who exactly defeated Blood Rain, and Wu Chang said that it was the same young unidentified villain who defeated Blaster. Lee Din asked Kim Woo-chan if he felt guilty for the fame that should not belong to him, and said that these were all trifles, he should calm down and rest. Lee Din lay down on the bed, relaxed, and said that Woo-chan shouldn't be upset about one loss, he can see many more villains. But suddenly Lee Dun rose to a reclining position and asked what happened to his sword after the battle, to which Wu Chang, calming him down, said that the police would take care of it. At this time, the bullies behind the school were discussing that yesterday Blood Rain appeared at the Red Juice Club and was caught by Kim Woo-chan, and they said that they were lucky not to go there. The bully with purple hair asked Kwak Taegu, sitting in front of him, if he remembered that guy, and he replied that he couldn't help but remember, because he hit him in the head so much that he was still recovering. The guy with purple hair told him that he would not buy medicine, and they should not leave everything like that, but gather the guys and take revenge on this nasty kid. Kwak Taegu told him to moderate his ardor and added that he was not going to do it, saying that the guy with purple hair did not see how difficult that guy was. Kwak Taegu said that, to be honest, he fears this guy more than Kim Woo-chan, who catches dangerous villains, because he saw his eyes, which were like those of a man who has seen a lot. Sometime later, Kwon Kong-woo sat in class, listening to his classmates talk about how cool Kim Woo-chan really is, because he caught a dangerous killer. Kwon Kong-woo said that everyone is very noisy today and sat back in his chair, thinking that he needed to meet with Driver to check something that Moros asked about. Kanu did not answer him and was lost in thought, and at this time in Wilson, a place for villains, a girl was painting a wall with spray paint, making various graffiti. At the same time, Driver was sitting in his base, minding his business, and 3 villains came to him, 2 little girls and 1 tall man in the middle of them. The man said that his place was not cleaned as usual and it stank of damp, but Driver replied that he had just arrived and was already talking all sorts of nonsense, but the man said that he himself called them. Smirking, Driver got up from the floor and went to pour drinks for his newly arrived guests, asking along the way if they had seen the guy fight. This man was Royal Gannett, an A+-rank villain with enlightened class and fossil power, and he said that this battle was a pleasure to watch, like a movie. Gannett said that it was certainly nice to watch, but there was no thoughtful script or story, and he took a cookie from a plate on the table. The girl with lilac hair, the A-rank villain Otto, said that there were too many clichés, and the blonde girl, the villain of the same rank as Otto, Aroma, said that she agreed with her. Royal Gannett said that the main character in this series shone like a black diamond, playing his role perfectly, and Driver replied that he took it as a compliment. Gannett asked Driver that it couldn't have happened any other way, but also mentioned that driver apparently knew that Kanu would manifest a second power, and that's why he brought them there to see. Driver looked at the three villains sitting on his couch and said that now everything was clear to him, to which Royal asked if he really didn't know about it himself. The driver answered him that he guessed that the guy was not like everyone else, and Gadet replied that everything was clear to him, but he added that it was the first time he had heard about a villain who had two powers. Driver said that this was possible, and the three villains became alarmed, and Driver continued, saying that such villains existed a long time ago, back in the era of myths. After some time, Kanu walked through Vilzona, realizing that this was not a prison for villains, but a place where they could live in peace, without fear of meeting the evil Psyker. Continuing to walk along Vilzona, heading towards its very center, Kanu realized that this was a refuge for everyone except the Psykers serving lampas, and here he would not find his revenge. He stopped in the center of the alley, thinking that he would never get used to this place, and suddenly he was greeted by Driver flying in the sky, saying that during the time he had not seen him, Kanu had changed a lot. The driver brought him to the bar, saying that he was very glad to meet him, and treated him to grapefruit juice, saying that it was very tasty here, and they needed to relax and take a walk around Vilzona. Kanu remained silent, looking at the grapefruit aid, and Driver took out the box, moving it towards him, and said that this was the promised reward for his efforts with Blood Rain. There were mana crystals in the box, and Driver peered at Kana and said that he had really found real mana crystals, because his level had increased significantly. Kanu told him that he couldn't get it out on his own and took a sip of the juice, and Driver, using his instruments, continued to evaluate him, trying to find out how this happened. Driver learned that Kanu's mana had jumped over 500 units, and realized that Kanu could not have become so strong only thanks to his crystals, and tried to find out how he did it. However, Kanu interrupted his thoughts about his power with his own words, saying that he was wondering where Driver gets these mana crystals from and if he has a supplier. The bartender behind the counter answered these two questions by saying that it was him, and that guy turned out to be Ujeha, a summoner class who had the order skill, and he smiled while rubbing the bottle. He began to move his hand using his strength and served the guests sandwiches with a strange chess piece on a plate with a face and hairstyle, and said that it was a gift. Driver introduced him as the owner of the pub, and also said that Ujiha Outer, a psyker outside Lampas, and Driver asked him to sell them crystals cheaper than before. Ujeha said that the price is already below the baseboard, and Driver sweetly said that he could give a discount to his friends, but Ujeha also replied, saying that he separates work and personal. Kanu thought at that moment that since Ujiha Outer was in Wilson, he probably had a very interesting personal story behind him. Kamwo interrupted his thoughts and asked the pub owner if he could also buy crystals, and Ujeha replied that of course he could if he was a resident of Wilzona. Kanu asked what that meant and Driver said that he should just come live here, to which Kanu replied that it showed that he wanted Kanu to work for him. The driver ignored his barbs and said that first he would need to pass the test, and then it would be clear who was who, and perhaps Kanu could also become the boss. Driver ignored Kongwu and answered Juje's question about whether he was going to quit his position by agreeing, saying that he had been planning it for a long time. Kanu told Driver that he was not interested, and Driver replied that Wilzona's boss had a lot of privileges, but Kanu replied that then there was no benefit for Driver to resign. The driver began to talk about the advantages of the position, saying that he would have subordinates, that he would be able to give them any commands, and that he would have a huge training room. Kanu closed his eyes and said that he didn't care about it, but suddenly Driver explained that he would be able to buy any mana crystals on the black market. This took him out of potassium. Kashin in the body of Quan Kangwu realized that most likely Ujeha was a black crystal dealer, and he was confused by the people in uniform standing behind the bar, making a fuss in his thoughts. The driver continued to speak, then interrupting Kanu's thoughts, that the salary for the position of Wilzona's boss is also not bad, it corresponds to it, but this is secret information. But, despite Driver's words that this was secret information, Kanu asked to tell him, and Driver whispered in his ear, causing Kanu's eyes to bulge and he smiled. Sometime later, still in the same Wilson, the villain Black Hand was eating a sandwich, saying that it was completely tasteless, and then jumped up and swore that he wanted a burger. A rank B+ villain named Crash, a striker class with the strength skill, said that he agreed with the Black Hand, but he also wanted pizza, which he did not remember the last time he ate. Crash said that he couldn't stand pineapple pizza, and the Black Hand told him that it was he who destroyed the only pizzeria in Wilson, but they were suddenly interrupted. They were interrupted by a villain named Cutter, who had a B rank, and he was also an assassin class and his power was wind, and he said that now was not the time to discuss pizza. Black Hand asked him if Rizak had gone crazy from life here in Wilson, and Rizak categorically rejected this, saying that he had found him, the villain who attacked the Black Hand. Black Hand remembered how Kanu humiliated him in front of the driver, and asked the Cutter if he knew where that villain was now, to which the Cutter said that the driver had him. Cutter asked him if he planned to go after the villain, and the Black Hand replied that of course, because Driver had introduced a ban on fighting in Wilson, but today he would break it. A few hours later, Driver gave Kanu a tour of Wilsona, showing how the evil green dog digs the earth, and the janitor behind him removes every speck of dust. The driver said that now everything is in harmony, and such villains do not attack, but if something happens they can fight back. That's what Wilson needs. Kanu realized that he had imagined Wilson differently, but it was all because of him, and asked why Driver didn't catch Blood Rain himself, to which he replied that there was a traitor. Driver explained that he needed to fool the traitor by choosing a man who had nothing to do with him or Wilsona. Driver continued to walk around Wilson with Kanu, starting to say that villains have the same divisions as psychers. Driver began to explain that villains are divided into those who follow all the rules, as well as those who spit on the rules and create their own coalitions, acting lawlessly. Kanu asked if this meant that there was a connection between Blood Rain and the traitor, and Driver replied that Blood Rain was just a pawn in a big game between the villains. Driver added that there were a lot of people behind this who wanted the end of Wilson, and Kanu replied that he was not interested, but Driver replied that he knew he would say that. The driver asked him to become a resident of Wilson and said in response to his words that this is nonsense, that it is true, and he is putting his life on the line for this event. At the same time, parallel to the events in Wilson, Kanu's sister Kwan Yuri worked in a huge building, apparently in someone's residence, as a manager. She was distracted from her work, thinking about how Kwan Kong was doing now and whether he had dinner, because since she gave him her bank card, they had not been able to talk. At that moment, one of the servants called manager Kwan Yuri and said that the director was calling her to talk to him, to which she was very surprised. At this time, the director was in his room talking on the phone with a person from a distant place, telling someone that she was an excellent employee and there would be no problems. The woman answered the director that this was a worthy person, and she was looking forward to meeting her, while looking out the window from her window in the room. The director told her that he was even sorry to give up such a valuable employee, and the woman replied that she was sorry for that, but at that moment Kwan Yuri came. The director hung up the phone, after which I went up to Yuri and gave her the envelope, saying that she had received an invitation from the American department. Kwan Yuri didn't believe it, but the director explained that because of her hard work, she was sent to the main office, to which she, in disbelief, asked if it was true. The director told her that their company would pay not only for the flight to another country, but also for accommodation in the nearest apartment, located near work. The director told her that this was a great chance for advancement in her career, asked if she would go, to which Kwan Yuri was going to answer right away, but thought about her brother Kanwoo. Kanu stood under the night sky, remembering the conversation with Driver, where he said that he was putting his life on the line and asking him to move to live in Wilson. Moros asked Kanu if he liked Psyker's proposal, but Kanu did not answer because he noticed the villains from Vilzona standing nearby. Crash told the Black Hand that this was the same villain, and Kanu approached him, saying that he saw how a rat had started among the villains of Vilzona. Cutter, who was standing behind the wall, realized that Kanu was an unusual villain the moment he said that he noticed one of them hiding, although it was difficult to detect. Crash said out loud that Kanu was pissing him off and he wanted to blow his head off right now, but the Black Hand told him to stand in line, because he would be the first. Black Hand activated his fossil mana, telling Khan that he would now learn for himself what happens to those who humiliate and mock him. Kanu had absolutely no idea what he was talking about, and Moros told Cashin to be overly careful, because all the villains could attack together. However, at that moment, when the Black Hand ran towards Kana, wishing him death, a barrel flew into him, which stopped his fight and changed the situation among them. The villains did not understand what happened, but a B-rank villain named Jwack, who has the striker class and the strength skill, said that they should not treat guests like that. Black Hand was angry for such a vile act to interrupt their fight, but Jwack said that she was just trying to remind them that this fight was against the law in Wilson. She said that in Vilson it is forbidden to start fights by attacking in groups of villains, but the Black Hand replied that Kanu is not even a resident of Vilson. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the voice of the crow was heard, saying that Kanu would soon become a resident of Wilsona, and all the villains turned their attention to the crow sitting on top. Everyone in the place fell silent, and Crow asked them if they were going to leave Kana alone, and the Black Hand, along with Crash, wondered if they should answer. Besides this strange conversation between the villains and Wilson, that night Kwan Yuri returned home after work, her head not working well due to fatigue. She went into the apartment and wanted to go into Kan's room, but remembered that she was invited to America, so she decided to take a shower and go to bed, forgetting about everything. The next morning, Kanu went for a run, wearing sportswear and running weights weighing 10 kilograms, and all passers-by were shocked by this. As if in response to those watching, Moro said that it was not that much weight, and Kanu added that this type of training is great for muscles and physical strength in general. Continuing to run, Kanu said that now the battles may not be one-on-one, and now several opponents can attack him at the same time. Cashin, in Kanu's body, said that this was the best exercise in such a situation, and Moros told him that this was very wise judgment on his part. Kanu recalled how, in response to Jwack's words, Crash said that in order to become a resident of Wilzona, he had to pass a test, otherwise he would not be accepted in this place. Crash asked Jwack if he still had to take this test to get permission, but the Black Hand intervened and shouted that there would be no test, because he wanted to kill Kanu right now. But the Black Hand's speech was interrupted by Kanu, who said with a serious face that he proposed to conduct a test in 10 days, surprising all the villains who heard him. Jwack told him there would be no problem with that and explained the rules, saying that the test was a one-on-one battle, which gave Khan an advantage. She said that killing was only allowed in exceptional circumstances, and added that the first opponent would be herself, having amused herself. While doing the horizon on the uneven bars, Kanu thought that he didn't really want to become a resident of Wilzona, but that was the only way he could become stronger. He decided that this was necessary in order to take revenge on Lampas, and even if he goes to hell, this is still the path that he chose on his own. Kanu finished his training and 2 girls saw him, saying how hard he was trying, even though they themselves were also training on the same ground. The 2 girls changed their appearance into A-rank villainesses who were next to Gannett at the driver and said that they would not tell Gannett about this. Kanu finished his workout, returned to his home and took a shower, and after he got out, he wondered if his sister was still sleeping. Kwon Kongwoo walked into the living room and saw that it was a mess, so he picked up the letter from the floor, and Kwon Yuri, who had just gotten up, screamed, saying that he was reading. Yuri asked if he read it, and Kongwoo replied that it was an invitation to work in America, and Kwon Yuri said that he need not worry, because she would not go. Kongwoo asked why that was, and Kwon Yuri told him not to ask stupid questions, because she couldn't leave her little brother alone to live. Yuri told Kanu not to joke like that, because he would not be able to cook his own food, do laundry and cleaning, and also sort garbage and other duties. Kwon Kongwoo got angry, saying that he was no longer a child and he was old enough for such tasks, especially, he added, that up until that moment he had done everything on his own. Yuri replied that he was only 19, but Kanu said that she should go to America, because she needs to do what she likes and what interests her. 3 days later, 3 villains gathered in Wilson who wanted to take revenge on Kan, and Razak asked if he would come, since there was only a week left before the exam. The cutter clarified that he was talking about a guy who was going to fight with Jwack, and the Black Hand said that he was unlucky, because he was the first to deal with this guy. Cutter said that Driver was rumored to be supporting him, and the Black Hand replied that Kanu was probably sucking up, but Crash said that he was Driver's main friend. Black Hand said who else was following Driver, but Cutter ignored him, saying that Kanu was fighting Jwack in the first fight, and it was not a fact that their turn would come. All the villains agreed with this, because Jwack is a strong opponent, and the Black Hand said that in this situation it would, of course, be fun, but it would be if she wins first. But the Black Hand added that this time he is on the side of that guy, because if he wins, then the Black Hand will be able to take his revenge and Kanu will get what he deserves. Maros asked Kashin if it was a good idea to let Yuri go, and Kanwoo said that he was ready to do it, because it was the best option for both of them, and he said this as Kwon Kanu. Maros asked Kanu if he could handle it, to which he heard consent, and Maros also added that he asked this, seeing Kanu searching on the internet for how to cook food. Kwon Yuri was thinking about what Kongwoo said about her flying to America, because this is her only chance, and at the same time she was holding the invitation letter in her hand. But suddenly she stopped reading in the clouds, returning to reality, where she was sitting in a cafe with 2 friends, and one of them shouted to the waiter that she wanted to order. The blonde friend asked Yuri what she was worried about, and the black-haired friend tried to guess, thinking that she was worried about the handsome guy. The blonde friend shut the black-haired girl's mouth, telling her to remain silent and show tact, after which they were brought the beer they ordered. They took a glass of beer each, saying that alcohol makes conversation go smoothly, so it's worth drinking, and Kwon Yuri took a few sips of beer. A few hours later, Kwon Yuri reached the apartment, where Kongwoo received her and helped her walk, saying that she shouldn't have had too much to drink, but Yuri replied that she was sober as glass. Kwon Yuri began pestering Kong, saying that her brother had grown up to be handsome, and Maros realized that his sister had drunk too much, while continuing to hiccup. Kanu put her to bed and Yuri started telling him that Kanu was such a cute baby when he followed her around as a child, causing him to react. She said that she still couldn't believe that he had grown so much, that he was no longer a boy, but a man, and Kanu remembered Jeff saying similar words. The next morning, Kwon Yuri woke up and, leaving the room in the morning, felt a severe pain in her head from a hangover, but suddenly saw breakfast and a note on the table. This breakfast, like the note, was prepared by Kanu, and it was written there that he had prepared hangover soup. She needed to eat it with rice and have a good rest. A few hours later, Kanu was saying goodbye to Yuri at the airport, and she told him not to go hungry, to eat 3 times a day, and to answer the phone when she called him. She told him to be careful, because there are a lot of scary things happening in the world right now related to villains, and Kanu told her not to worry. He told her that, in fact, he would also be worried in such a situation, and told her that she should call him if anything happened, and he would immediately rush to America. Kwan Yuri told him that she would call him as soon as she arrived, after which she waved to him and ran off to her plane flying to America that same day. But in the evening, the villains who are participating in the exam gathered in Wilson, and Jwack said that the fight is considered over when someone is unable to fight or gives up. Jwack said that in total he only needed to win 3 battles, and nothing would happen to him for losing. But someone else said that it was in vain that Kanu dressed up so beautifully. That someone who said that Kanu was about to get his clothes dirty was Driver, and he added that if he wanted, he could challenge him too. Kanu said that there was too much noise on the battlefield and asked to start, but Driver asked Jwack and he said that he was fully prepared for the battle by preparing his magic. Maros told Cashin to brace himself because she looked strong, and Kanu said that he knew about it, but still wondered what the main feature of her fighting style was. Jwack had strength, endurance, and even taking into account all these factors, it would already be possible to call Jwack a strong and worthy opponent for Kanu. Razak remembered that Jwack is a master of hand-to-hand combat, trained in combat sambo, and she is the kind of opponent who knows her strengths. Everyone realized that the high-speed attack that Cashin was good at would not work on Jwack, so he would have the terrible start to the fight they thought. This fight will be interesting, and Driver voiced the beginning of the battle, after which Jwack immediately rushed at Kana, saying that the sooner they start, the sooner they will finish. Jwack, rushing towards Kanu at full speed, did not expect that she would suddenly be stopped by the shadows called by the shadow shackles of Kanu's skills, and realized that she had fallen into a trap. Someone shouted that Kanu was now in front, but Jwack did not see him there, and Razak shouted that he was now in the back, but Jwack only managed to turn around. It was too late to evade. Jwack thought that Kanu was about to punch her in flight, counting on a further counterattack, but Kanu kicked her in the face. All the villains standing nearby opened their mouths in surprise, and Driver put his hand on his forehead at what happened to Jwack, and Kanu asked to start the next fight. Black Hand couldn't believe that Jwack, one of Wilson's most powerful villains, was defeated in the first round by some kid. Kanu said he didn't want to wait and waste time, so he asked for the next fight, and Black Hand thought who this guy was. Kanu asked to call someone who really wanted to fight him for the next fight, and Crash told the Black Hand that it was his turn. At that moment, an arrow flew right at Kanu's feet, and Red Eye, the best archer in Wilson, appeared and asked to fight Kanu. At this time, in the dark building of Wilson, there was a man who, talking on the phone, said that Blood Rain was just a pawn. They didn't expect much from him. This person said that Wilson would soon fall apart, and the chairman need not worry about it, because he would contribute to it. At this time, a battle was going on in Wilson. Explosions of red light were visible from afar, red-eye arrows were flying everywhere. Another arrow flew at Kana, but he managed to push off from the vertical wall of the building, dodging it at the last moment. Red-eye caught Kana making a mistake, because that arrow was a trap, and now he used the arrow fire skill, firing it straight at Kana. An explosion occurred in Wilson, and Red-eye flew up onto the building. Saturn thought that Kanu was actually not as cool as the rumors said. But suddenly, Kanu appeared behind him literally from the shadows, already preparing to strike, and Red-eye realized that all this time Kanu had been a hunter. But just as Kanu was about to strike the enemy, the Red Archer raised his hands in the air and said he was surrendering, surprising him. Kanu was shocked and called the Red Archer an idiot, because he ended the fight at the very moment when Kanu caught him, losing the whole point of the fight. Red-eye said that he was quite sincere, and added that if Driver had not called him to battle, he would never have come here. Red-eye explained to Khan that Driver asked him to fight him because he did not want to see serious injuries in this exam. Red-eye gave Khan a strange thing, saying that it was a desire suppression patch, and all the Wilson villains use it. Red-eye explained everything to him and said that this patch needs to be attached behind the ear, and it is flesh-colored, so it will not stand out. Kanu thought that he was wondering who was making these patches, since the villains in prisons were given exactly the same ones, but in a different form. Red-eye brought Kana back to reality by saying that the next opponent is the Black Hand and he hopes he and the good guy don't get beat up too much. Kanu listened to him carefully, but did not understand where the Black Hand was a good guy, because he himself attacked him from behind for the first time. At this time, Black Hand was discussing with the villains how they liked the guy, and Cutter said that Kanu was good in one-on-one battles, or maybe Jwack is weaker as a woman. Razak added that it may not be a matter of gender, but that Kanu has the strength to defeat Jwack in the first round, knocking her out with one blow. Crash offered to fight him 3-on-1, but the Black Hand did not appreciate this idea, unlike Cutter, and someone interrupted the conversation. It was Jwack who woke up, saying that even lions make a group attack, calling their friends for help in hunting a strong buffalo. The Black Hand told her that Jwack had completely lost her fear, because he himself could defeat him, because he was a great tiger hunting alone, and not some kind of lion. He was told to shut up, but he did not listen, and then Jwack told him that she was not joking with him, but came here knowing that this was not an ordinary test. Jwack said that in fact this test is a trap for people like them, and she, along with Red Eye, tells him this completely seriously. Jwack said that the Black Hand, who will be eliminated third in the final, is also being used only to make Kanu seem better compared to them. Jwack asked him to listen first, saying that she heard a conversation with Driver in the pub about how he was going to make Kanu the next boss of Vilzona. The Black Hand replied that this was complete nonsense, because many villains were targeting this place, and Jwack said that it was true, she was not alone there and the others could confirm. Jwack got angry, saying that Kanu was an idiot, a stranger who did not know the laws of these places, and they could not give Wilson to him so easily. She said that one cannot believe that the driver is patronizing him, because this is not the same driver that was before, now he is deceived by him. Jwack said it was time to solve the problem and they all needed to show this idiot where he belonged, and the villains wondered what they had to do with it. However, their questions were dismissed when Jwack said that she brought people with her to make it more fun, and they stood behind her. At this time, Kwan Yuri was flying on the plane, they brought her dinner, and she began to eat, thinking about how long it would take her to fly to America. Saying bon appetit to herself, Kwan Yuri looked out the window, wondering how Kan was doing now and whether he was eating well. Meanwhile, Kanu was eating sandwiches from Red Eye, who said that if he eats right, he will become healthier. While eating it, Kanu realized that they tasted like garbage, and Moros asked if he suspected eyes, to which he replied that Jeff said he should be on his guard. Kanu noticed a Black Hand who approached him with downcast eyes and asked what his relationship was with Driver. Black Hand asked what Kanu had done to him, and while Kanu did not understand what he meant, Crash flew towards him from behind, trying to hit him in the back with a hammer. Kanu sensed the danger and managed to jump to the side, but Cutter came up behind him, preparing to hit him, but Kanu hit him first. The Cutter, who did not have time to dodge the counterattack, jumped back after receiving the blow, realizing that Kanu had the reflexes and reaction of a monster. Kanu stood surrounded by 3 villains, saying that they could not defeat him, so they decided to attack the 3 of them, taking them not by force, but by numbers. Kanu stood still, but suddenly a barrel sent by Jwack flew at him, and Kanu realized that he was at a disadvantage. Jwack ran out to the evading Kana and said that since 3 were not enough, then even more would be enough, after which she struck him with the drunken dash skill. At this time, Driver was sitting in the same place and asked Voronik that since the day had gone well, he needed to find out how his pet was doing. Driver said that the nickname Black Duckling would not suit him, and that he did not have a villain nickname at all, but Crow interrupted him. She tried to seduce him by saying that he would rather be interested in her as well and she would repay him, but he ignored her and asked about a villainous name for Kanu. Suddenly Red Eye arrived to them, and Driver asked if he was done with his work, but Crow ordered him to get out quickly. The driver asked that since Red Eye had done a good job, he should know how the Dark Duckling was doing, but he did not understand what he was talking about. However, the driver suddenly became silent, feeling a strange sensation, and used his glasses to enhance his vision, and realized that something dangerous was happening at the battle site. All the villains living or present in Wilson at that time felt a strange force in the battle area, and Kana was thrown into the wall. Kanu became seriously angry, and when Crash was about to hit the neutralized villain again, Kanu stopped his hammer with his hand and hit him with all his anger. Crash was defeated by Khan in one blow, but Khan was not allowed to catch his breath and rest. Black Hand attacked him from behind, intending to kill him. Kanu felt this attack and dodged the blow by going behind the Black Hand and grabbed him by the hair, kicking him with great force and speed. But the fight did not end there, because Kanu was seriously angry, and he hit the Black Hand, driving it into the ground, after which he fought off the newly attacking Crash. Crash was thrown back again, but before Kanu had time to come to his senses, Jwack attacked him from behind, hitting him diagonally with a barrel, but he managed to dodge the blow. But having escaped the blow with a barrel, Kanu did not wait and attacked in response, jumping into the air and pouring energy into his right leg, letting Jwack know that she was about to be hit by a blow of incredible power. The 3 villains were defeated despite their numerical advantage, and Black Hand looked at Kana, thinking that he was too strong, a pompous jerk. Black Hand was thinking that he couldn't lose to him, and Crash next to him woke up, saying that they were fortunately alive, wondering where such a monster came from. But suddenly 2 villains appeared, Hemoboy of rank C+, Archer class and the skill of Fossils, who said that hunting was more interesting this way, and Pointer of rank C, class of Night and with the skill of Fire. Kanu noticed them and thought that there were more enemies every second, and said that it was time to deal with the midges, to which Pointer got angry. Pointer was unhappy with his words, saying that Kanu had no conscience, but fell silent when Kanu used his mana, releasing an aura and intimidating him. But at that moment the villain Iron Mask of rank B+, Striker class and Order skill came running, and he said that Kanu should be left to him, because he would bring justice. Having said that he was doing this in the name of Wilson, he flew into Kanu at full speed, putting his hands in front of him, and Kanu managed to move away, but was shocked by his speed. Hime-boy immediately began his attack, shouting that the hunt had begun, and used the hammer strike skill, hitting the nail from his body with the hammer in his hands. Kanu reacted instantly, dodging the attack by diving forward and running with fast and sharp explosive movements straight towards the Hime killer. However, Pointer prevented Himobreaker from defending himself by standing in front of him and used his fire spear skill to summon fire, saying that he would show Kon real fire. But Kana was not at all embarrassed by this. He continued to run towards him and used the dark fire skill, surprising the printer with his abilities. Crash and Black Hand watched this, and Crash shouted that perhaps Kanu was an enlightened class, but he was told not to stand idle. The person who answered them was Jwack, who ran into Crash, telling him to attack, and Crash replied that she was crazy. At the same time, she launched her barrel at Kanu with all her strength, but Kanu could not stand it and used the Shadow Sword skill, cutting her barrel in half. Crash, who was flying towards Kanu, was about to hit him with a huge hammer, but Kanu used the Knife of Darkness skill, cutting his weapon in the same way as the barrel. Having broken Crash's weapon, Kanu turned around and brutally quickly caught up with him, kicking him with a swing, temporarily disabling him for the third time. Black Hand gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking that there cannot be such a young villain, because Kanu does not hesitate at all in a fight with them, does not give up and attacks. The Black Hand thought that their situation was now hopeless, and realized that perhaps it was not they who were hunting Kanu, but Kanu who was hunting them. Kanu was about to finish off these remaining enemies, but suddenly his leg got tangled in something, and then his whole body also got tangled and was immobilized due to the bonds. The villain who made this trap was a B-rank binder with a support class and a dark skill, saying that he knew Kanu would fall into his net. The binder told Ken that he need not waste his time trying to get out, because his webs bind not only his body, but also the desires and intentions in his head. The binder added that they both had the power of darkness, so he could not resist, but calmly accept the position and go to hell, and Kanu became worried. Kanu could not get out, because his body did not obey him, and at that moment Chwack and Pointer jumped towards him, preparing to strike him while they had the chance. Kanu was able to move his hand and grabbed Pointer's spear, which intended to kill him by piercing him through, but he still suffered an unfortunate fate. At that moment, a voice was heard from behind, saying that all dirt should disappear from sight, for the sake of peace in Wilson, and the iron mask flew into him from behind. At that moment, Jwack said that she agreed with his words and punched Kana in the stomach, causing him to feel all her power on himself, to feel the gravity of the situation. Crash hit Kanu in the side, and Kanu felt that he was losing control of the situation. The fight turned into a beating, and Kanu stopped feeling the pain and retreated into himself. Kanu began to feel that something was changing in his head, and heard the voice of Kwan Kanu, the owner of the body, who said that Cashin was a weakling, since he was only capable of stealing his body. The owner of the body in his head said that if this was indeed true, then Cashin was truly better off dead, and Cashin remembered his death. Suddenly, all the villains stopped beating Kanu, because incredible energy began to emanate from him, which made even Maros surprised, and Kanu opened his eyes burning with mana. At this time, Driver flew with Crow and Red Eye on a screwdriver to the scene, and Crow asked if he was overreacting. The driver replied that it would be good if nothing bad happened there, and the entire exam would be completed without casualties or losses. However, after these words, a strange wave of energy appeared in Wilson, and Driver said that something bad had happened, surprising Crow. At this moment, Jwack exclaimed in disbelief. Crash and Black Hand stood, not understanding what was happening, while a power that was hard to believe emanated from Kanu. Jwack was the first to come to her senses, after which she ran away with her fist at the ready and shouted that there was no need to be afraid, because just a little more and they would finish him off. However, at that moment, the binder's shadow bonds were cut by Kanu's shadow swords. Jwack was stopped by the shadow sword, greatly surprised. Kanu was angry and began to summon shadow swords in huge numbers, creating a boundary between him and the villains, and he was eventually driven back. Jwack said that he was crazy, but Kanu did not hear her, saying that he must take revenge, and under no circumstances could he die in this place. Kanu stood in the middle of the battlefield, and Driver looked at him along with Crow from above, asking if this was exactly the same Dark Duckling. Driver peered at Kanu with his scanning glasses and said out loud that Kanu's mana was now more than 2,000, surprising everyone with this. Red Eye realized that Kanu was now at a catastrophic level of danger, and Crow asked how to deal with it now. At this time, Moros tried to shout to Kanu, who was out of his mind, telling him to come to his senses, that he couldn't be that bad. Moros continued to try to return Cashin to his body, rejecting the villainous nature that played out within him, and telling Cashin to wake up. Moros fell silent. Cashin, in Quan Kanwa's body, returned to his previous state, but held his head with his hand, telling Moros that he should not think that he would lose control of himself forever. Kanu said that this couldn't happen and pointed to the patch from Red Eye that helped contain the power, and Moros thanked him for that in his head. Driver saw this and said that everything was fine, but Crow added that it was really a shame that they wouldn't be able to see his true power. Driver scanned it with his glasses and realized that his mana glasses had returned to the same, but he was confused about what kind of normal explosion it was in such a case. Kanu told Moros that he was fine, but his head was spinning, and turned his attention to the villains, asking if they would continue to fight. Jwack bit her tongue in anger, but Black Hand suddenly said that they were giving up, silencing Jwack, who was about to continue. Jwack told him to speak for himself, but Black Hand told her that she too was giving up, and prevented her from objecting to this by punching her in the face. He grabbed Jwack by the collar and prepared to strike again, saying it was time for her to finally admit defeat in the fight. Black Hand asked if she had any pride left and told her that she would tell the boss about it, at which point Driver appeared behind them. Driver looked at them, then turned his attention to Kana and said that he congratulated him on his victory, grinning cheerfully. Kanu asked if he was happy, and Driver replied that of course he was glad, because now Kanu was a full-fledged resident of Wilzona, the city of villains. Kanu replied that since he was an equal resident of Wilson, he could rest here, and fell into Driver's hand, losing consciousness. The next morning, Kwan Yuri left the airport in Philadelphia, thinking about how Kangwoo was doing now, hoping that he was doing well. She texted him on her phone, but stopped and turned her attention to a man standing with a sign that said, "Welcome, Kwan Yuri." This man named Sean came to meet her, saying that this was her duty, and invited her to inspect her house, to which she agreed. Sean said that this is also his responsibility, and Kwan Yuri said that she was grateful to him, asking what kind of person is the boss. Sean told her that the manager really loves his job, and now he is on a business trip, from which he can return in 10 days. Yuri said that was great, and Sean told her that she could ask him anything she was interested in at any time. She thanked him for his concern and suddenly said that she promised herself and him that she would work hard, tirelessly, and achieve her goal. Suddenly the action moves to distant years, in someone's memories, and in an orphanage a boy told a man that he would become a psyker. The man replied that the boy wanted to become a cool villain, but young Cashin told him that these were dreams from his distant childhood. The man asked Cashin why he wanted to become a psyker and he replied that he wanted to be on the side of good, that was the reason. A man named Hyun said that this was nonsense, and, answering the boy's questions, said to listen to him carefully, because not all psychers are on the side of good. Cashin replied that this was strange, and asked Hyun who, then, was on the side of good, if not the psychers and not the villains. Hyun at first said that he didn't know, but then he thought about it and replied that on the side of good are those who fight for universal peace, and not for themselves. Cashin listened to him attentively, and Hyun patted him on the head, telling him to be attentive to good and evil, remember his words and appreciate what he has. Little Cashin sat with curiosity in his eyes as Hyun told him that he really hoped that he would make the right choice. At this moment, Cashin returns to Kwan Kanu's body and realizes that he had been sleeping for a long time, seeing Moros in front of him, who does not understand Kanu's panic. Kanu asked Moros where he was and if he called him, but there was no answer. He heard Driver, who thought Kanu was sleeping. At that moment, in Lampa's office in Korea, Psyker Kim Woo-chan was walking along the corridor of one of the middle floors, thinking about something important. He went into his Sunbi's room, Lee Di-wong, saying that he congratulated him on his discharge, but saw a gloomy picture there. Kim Woo-chan turned on the light, seeing Di-wong sitting over his sword, and Woo-chan asked him why he was sitting in his room alone, without a light. Lee Din answered him by name, but then shouted, saying that his sword no longer worked, picking it up and showing it to Wu-chang. Lee Dun explained that it was as if all the magical powers had been sucked out of his sword, and added that this might be the work of Blood Rain, the defeated villain. Kim Woo-chan stood and did not understand a word, while Lee Dun told him that Blood Rain, who ruined the sword, would still pay. At this time, Driver and Kanu were sitting in the pub where they came for the first time, and Driver congratulated Kanu on his victory and appointment. The driver said they were at Jez pub to help with customers and added that he had punished all those responsible for the testing incident. Driver said this and asked if such punishment was enough, but Kanu remained silent, remembering what happened during his exam. Ji has served Kong a delicious dish at the house's expense and said that it was his congratulations for the new boss, answering Kang's question. Kanu did not understand which boss they were talking about, and Driver said that he defeated everyone, so the boss, and he himself surrendered in advance, so Kanu has no choice. Kanu said he didn't want it, but Driver replied that they would issue a permit and there would be no problem, causing Kanu to ask if he was his employer. Driver said that Kanu can do what he wants, but it is important for him that the position of Wilzona's boss is filled by an equally charismatic and strong guy. Kanu said the locals would not be able to accept the new boss so easily as he was an eyesore, but Driver said they would change their minds. Driver said that the main thing is that he believes in Kana, and his opinion will not change and will remain so in the future, the rest is trifles. Kanu remembered how Hyun told him similar words when Cashin was a child, adding that one should believe in goodness and be a kind person. Driver asked Kanu if he had a villainous name, and wanted to say that the Dark Duckling came up with a name for him, but didn't have time. He said that he would take the name Cashin, the name of a high-class psyker who was killed for treason, and this villain would exact revenge under his name. Kanu recalled standing at the airport, watching the plane with his sister take off, and Moros asked if he was worried. Cashin, being in Kanu's body, replied that he hoped that nothing bad would happen to her and that his help would not be needed. Moros asked if Kanu was looking to settle in Wilson to improve his skills, and Kanu said it was a great place. Kanu thought about it and replied that he would have strong comrades next to him, and he could not lag behind them, he needed to match. Kanu said that thanks to training he is getting better and stronger, but Lapis has eyes everywhere, so Wilson is the best place, because it allows him to move freely. He added that perhaps due to his enormous potential, he was able to gain a second power that no one had heard of before. Kanu looked at the sun and said that if he used all his skills wisely, his revenge could be carried out perfectly. Moros added that then they could begin searching for the sword of destruction that Jeff was talking about, and Kanu was surprised at his words. Kanu came back to reality, standing on the bridge, looking at Wilson, and realized that he had indeed become the boss of this city. At that moment, at Siawa Girls High School in Kadam District, Kim Nian returned to her studies and noticed that her classmates were engrossed in something. A friend showed her the news with a photo of Kanu, saying that there is a new boss in Wilson, but there is no need to be afraid, because brother Nian will quickly catch him. While her classmates said that it would be easier than Wuchan catching Blood Rain, Nian was shocked that Kanu was Wilson's boss. At this time, in Wilson, the Black Hand asked Crash to give him a list of the 6 best villains, but Crash replied that there was no need to be angry if he didn't make it there. Black Hand reproached him, but Crash replied that he was in 6th place there, and Black Hand got angry, saying that the ranking was delusional and false. Crash wondered why Kanu chose the villainous name Cashin, and, answering the Black Hand's question, said that the name belonged to one of the best psychers. Black Hand asked who the other psycher was, and Crash replied that he didn't know anything, but Black Hand said that he didn't know their names. Bloodcutter replied that Cashin had recently died, and Crash realized that Kanu took the name of this psyker out of superstition. Razak said that the superstition is that if a villain takes the name of the deceased psyker, then his powers will be transferred to him. The Black Hand said that this is complete nonsense, and only an idiot would do this. You cannot believe in such nonsense in your own mind. Crash said that many in Wilson do this, and Black Hand added that many idiots do this, and Cutter asked not to quarrel between them again. The assassin class Bloodcutter wondered why Kanu chose this name, whether it was out of stupidity or because he could gain new power. At this time, in the same Wilson, in the basement training room, Cashin came out of the shower, refreshed after a long workout. Moros told him that he was training more than usual and his body might not be able to handle it, but Cashin replied that he knew what he was doing. Cashin added that his body had become noticeably stronger, and this was influenced not only by training, but also by the explosion during the exam. Suddenly someone knocked and called Cashin, and he replied that he was already on his way, but Moros reminded him that he was not in villain form right now. Cashin turned into his villain form and went somewhere with Driver, and Driver asked if he was training day and night, but Kanu asked him to get straight to the point. The Driver told him that a meeting of Wilzona's villains was being held soon, and his presence was mandatory, because he was Wilzona's boss. The reason was that prisoners escaped from the punishment cell, but the main problem is that they most likely went to the trader. At this time, a villain was sitting in one of the Wilson buildings in the Buxton district, asking the newcomers how they had the conscience to fail the mission, survive and come here. One of the women standing behind the villain in the chair called Jwack and Pointer rats, and they looked down as if in fear. Another woman said Wilson had changed bosses and that Driver, a former thorn in their plans, was no longer such a problem. Barracuda, an S-rank villain with the striker class and the fossil skill, sitting in a chair, told them that he was giving them a week to make the Kadam district his. The Driver explained that 400 people live in Kadam, and only 100 of them are villains, the rest are simple homeless people. He added that although everyone gets along in a place in complete peace, such life is not ordinary, it cannot be called ordinary. Sometime later, at a meeting in the Kadam area, Driver said that he checked the trackers of the escapees, and they are now in the Buxton area. Cashin said that there were 4 areas with Wilsons in Seoul, and asked those sitting at the table why those who escaped went to Buxton. Driver said that Kadam has differences with them, they cannot understand that Kadam does not want to unite with them. Driver created a hologram and Ken was explained that it was Wilson's boss in Puskin, Barracuda, and Red Eye added that he was S-rank. Red Eye added that Barracuda is a very cunning and strong person, but Driver said that he would not be able to defeat them. He explained that Barracuda's pride is his brass knuckles. It is said that this brass knuckles has several magical mana crystals. Buxton outnumbers them, according to Driver, and the problem is that Barracuda has a lot of top-ranked villains. Red Eye was about to say that they would attack the post, but Driver added that they would not attack without complete confidence in their victory. The crow suddenly said that you can take away Buxton's confidence by showing your love of freedom, making it look like all the villains in Kadam have gone crazy. The Driver said that this has never happened before, but you can try, as long as it doesn't look too forced. Driver said that, in addition, Kadam has a secret weapon, but at that moment Cashin stood up and began to leave, saying that he was going home. Cashin responded to Driver's words that he was the boss and the meeting was not over yet by saying that he had exams soon and needed to prepare. After Cashin said it was time to study, Driver let him go, and Crow wondered why Wilson's boss needed exams. Sometime later, at a coffee shop, Kim Woo-chan was sitting with someone over coffee, answering someone that he didn't hang up his calls. Seo Jiho, a psyker trainee with a support class and the skill of psychokinesis, replied that he himself had not tried to call either, adding whether Woo-chan had plans for the future, since it was already autumn. Seo Jiho asked if he would advance further as a psyker or go to school, but Woo-chan told him that he didn't know yet. Woo Chang took coffee and said that he wanted to try himself in different areas and gain some life experience. Seo Jiho replied that then it was worth choosing not a regular school, but a training campus for psychers, as his father wished. Woo Chang remained silent, and Seo Jiho said that if he becomes an S-class psycher, like his father, but did not have time to finish, because Woo Chang said that he was not ready for this. Uchin said that only 30 people around the world have this title, and his goal is to become one of them, because then he can take revenge. Seo Jiho answered him that a simple support like himself cannot reach such heights, despite the fact that among the top psychers there is one support class. She objected to Woo Chang. Seo Jiho added that Woo Chang has a much greater chance of becoming a top psycher, because he caught blood rain. Seo Jiho said that everyone at school wants to imitate Woo-chan, and Woo-chan was about to answer that he wasn't the one who caught blood rain, but the phone buzzed. Woo-chan said that his sister, Kim Neon, wanted to meet him, and he offered to go with Seo Jiho, just for company. Uchkin said that they had not seen her for a long time, and at that time Cashin passed on the street, telling Moros that he was going to buy a book. Not long before this, in Wilson, Puskin district, in a punishment cell, Barracuda walked among the cells with towerless villains imprisoned in them. He entered the cell where the villain sat in human form, saying where his cute, favorite toys had gone. Barracuda went into the punishment cell of this villain and he asked who he was and where his toys were, to which Barracuda replied that he had hidden them. The bound villain said that if he hid them, he would have to pay for it with his life, but Barracuda approached him point blank. Barracuda said that he would give him new toys, and when asked what kind of toys, he said that the toys were in the Kadam region, in the place of his homeland. Barracuda asked the villain if he remembered Driver, and he replied that he was the great boss there, a friend who just wanted to tear his eyes out. Barracuda replied that he was no longer the boss, and added that the villain could go there. Interesting toys were already waiting for him, and he removed the shackles from him. Returning to the present, Neon approached on Min Young, saying how long she had been waiting for her, and said that she was surprised by her new phone number. And Min Young said that she did not wait long, and added about the number that she wants to change everything after what happened, and also forget about it after the hospital. On Min Young asked where her brother was, and when she found out that he was waiting to meet her at the bookstore, she gave Neon a gift in a bag, saying that it was for her. Saying that it was a sign of gratitude, they came to the bookstore, and Kim Neon smelled the books, because she likes their smell. Saying that she loved the smell of new books, Neon said that she would go buy one, and on Min Young replied that she would go with her. Min Young asked what kind of book she was looking for, and Neon replied that she wanted to buy a cooking book for her brother because it wasn't sold online. Neon found this book about Korean food for puppies, but just as she was about to take it, another person took the book. This someone was Cashin, and Neon screamed at him to wait, because she was the first to take it, but he replied that he had the book in his hands. Cashin remembered that this was the girl that Bloodrain stole, and saw the second one behind her, realizing that everything was fine with them, and he gave Neon the book. Morrow said that he would not help him with cooking tomorrow, and Cashin answered out loud that now they would ask about the book in the warehouse, because she should not be alone. On Min Young asked if Neon knew this guy, but Kim Neon only looked at his back, holding a puppy cooking book in her hands. At this time, the hooligans were sitting behind the school, playing fights with bricks, and the guy who was with the baton said that they were fun alone. The guy with purple hair suddenly said that he was bored and wanted to bring back the old days, surprising all the other bullies. But a man's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, saying that if he was bored, he could help him have fun by making the bully shut up. The hooligans were alarmed, but the strange villain said that he would give them a gift, because they were very cute and needed to be cheered up. The hooligans realized that there was a villain in front of them, and he said that they could refuse, and the hooligans refused his terrible gift. Saying that there was nothing fun in their refusals, the villain used the gift time skill and put a gift on the purple-haired guy's head. This gift on the bully's head suddenly had a face and began to move, and the other bullies trembled nearby in fear. Puppeteer, a rank A-class generator villain with chaos skill, said that now they would all have a lot of fun together. At that moment, Wu-chan and Seo Jiho noticed Nian running towards them while they were standing in the middle of the bookstore. Kim Wu-chan asked why they were here since they could have gone to a cafe, and Nian replied that she wanted to buy a book at the store. She showed him a book on cooking for puppies, and Wu-chan thanked her, saying that he was looking for it to develop his cooking skills. Wu-chan asked on Min-young, who was standing nearby, if she was okay, and found out that everything was fine. She replied that she was already feeling better. Nian gave Wu-chan a gift in a bag, saying it was from Min-young, and Min-young told him it was a token of gratitude for saving him from the villain. Nian noticed how Cashin stood at the checkout, listening to him being told that there was no more such book left, because there was only one. But suddenly the whole building seemed to be in debt, and everyone felt something was wrong. Even Maros became alarmed and looked around. At that second, they heard a trek, and Cashin shouted to everyone to lie down, after which all the glass cracked and something in the building broke. When everything cleared up, everyone was fine. But Wu Chang suddenly noticed that in the middle of the store there was a strange figure of a man with a gift on his head. The driver was sitting in his office in Wilson Kadama at that time and suddenly heard that urgent news was going to be announced on TV. According to the news, a man said that people with gift boxes on their heads are appearing in a shopping center in Kadam district, and this is the work of a villain. The news said that they would be contacting a reporter, and driver turned his attention to the news, stopping to think about Cashin's exams. The driver asked what they were talking about, and Crow said that, based on the familiar boxes, it was clear that this was the work of that crazy villain who escaped 3 years ago. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall in Kadama, Wu-chan and Seo Jiho were looking at the man in the gift box, thinking that he was a villain. At that second, while the psychers were thinking, 3 plush-like toys flew out of the man in the gift. Kim Wu-chan and Seo Jiho fought off the 2 toys as if they were being hit not by soft plush toys, but by cannonballs. The 3rd toy flew straight at Kim Nian, but it was knocked down by Cashin, who was standing nearby, hitting it with a book, and Nian said thank you. The man in the gift moved again, and Seo Jiho said that now something might come out of him again, while Cashin looked at the disappearing toy. Kim Wu-chan rushed into battle, telling Seo Jiho that he would neutralize the villain, and he would cover the rest, preparing to attack. Thinking that he had to destroy all the villains, Uchkin rushed forward, but he was stopped by Cashin, saying that he did not want to kill a person. Cashin stepped forward and said that the man in the gift was just a puppet controlled by the villain, and there was no point in attacking him. Seo Jiho turned around and stopped, thinking that since the man in the gift was a puppet, how did Cashin know this? But he remained silent. Cashin remembered being told in Lampas that if he was a psyker, he had to think like a psyker, be rational and look from the outside. Cashin advised Wu Chang and Jiho that the safety of civilians was paramount and they needed to look at the situation from different angles. Uchkin wondered how the man knew the psyker rule, but at that moment the villain was flying at him, and Cashin shouted for him to come to his senses. Wu-chan turned around and barely managed to dodge the blow, after which Seo Jiho shouted for Wu-chan not to touch the person in the gift box. Seo Jiho decided that since this was not a villain, but a controlled person, his magic would work, and he used the recovery skill on him. Seo Jiho hit the target with his skill, and the gift-wrapped man began to return to his normal face. Seo Jiho asked if he succeeded and An Minyoung praised him for his hard work, but Kim Nian looked at the situation with caution. Cashin said that he was great, under the mask was an ordinary person, and Jiho's restoration magic returned his ordinary face. Cashin began to punch the man lying on the ground in the face, which surprised everyone sitting nearby, but Kim Wu-chan was thinking about something else. At this time, complete chaos was happening in Kadam, people were running in the streets with gifts, and the villain puppeteer was standing on the roof of the building, content with the view from below. However, he suddenly stopped laughing, feeling that someone had offended his toy, and began to seek revenge for it and find the offender. His thoughts were audibly interrupted by Driver, sitting behind him, who said that he would not find anyone, forcing him to turn around. The puppeteer realized that it was the driver, and he said that he had warned him that if he came into their territory, he would not leave him alone. The puppeteer replied that Driver's intimidation was too weak for him, and said that he was very glad to see him again. After his words about meeting again, the puppeteer said that he loved his beautiful sparkling eyes, and the poet was going to snatch them from him with his own hands. The puppeteer attacked him, but Driver was prepared for this, so he used his large screwdriver as a club, hitting him from the side. After that, Driver said that these dummies annoy him, so he doesn't want to see them and might even get angry. At this time, in Seoul, in Wilson district of Buksan district, the news showed that there had been a terroristic attack by villains in the Gadam district. Barracuda, sitting among the villains, said that this was not enough, and the beginning for Gadam should be even more fun. Rockhand, an rank striker with her skill, asked why they couldn't just barge in and destroy everything in the Gadam area. The villain Ice Demon is an A-rank mage class and with the skill of ice said that all he cares about is that he can freeze everything around him. Barracuda suddenly said that he didn't care about the others, the main thing was that the drivers should be left especially for him, taking all the most delicious things for himself. Smoker, an A-rank villain with a magic class and wind skill, said that she wanted fried chicken, so she would take on Crow. An A+ rank black ghost with an assassin class and a darkness skill said that he was interested in Cashin because they were both attribute of darkness. The smoker said that it was unusual for him to be interested in people, and Barracuda replied that he was talking about Vilzona's new boss, Gatum. Barracuda answered Black Ghost's question by saying that he could do whatever he wanted, and he thanked him with an indifferent face. CSM asked what would happen to the puppeteer, the toymaker, and Barracuda replied that he would get rid of him, because he had fulfilled his role by starting the war. Ignoring the fact that it was cruel, Barracuda said that this time he would surely capture the Gatum for himself, putting on a determined face. And in this very Gatum, people were running in gift boxes in the middle of the streets, and one of them was about to catch up with civilians. At that moment, Seojiho, together with Wuchan, caught up with the man and used restoration magic on him, returning him to his previous form. Wuchan said that they need to catch the villain, but Seojiho said that it would be better to wait for reinforcements, and Wuchan replied that he should not hesitate for a second. Seojiho asked who was behind this, and Wuchan replied that the villain was a famous psychopath, a toymaker. He saw records of him in Gatum's library of villains. Uchin said that the toy creator puppeteer is a dangerous psycho who was ready to take any risk and do anything for fun. Cashin took the phone and said that Driver had contacted him, and Moros said that, apparently, the creator of the toys was a problem, since Driver asked for help. Moros said that there were too many eyes around, and Cashin replied that he needed to get out of here and disappear from people's sight. He was about to leave, but Kim Nian stopped him, saying that it was dangerous there, and it was better to wait for her older brother, Wuchan, because he was a psyker. Cashin realized that it would be difficult, and Moros, as if confirming his thoughts, said that escaping from them was more difficult than it seemed at first glance. But suddenly the puppeteer appeared behind the girls, about to hit them on the head with a gift, and Cashin rushed forward, saving their lives. The puppeteer praised Cashin for his speed, and Wu Chang suddenly noticed that he, his sister and Minyoung were thrown to the side because of the villain. The creator of the toys drew attention to the psychers, saying that he would punish them for damaging his toy, and Uchkin realized that the villain himself had come into their hands. The puppeteer said that he was very glad that after 3 years someone still knew him, and said that Uchkin should be rewarded for this. The villain created a gift in his hands with which he was going to hit the psychers, and said that this special gift was especially for them. The puppeteer rushed towards them, but Kim Wuchan was the first to attack, using his flash skill, forcing him to stop with his fire. The puppeteer threw the gift from his hands, and a plush fish flew out of the gift, which attacked Wu Chang with water, forcing him to defend himself. The puppeteer was about to finish off Uchkin, who was defending himself from the fish, but stopped because a phone was thrown at his head. The puppeteer turned around and asked who was spoiling his fun, but then Uchkin had already managed to come to his senses and attacked the villain with fire in his fist. Wuchin punched the puppeteer right in the face, who did not have time to dodge the blow, and told him to eat all his fire. The gift flew out of the villain, and the puppeteer flew several meters away from the impact when Uchin said that all the villains must be destroyed. Kim Wuchan stood with his fist lowered, which he hit the puppeteer with, and saw a familiar phone in front of him, which prevented the villain. Moros asked if Cashin saw how Kim Nian threw the phone at the villain without even hesitating, thereby helping her brother in the battle. Cashin noticed that a strange power was emanating from her at that moment, and realized that Kim Nian was close to awakening her powers. But suddenly all of them, standing around the villain, saw how he came to his senses, lying on the ground after being hit by Uchkin, far from them. The puppeteer stood up as if he had become a new villain, and said that people are so naughty, because you can't break his toys so carelessly. But he suddenly used his power and stuck out his tongue, saying that he still had many funny toys, and created a gift with a face in his hands. At this time in Lapis, Korea, Lee Dun ran out of the building, apologizing to the psyker girl for the fact that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. He called this girl Sunbeam, saying that she had a cool car, but she replied that a pain like him had better get into the car quickly. Ham Jisuan, an A+ rank striker class psyker with the skill of physics, said that Gatum is densely populated, so delay is prohibited. She also said that the suspected villain is the puppeteer, and Lee Dung said that he did not expect the toymaker to return. Ham Jisuan said that his partner Wu Chang reported what was happening, and Lee Dun asked if he was alone there now. She replied that psyker trainee Seo Jito was with him, and Lee Dun replied that he would call him now and tell him not to stick his neck out again. Ham Jisuan told him to tell Wu Chang to wait in a safe place and wait for reinforcements without repeating the incident with Blood Rain. She said that she had a bad feeling because it was very strange for a villain who disappeared 3 years ago to suddenly appear again. Lee Din said that the villain probably got bored with hiding and started going on a rampage, but Ham Ji-soon replied that it was not that simple. She said that not only in Seoul, but also in every Wilson region of the country, strange activity of villains who have gotten out of control has been noticed. Psyker also said that it looks like someone is trying to stir up conflict by pitting the Wilsons against each other. Lee Din asked who benefits from this, and Ham Ji-soon replied that the one who wants to absorb all the Wilsons will benefit. Lee Din screamed, saying that Wu Chang's phone was turned off and it was most likely the work of the puppeteer, but the girl told him to call again. Lee Din shook all over, saying that the second time there was silence, worried about his partner, and Ham Ji-soon told him to shut up and not interfere. During this time in Gatam, the puppeteer began to create many gifts, saying that it was time to have fun until they dropped dead. The puppeteer launched these gifts at peaceful people, and Kim Woo-chan began to repel the attack, breaking every gift in his path. But the toys that flew out of the gifts hung on Kim Woo-chan, restraining his strength, and the puppeteer said that this was his special slime gift. The puppeteer said that this gift is unique, and soon Wu Chang will become the best toy for him, and the toys began to consume his body. Cashin shouted at Seo Jiho, calling him blue-haired, and told him to use his ability on Wu Chang and not stand there like a pillar. Seo Jiho did as Cashin said, and the toys began to fall off Kim Woo-chan like water, releasing his power. The puppeteer realized that the one who was killing his puppets was Jiho and jumped towards him, telling him to stop breaking his toys. Uchkin managed to push him in the back while jumping and began to attack the puppeteer, but he began to read his attacks and dodge the blows. The puppeteer grabbed Kim Woo-chan by the neck, saying that he had a super rare item in his hands and he would be honored to become his toy. But suddenly, the shadow sword cut through this gift in his hand, and the shadow bonds rolled up the puppeteer, immobilizing him for a while. Kim Woo-chan caught the moment when someone interfered with the puppeteer again and delivered a punch to his face, causing him to fly away. The puppeteer was incapacitated and thrown back, and Uchin noticed that it was the same sword that the unknown villain used to save his sister. Driver watched the battle from above using his drone and said it was best to pretend he didn't see anything. The next day there was a TV report about the events that took place in the Gatam shopping area yesterday afternoon. The host asked Ham Ji-soon if the toy creator was responsible for this, and she confirmed his words, saying that huge damage was caused. The man asked the reason for the frequent attacks of villains in Gatam, and she replied that Wilsona is a place of socialization for villains. Ji-soon said that according to statistics, cities with Wilsons have lower crime rates than other cities without Wilsons. She said she thought the result of the recent spate of crimes was that the ringleaders were not Wilsons. The presenter asked her how to solve this problem, and she replied that to solve it, it was necessary to reorganize the Wilsona in the Gatam region. Ji-soon said that if the psychers had been inactive, there would have been many more casualties among the population. She said that the participation of psycher Kim Woo-chan deserves special attention, because he is one of the most promising in the Korean Lampas. Ji-soon said that there were rumors about his internship being cut short, but then Kim Woo-chan took the remote control and turned off the TV completely. He remembered how Lee Din told him after the battle with the puppeteer that he was proud of such a partner, and he could say that he had completed his internship. He remembered how Cashin saved him several times, and thought about why the villain saves people, and why he does such actions. He bit his tongue in misunderstanding and disagreement, thinking that this villain had the same name as the great psycher Cashin Lee. At this time, Driver spoke with the villains that a group had appeared that wanted to eliminate Vilzona Gatam, doing this through the press. Royal Gannet said that he thinks that soon Vilzona Buxon will declare that he wants to take over Vilzona of the Gatam region, making it his own. A villain girl with lilac hair sitting next to him said that this would be an official declaration of war on Vilzone. The driver asked him about the rest of the Wilsons of Seoul, and Gannet said that they were hiding like mice and waiting for the moment to attack. He said that in the future, in any case, they will get them, and Driver said that, in other words, they know that everything is rigged. Driver added that they were made the first scapegoats, and now Wilzona Gatam looks like an easy target for others. The driver told Gannet that they couldn't do it without his help, but also added that he had his own secret weapon, and he asked where it was now. The yellow-haired girl said that she couldn't smell the new boss Gatam, and the second villain said that the new boss was just trash. Driver said that he was currently busy taking midterm exams, so he did not come, and should be back soon, surprising Gannet. At this time, Cashin was standing on the roof of Gatam High School, talking to someone on the phone given to him by Driver. Eating meat pie, Cashin said that he was eating well, and his sister should stop worrying about him and think about herself. Kwan Yuri, who was walking through the residence, said that she could not help but worry because something dangerous happened in Gatam yesterday. Cashin in Kwan Kangwa's body replied that he was not there and was studying for exams at home, so she was too worried, and Moros looked at all this with boredom. Kwon Yuri asked if exam time had already begun, and he replied that midterm exams had already begun today. Yuri asked if he was studying hard, adding that he should remember what would happen if his grades dropped, and Kanu replied that he would do his best. Yuri replied that he should always give his best, because she wants to see the result, but the conversation was interrupted by Kim Woo-chan. He suddenly told her that he needed to go to the toilet and would call her back later, after which he put away the phone and turned to face Woo-chan. Kim Woo-chan stood with a serious face and suddenly called Kong Woo by his name and said that he had important words for him. Meanwhile in America, Kwon Yuri thought that her brother was nervous and she should have told him to take some healing herbs from home. A man in a suit suddenly called her, saying that he couldn't get through and find her, and she replied that she called home, asking what happened. Sean said that he was on another occasion and said that the director of this residence returned from a business trip 10 days later. Sean said that as soon as the director returned, he immediately said that he wanted to meet Kwon Yuri in person, which surprised her. A minute later, Sean came into the director's office, saying that he had brought manager Kwon Yuri, and she thought it was the first time she had seen this man. The director turned to face them and said that he apologized for such a sudden rude invitation, and even at such a late time. His face was pale, like an elf's, and he had blonde hair, and he extended his hand, saying it was nice to meet you. His name was Vincent. At this time, on the roof of the school, Wu Chang said that he wanted to thank Kashin and Kanu's body for helping him yesterday. Uchin said that in that situation, Kanu did not hesitate and he should have learned from him despite the fact that he is Uchin's psyker. He said that Kanu acted without delay and helped him with advice, after which Uchin handed him the package, saying that this was the second thing he wanted to do. He said that his sister gave it to him, saying that she wanted to thank him for his help yesterday, and Kashin was surprised. Wu-chan became serious and said that he wanted to confess that this was the first time his sister had given a gift to another guy other than him. Kim Woo-chan handed him the package and told him to take it, because Nian had been trying to find this gift for a long time, and after that he asked one more thing. Uchin asked if Kanu had happened to see a man dressed in black yesterday, but Kashin pretended not to understand him. Wu Chang realized that there was no point in asking this, so he said to score, after which he turned around and wished him good luck in the midterm exam. Moros asked what was inside the package, and Kashin took out a cooking book from there, which he gave to Nian yesterday at the shopping center. Sometime later, Driver asked Gadam Himaboy to set up barricades in Wilson, and said that he relied on his help. Driver said that they needed to set traps, and Crow asked if the Buxton guys would come, to which he replied that he thought they would. Driver realized that they seemed to be preparing for war, and noticed Kashin, asking him if he had passed his exams, since he returned so early. Kashin saw the villains working hard on something and asked Driver about it, learning that they were preparing to fight off the attack. After being asked who would attack, Driver said that he had quite a few men, but because of the preparation they could win. Kashin said he was going to Ujeha's pub and Driver asked if he failed his exams and Crow said she wanted to have a drink alone with Driver. At the pub, Ujiha asked how many top-quality mana crystals Kashin wanted to buy, and he replied that he needed all he had. Ujiha asked if he had enough money, because the crystals were incredibly expensive, and he wouldn't give them away for free, and Kashin asked how much they cost. Ujiha thought for a moment, after which he said that Kashin was very persistent, and if he was not bluffing, he invited him to inspect the goods. They went down to the basement behind the counter and Ujiha pulled out 2 boxes, saying that there were only 5 in stock, and Kashin replied that he expected more, saying that almost all the crystals had recently been bought up, and also that they were very difficult to get. Ujiha handed him a paper with the price of the crystals. Ujiha said that the price was very small, and Kashin suddenly replied that he would buy all 5 for a 20% discount, but he was refused. Kashin said that he would then buy 4 crystals, but would take the 5th as a gift, and Ujiha realized that the buyer was very stubborn. Ujiha said that he would give Kashin a discount, but only if he paid the entire amount at once, and Kashin asked for the invoice number. Some time ago, Kashin sat at the computer with Maros, saying that he has a Swiss bank account in Kashin's name, which only he knows about. Kashin told Maros that Jeff had opened this account in case he disappeared, at which point he was able to access the account. Maros said that there was a lot of money there, and Kashin replied that he would rather keep all his savings there if he knew about the account. Maros asked what he was going to do with the money, and Kashin replied that he was going to invest it in his improvement. Kashin bought 5 crystals from Ujiha and left the pub, after which Ujiha thanked him for the purchase and asked him to come see him again. After Kashin left, Ujiha wondered who he was, because this young villain, Wilzona's boss Gadam, paid the entire amount. At this time, 2 friends decided to go to a cafe for lunch, buying 2 mangrove parfaits, and they both went there and began to eat in peace. Saying that they put a lot of mangoes, Nian asked on Min Young if she remembered where the guy who saved them yesterday went, and she replied that she did not remember. Min Young said that he probably went home, and Nian wondered how he ran away from them without saying anything goodbye. At that moment, Nian suddenly realized something important, and her friend called her because she had dropped the parfait spoon on the table. Nian tried to connect this guy with the villain who constantly saved them, and suddenly realized that this was actually the same person. Kim Nian told her friend that she would go to the toilet at the end of the corridor, and while she was walking, she did not notice how the villain Black Ghost was chasing her. Kim Nian thought that no one, not even her brother, saw anything in that battle, only she saw how that guy helped her brother. She thought what would happen to him if she revealed his identity to everyone, but at that moment she saw in the reflection that this same villain had entered the toilet. She asked the villain what he was doing here, but he did not answer, simply remaining silent, while looking somehow different than last time. And Minyoung thought that Nian was very late and did not respond to her messages, but suddenly the wall broke and someone shouted that there was a villain. Minyoung asked what happened, but the villain who looked like Cashin asked her back if she was Kim Na-eun's girlfriend. Radiating a strange aura, the villain told her that if Nian's brother wants to return his sister, then he should come to Wilsona in the Gadam district. Already in the evening, in Wilson, Gadam the Black Hand and Crash saw a barricade in front of them, and Razak said that it was from Buxon's attack. Crash said that it was better to break it, because it would still be more useful if they attacked Buxon everywhere first. Black Hand walked forward and invited them all to go to Buxon together, but Cutter warned him that there were traps ahead. Cutter said that it was Hemoboy and Earth Dog who tried, but Crash suddenly turned in the direction opposite to Wilson. Crash asked if Kim Woo-chan was running towards them by chance, and Black Hand asked who it was, thinking it was the villain from Buxon, but it was Psyker. The Black Hand asked everyone to step back, saying that Uchkin was his, preparing to attack and asking why the Psyker came to them. The Black Hand called the Psyker to come up, because now he would get a lot, but Uchkin prepared to attack, saying that he had come for his sister. Uchkin stepped on the trap, after which the ground beneath their feet collapsed, and Black Hand fell into a huge hole next to the barricade. Crash, looking at everything that was happening, asked which of them was the bigger idiot, but Cutter, standing next to him, did not answer. At the same time, in Wilson, Gadam district, in his personal training room, Cashin stood in the middle of the room. Cashin stood still, feeling the strange energy he always feels when he consumes mana crystals. Moros asked how it felt after absorbing the 5 stones, and Cashin said not much, asking to check the status. Cashin's mana increased to 860, and Moros said that now they either need to look for natural stones or absorb many artificial ones. But finding high-grade artificial mana crystals is difficult, so Cashin decided to focus on training. Moros said that the choice was Cashin's, but noticed that his mana had grown greatly since that explosion during the exam. Cashin asked what the numbers after the skills meant, and Moros said that it meant the skill level had increased. Moros said that during the battle with Blood Rain, Cashin used 2 shadow swords at once, and he said that it happened by itself. Cashin realized that by leveling up his mana, he could now level up his skill levels without training. He remembered that as a psyker, he had to develop his skills only through brutal training. Only a few, thanks to their diligence and efforts, were able to combine existing skills to create new ones. Therefore, Cashin decided to focus on training. Now he will not be able to use several skills like during the exam. But he decided not to give up and thought that someday the time would come and he would become strong enough to take revenge on Lampas. However, Cashin's thought was interrupted by him thinking about combining skills, and his words surprised Moros. Cashin thought about what would happen if he combined the Shadow Sword with the Shadow Flame, and made it a reality by creating a new weapon. Cashin screamed with joy, but Moros wondered how he could combine 2 skills into one so easily. However, he remembered Jeff's words that Cashin had great potential, and he would definitely become one of the best psychers. But they were interrupted by Driver, who knocked on the door, telling Cashin that he had a guest who was eager to meet. Cashin asked who it was, and Driver said that Kim Woo-chan had come to them, wondering what psyker had left in Wilson. At that moment, in Wilson in the Buxon district, on the lower floors of the building, a villain similar in appearance to Cashin was walking, carrying Kim Nian on his back. He changed his appearance, turning out to be a villain who was close to Barracuda, and the smoker told him that he quickly returned. The Shadow Ghost said that he would lock her in a cell, and Barracuda agreed, answering the smoker's question that he was going to frame Gadam. Barracuda said it would be fun when they said on TV that the Gadam bastards had kidnapped Psyker's sister. It was great press bait, and the CSM said they would attack the Gadam villains like hungry stray dogs. Barracuda said that at this moment they will be left alone against the whole world, and then he will take Wilsona Gadam into his hands. Returning to Wilsona Gadam, Cashin stood in front of a bound Uchin, saying that he thought they had kidnapped his sister. Cashin remembered who Kim Nian was and said that he had nothing to do with it, because dirty methods were not for him, and Driver confirmed this. The Driver said that the guys from Buxon want to set them up badly, because they stole a person and slandered the villains from Gadam for this. Wu Chang told them not to fool him and tell him where his sister was, not feeling the truth in their words and not knowing the whole situation. The driver heard this and said that she would forget about Buxin for now. Now she needs to deal with the misunderstanding in the form of Uchin. Kanu, to the surprise of driver and Crow, told him to untie Uchin, because he was going to sort out this misunderstanding. Driver said that it was not in vain that they prepared, because driver's cameras showed that Neon was stolen by a completely different Cashin, the villain of Barracuda. The driver said that he recently sent a drone to Buxin for reconnaissance, and Crow praised the quality, asking if he had updated the camera. When asked who he is, driver said that, judging by his ability to transform, he is a villain nicknamed the Black Ghost. Cashin said that the Black Ghost did not look like him at all, but Uchin thought that it was an exact copy of him. Cashin said that everything was clear to him, and he added that since the culprit was known, he needed to be punished, and driver asked if he wanted to do it right now. Cashin said that right now they should be punished for the kidnapping and framing, but when he went, he was suddenly stopped by Uchkin. Wu Chang said that if he was going to go to Buxin, then he would go with him, because he had to save his sister from there. Cashin approved of this decision, and driver said that they would not go without him, and Crow confirmed his words, sympathizing with driver. Driver said that attacking is more fun than sitting on defense, and cheerfully added that today they will destroy Wilson Buxin. However, at that moment, when driver finished speaking, Black Hand, Crash and Cutter burst into the room, saying that they were with them. Black Hand said that they couldn't allow driver to go without them, and Cutter asked quietly if they could win. Cashin said that he didn't mind if they went together, but there were some things he would have to deal with before attacking Buxin. Cashin said this and looked at Uchin, and driver first wondered what needed to be done, but then realized the problem. The action moves to the La Vie en Rose Hotel, located in Seoul, in the general manager's room, designated as a suite. Jewels and jewelry were laid out on the table, and the director admired them, saying that they were magnificent. Calling them dear children, he kissed the jewelry, and the two twins behind him called him trash, saying he was in his repertoire. But his phone rang and he answered, asking what happened and saying that he was busy right now as he was working on a report. He thought to himself that he didn't have enough time to admire his favorite jewelry, but suddenly he heard something that brought him into the real world. Saying this to the person who called, he said that he understood him and would help him, because he could be relied on like an old friend. At this time, Cashin and the villains stood in Wilson Buxin in front of their main building, thinking that enemies lived here. The driver said that once they are here, there is no turning back, and added that before action they need to repeat the strategy again. Driver said this phrase to all the villains from Gatam, and personally addressed the person standing behind him, telling him to come closer. Driver told him that even if he was a rookie, that didn't give him the right to just stand there, and called Kim Woo-chan Red Mask, his new villain name. Sometime before, Cashin had told Uchin that if he wanted to go with them, he had to wear this red mask, and he asked why this was necessary. Cashin told him that this was to ensure that no one knew that Uchin was a psyker, otherwise he would be in trouble, and Driver agreed with him, saying that he had created this mask before. Driver said that he didn't mind giving away this mask, because he didn't expect that it would be useful to anyone, and Cashin said that he advises wearing it if Uchin doesn't want problems for himself. At this time, in front of the main building of Vilzona in the Buxin district, there was a conversation between the villains from Gatam that their main target was the boss of Vilzona Barracuda. Cashin said that rescuing the hostage was a secondary goal, and Verona replied that his idea was very risky, because it was difficult to checkmate with such a lineup. Cashin asked Driver to find the shortest path, saying that the speed and surprise of the attack were two of its main components, which they should all rely on. The driver said that he was already in the process of searching, and Cashin added that now he would tell the roles for everyone, so you need to listen carefully, and Uchkin remained silent. Cashin said that Driver would be on reconnaissance, and Voron said that he would fight and she would cover, and she replied that this time she had to agree. Red Mask asked if this was a tight quarters tactic, and Cashin did not answer, saying that Red Mask would be in the rear. Crow asked Driver what fighting in a confined space meant, and at that moment Black Hand shouted the loudest, having objections. Black Hand asked why they didn't get the job, and Crash added that they could just burst in and destroy everything, because that's what villains are all about. Cashin looked at them and said that they also had an important mission in store, and Crash replied that he knew that the three of them were the key to victory in this operation. Cashin told him that they would wait for them to return at the entrance and help them get back out, and added that until then it was better for them to sit hidden and not stick out. Cashin began to argue with the Black Hand, who said that they could do something more significant in tactics, but he replied that they needed to cover their retreat. During this time, Uchin recalled how, as a child, when he was in cadet training for psychers, someone spoke to him the same words that Cashin speaks now. This man told him that he should not swing his fists without a clear plan, because it would not achieve anything, and added that he needed to rely on strength and speed more often. This man was Psyker Cashin Lee, and he told little Wu Chang that he was a very talented boy, so he should remember what he just said. Returning to reality, Kim Woo-chan now understands that the words that the great Cashin Lee spoke to him are being spoken by a villain who bears the same name as the great Psyker. At this time, the driver, with the help of his abilities as an inventor, subordinated all the observation devices in Wilson and suddenly said that the 11th camera was in his possession, and all the others too. Cashin said that for this reason it was time for them to take action, and he, driver and Crow jumped from the roof of the building, beginning to execute the battle strategy. Kim Woo-chan in the form of the Red Mask also decided to act, thinking that he hoped for the safety of his sister, promising to come and save her soon. At this time, Kim Neon, lying in a cell on the lower floors of the main building of Wilson Buxton, woke up and screamed because she did not understand where she was. She remembered how a villain similar to Cashin had kidnapped and left her here, and realized that it was not him, but someone else, and at the same time surprised at her confidence in this, because she was unconscious. At that moment, Black Hand, Crash and Cutter were standing on the street, and they were angry that they had been left idle, forced to cover the retreat when it came. Crash told him that a real villain shouldn't sit still during a real battle, and Black Hand agreed with him, saying that he talks and thinks the same way. Cutter told them both that it should be obvious to them that they were kicked out of the operation for being too loud, and Black Hand countered by saying that it was also his fault. Black Hand, Crash and Cutter, who were waiting in ambush to retreat, suddenly fell silent when they realized that they had been discovered by Jwack and Pointer, walking along Wilson Buxton. Jwack looked at the three villains from her Wilson Gatham and asked what they were doing here as Pointer called them a trio of idiots. Jwack suddenly asked them, making a huge pause between parts of the question so that the trio of villains stood waiting, and suddenly said if they had really come to surrender to them. Black Hand stood in bewilderment at first, but then he realized everything and shouted that he had come here to fight, and Cutter realized that it was a mistake. But suddenly a voice sounded like thunder in broad daylight between their dialogue, saying why it was so noisy here, and it was the villain Rockhand from Buxton. Rockhand looked at the trio of villains and said that he had not seen them before, after which he asked if they were a bunch of fearless idiots who had come to spy on them from Gatham. Jwack entered their conversation and told Rockhand that these idiots did not have enough surveillance abilities, so they most likely came to surrender to them. Black Hand shouted that this was a lie, and they came to capture Buxton, which made Cutter realize that now they would end, because their roles had been revealed. Saying that this was reckless courage and suggesting that they see if it could be stronger than stone, Rockhand used his strength and wrapped his hands in stone up to his shoulders. But the Black Hand was able to object to him, saying that the stone was not too strong, and his steel hands would be much stronger, and he used his strength, making his fists steel. At this time, Barracuda, sitting on the high floor of the main building in Wilson Buxton, closed his eyes and thought about something from his past. Barracuda recalled how several years ago he suggested to Driver that they merge the Wilsons, and Driver replied that he did not understand what the reason for this was. Barracuda told him that he was tired of living with an eye on the Psychers, and the union of Wilson Buxton and Gatham would allow them both to become stronger. Barracuda was delighted and began to say that he could look further and unite all the Wilsons in the country, and maybe throughout the world, seizing power from the Psychers. Driver told him that he would not help him, because art should be created alone, and Barracuda should not involve others in his ambitions. Barracuda said he didn't know what he was talking about, and Driver replied that he was mad because he wanted to stroke his ego, like a brat bullying weak children. Driver added that, one way or another, he was against the Wilson merger, and noted that the two remaining Wilson bosses were also against the idea. Barracuda expressed anger, but Driver said he didn't want to bore him with his cruelty by taking out his weapon and pointing it at him, and said that he could get seriously hurt. Barracuda finished remembering the past and said the name Driver out loud, but the villain girl disturbed him, saying that a report had been delivered to him. It was Lens Girl, a Meiji-class B-rank villain with the skill of light, and she reported that the villains of the Gatham district had been discovered outside their Wilson area. Barracuda became interested in the news, and Lens Girl said that there were only 3 villains, and all of them were B-rank, and Barracuda said that in that case the problem was small. Barracuda realized that there were only 3 villains and asked who the Buxton were there, to which Lens Girl showed a projection, saying that Rockhand was fighting in that place now. Wilson's boss Buxton expected a lot from Rockhand, an A-rank villain, so he told her that Rockhand didn't need help and could defeat the villains alone. But he suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, after which he told her that these 3 villains were just bait, surprising Lens Girl, who could not understand the Driver's idea. Barracuda told himself that Driver's moves were too obvious, and such childish tricks would no longer work on him, activating Barracuda's brass knuckles on his hands. Barracuda said that the bosses of the other Wilsons would not have the courage to do the same, and told Driver that he was not the same as before and should not be underestimated. The 3 villains and the red-masked psyker stood on the roof of the building, and Cashin said that they got there very quickly, to which driver replied that it was his merit. The driver said that before entering, they should check the situation inside the building, and showed a new drone, which was smaller than all the previous ones. Crow flirtatiously asked the driver to give her one, to which he replied that he would give a couple at home, and Red Mask thought that the two of them were very strange. But suddenly all four heard a strange sound, and Kim Woo-chang in a red mask said that they had been discovered, after which Cashin got ready to deal with the problem. Cashin was about to go to the source of the sound, but suddenly smoke enveloped the roof of the entire building, stopping him, and uneven female laughter was heard. This woman asked where they were hiding, and suddenly Smoker, Vilzona Buxon's A-rank villain, appeared out of the smoke, and she said that she had found her scared rats. The Smoker was surprised, saying that she did not expect to see both Driver and Crow here, and Driver asked if she knew her, to which Crow replied in denial. When they finished talking, the Smoker said that Driver was the boss, so she would let him through, but she had the Crow in store for her lunch. Crow immediately responded to this provocation by stepping forward and telling her people that she had important business to do here and they could go without her. Driver asked her if everything was okay, and Verona replied that this was a simple conversation between girls, which Driver had better not get involved in. Cashin, looking at this, realized that Crow was angry and asked if she needed help, to which Driver said that she could handle it herself, because she was just having fun. Cashin, along with the red-masked Kim Woo-chan, rushed into the main building, and the driver told Crow not to linger, after which he set off with the others. The Smoker smiled and said that since no one was bothering them now, why don't they spend time together more interestingly than before? Crow sarcastically answered her that she was out of her mind now, since she believed that they were interfering with her, and added that Driver, with his presence, saved the Smoker from her. The Crow took out his staff and bewitched a lot of crows, saying that now they are not being disturbed, so now they will go crazy until the hour of death strikes. At this time, in the main building of Wilson Buxon, two villains and Red Mask were running down the corridor while someone outside the door shouted not to leave the invaders alive. The door in front of them opened and a crowd of villains ran out, led by Sharktooth of rank B+, Striker class and Water attribute, and he shouted to destroy the invaders. As the three invaders ran straight towards the villains, Cashin accelerated, surprising them, and crashed into the crowd of villains, knocking out each of them in turn. Eventually, all the villains defending the passage gathered at one point, and Cashin did not hesitate, so he kicked straight at them, knocking them out of the way. Sharktooth, standing nearby, said that he fights well, but such blows will not work on him, because his body is much stronger than the bodies of these small villains. Sharktooth shouted that he would kill Cashin with one blow, and used the skill of hunting the victim, biting the place where Cashin managed to dodge and jump over him. Cashin dodged unnoticed by the enemy and jumped onto the wall behind him, after which he suddenly attacked in response, kicking directly into the center of Sharktooth's body. Sharktooth did not expect such a quick attack and did not have time to dodge, but Cashin continued the attack, hitting his hand directly in the villain's face, knocking him out. Driver praised him for his good work, but Uchin, as Red Mask, thought that Cashin was incredible because he was getting stronger every time. Cashin said that it was necessary to split up, he and Driver would deal with the leadership, and Red Mask would save his little sister, and Driver threw something into his hand. It was a device showing his sister's location, and Driver told Uchin that she was on the top floor of an underground building, because the drone had already figured out her location. Kim Woo-chan as Red Mask hesitantly thanked Driver and rushed to the place while Driver realized that Woo-chan was a true caring big brother. However, just as Driver finished his thought, more Buxon villains appeared from behind, and he told Cashin that he should go on alone. The driver began to twist his weapon with a screwdriver and said that if he delays, there will only be more of them, and he needs to wait for Crow here at the entrance. Cashin did not deny this and only replied that Driver should try, after which he ran further while Driver replied that he would definitely catch up with him later. The villains came closer and closer to him, and Driver poured mana into his weapon, swung at them, and said that he would chat with those who remained alive. During this time, Smoking Girl, while fighting with Crow, said that she hated how they were compared together before, and she used the skill Breath of Death, firing it at Crow. The spell hit Crow, but she gracefully dodged every airblade that could cut her in half, and she skidded along the ground. The Smoker said in surprise that she didn't expect Crow to be so good at dodging, as if she wasn't Crow at all, and said that she recognized her talent for dodging. The Crow answered boastfully that it was better to speak directly, that she dodged well, and the Smoker realized that for the Crow it was better not to speak of praise. The Smoker said that Crow should have fun while she could, because now she could disappear, and she used the Death Chain breathing skill. However, when the skill began to approach Crow, she used her Crow head staff, creating the exact same head with the Crow hide and seek skill, sucking in the Smoker's spell. Smoker hovered in the air, feigning shock that her spell had been absorbed, and Crow stood up victoriously, saying that it was nothing. However, at that moment, a hurricane of dark smoke, shrouded in lightning, flew into the Crow, which touched one of the crows sitting on the villainess's shoulder. The smoker smiled evilly as she directed more and more smoke at Crow, saying that if she inhaled it, her blood would boil and her lungs would burn from the black house. The smoker continued to say what a deplorable situation the crow was in, although just recently she seemed so cool, and directed more and more smoke at her. However, at that moment the smoker stopped grinning evilly, because from the center of the smoke the crow's voice was heard, saying that she had committed an unforgivable crime. All the black smoke dissipated due to the crow's powers, and she said, sitting on the ground, that the smoker in vain dared to touch her precious little crow, the treasure given by the driver. Smoker's powers began to fade and be absorbed by Crow's powers, and she said that Crow couldn't have such powers, realizing that this was the awakening of her true villain power. The crow began to look as if huge crows were about to fly out of it, and she said that for such a crime the crow court would now sentence her, pointing to the smoker. At this time, on the second underground floor of the main building of Wilson Buxton, Wu Chang in a red mask was running, thinking that he was now indebted to the villains who helped him. Thinking that they were helping him on purpose, Uchin in the form of the red mask looked at the device from the psyker, thinking that his sister was nearby, but suddenly someone froze the ground under him along with his feet. The villain in the ice mask asked Red Mask if he had come from the Gatam area, and said that it was not in vain that he stayed to guard the hostage, expecting that someone would come for him. However, Red Mask melted the ice on his feet with fire, allowing himself to move, summoned fire in his hand and told the villain that he should shut up and get out of the way. The villain in the ice mask said that Red Mask's abilities are strange, matching those of a human, and he added that the fire ability fits his character perfectly. Having created ice claws, the villain in the ice mask said that their abilities are opposed to each other by nature, and a very interesting battle awaits them. At this moment, in Wilson Buxton, in every corner, all the villains heard a loud cry of pain and saw a purple light, and feathers from the crow were flying all over the sky. At this time, in the main building of Wilsona Buxton, on the 12th floor, Cashin walked through the room and told someone to stop hiding and come out in front of him. From the darkness, in the middle of the room, a Ranka plus villain Black Ghost appeared, who obediently answered Cashin that he was very attentive, and he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. The ghost told Cashin that he had the same darkness attribute as him, and Cashin asked him if he kidnapped Kim Nian, framing Wilson for Gatam. The Phantom did not answer the question and said that he had obtained a lot of information about Cashin. From the very beginning of his villainous life he had reached extraordinary heights. The elusive man said that as an unspoken rule, fights between villains outside of Wilson were prohibited, but Cashin ignored the rules and fought with other villains several times. He pointed his finger at Cashin, saying that he was an enemy of the people, and if he killed him here, then no one would even dare to mention responsibility for the murder of the villain. The elusive man continued by saying that even though he was a renegade, Cashin still became the boss of Wilsona Gatam, and Cashin asked him what the big deal was with all this information. The elusive man responded by saying that Cashin's words may have seemed like a mockery, but this was only a small misunderstanding, because the elusive man respects him completely. The ghost said that he, like a real villain, should get angry at the criminal and start going on a rampage, but he, who lives in darkness, cannot even repeat this. Cashin listened to all this, completely not understanding why the ghost was telling him this, and Moros told Cashin that he should praise him, but Cashin remained silent. But suddenly the ghost said that he wanted to become like Cashin, and he activated his powers, taking out a strange weapon on a chain, and saying that he wanted to become not a shadow, but darkness, like Cashin. Cashin, like Moros, thought that the Phantom was crazy, but he said that he was talking too much, which was not like him, and prepared for the attack, saying that the battle would begin now. The ghost said that Cashin was very strong in the last battle, and began to move in a circle, leaving behind afterimages of his movements. He created 4 clones of himself using the shadow double skill, and said that if 4 of them attacked him, it could turn out to be a pretty good picture. Cashin thought that it was an illusion, but could not understand whether all 4 villains in front of him were real, and at that moment all of the ghost's doubles rushed to attack him. Cashin decided that, regardless of whether it was all an illusion, he would end everything and be done with it, and used the Shadow Blade skill, attacking all 4 opponents at once. The real ghost jumped away from the fight, but at that very second Cashin was in front of his face, about to strike him unexpectedly. The ghost managed to escape from the blow, but Cashin chased after him, saying that he would not let him hide behind him, and the ghost tried to dodge his blows, but still not everything worked out. Cashin delivered the final blow of his series, hitting the ghost's block, and told him, who had taken damage, that he had good speed for dodging. Dark Ghost was taking a break from the fight at this time, deciding that Cashin was much stronger than he thought, so he used shurikens and broke all the lamps in the room. The elusive man only ended his surprise attack, which was not aimed at Cashin, until all the lights went out and Cashin found himself in a completely dark room. Cashin stood still, but suddenly he was attacked by the Black Ghost, who cut his shoulder and said that he knew this trick would work on him. The elusive man's voice seemed to be coming from everywhere, telling Cashin that it was difficult to navigate in the pitch darkness, no matter who you were, and Cashin thought. The Phantom was an assassin, and he had the advantage in a knife fight, and he said that he would now show Cashin the fear of death and the pitch darkness that surrounds him. However, Cashin repeated after him, asking if he knew the fear of death, and told the elusive man that he was talking nonsense like a second-rate actor, and activated his powers of darkness. Cashin's eyes lit up with mana, as if he were made of energy, and he said that people like the Phantom would never know the fear of death, drowning in an impenetrable abyss. Cashin emitted light thanks to his mana, finding himself behind the Phantom, and told him that he had known both death and rebirth, and now he would show him what true horror is. At this time, on the second underground floor in Wilson Buxton, Barracuda's hideout, Kim Neon sat in a cage like a prisoner, asking herself what kind of strange sounds were heard nearby. These sounds were the sounds of battle. Now Kim Woo-chan as the villain Red Mask was dodging and breaking the ice attacks from the villain in the Ice Mask. The Ice Mask villain used the Ice Storm skill, causing a storm of ice shards, and Red Mask had to dodge and defend against this attack. Red Mask realized that the Ice Mask villain's attacks were balanced and had no downsides, because his fighting style was smooth and confident, his experience visible. Their fight stopped for a moment, and the Ice Masked villain told Red Mask that he was acting more collected than before, and it would be easier for him to win if he acted headlong. The A-rank Ice Demon, wearing his ice mask, told Wu Chang that his resistances would make him frozen more pleasantly, and asked him if he enjoyed burning people. The Ice Demon did not wait for an answer and said that he likes to make ice cream out of people, first freezing the arms, then the legs, because it's much more interesting this way. The Ice Demon said that he loved to see the fear in the eyes of people whose limbs were being eaten by ice, and broke the ice-made toy of a man in his hand. Kim Woo-chan shouted that he was a vile villain, but then returned to the image of the Red Mask, realizing that he had just shouted these words to the villain, and he did not appreciate them. The Ice Demon told Red Mask that he doesn't give off an aura of madness at all, and the hostage has an older brother, Psyker, which gives his words new meaning. But suddenly Kim Woo-chan stood up, burst into flames and said that he couldn't believe that the great villain Gadam Red Mask was compared to some low-grade Psyker. Kim Woo-chan, forced to say such shameful words, rushed to attack the Ice Demon, and he immediately used the Ice Needles skill, forcing Red Mask to defend himself. However, Red Mask smashed every ice spike that flew at him with his fire melee attacks, trying to rush closer to the enemy. Kim Woo-chang remembered how, before the attack on Buxton, Cashin called him to his training room and said that, getting straight to the point, Woo-chang had too much of a delay between attacks. Uchin listened as Cashin said that during battle he thinks too much, forgetting that he needs to think quickly and act immediately. Cashin said that it was better to see than to hear, so he instantly created a flash of darkness, squeezing the fire mana in his hand and launching it at the target, hitting it. A second later, a mannequin in the form of a man lay on the floor, and Cashin said that the path to mastery lies through speed, because one cannot allow the enemy to have time to defend himself. Cashin said that the best defense, as we know, is an attack, and Kim Woo-chan thought about why the villain tells the Psyker such important things in battles. Cashin looked at his hand, where the dark fire mana still remained, and said that the ignition method for the owner of the fire attribute was very unusual. Kim Woo-chan also looked at his palm while Cashin added that, whether Psyker or villain, by overcoming themselves, each of them can develop their powers. Cashin walked up to him and pointed his finger at his forehead, saying that you should not bind yourself to common sense, just as you should not limit your powers in this way. At this time, Red Mask fought off the ice needles, walked up to the Ice Demon and squeezed the fire mana in his hand, just like Cashin did, and launched a fiery flash at him. The Ice Demon sensed a danger to his life in this attack, so he decided to defend himself and used the Ice Barrier skill, enveloping himself in ice on all sides. Colliding with the ice, the fire instantly melted it, and while the Ice Demon was standing in the same place, Red Mask had already used his Flame Strike skill, not giving him time to defend himself. The Ice Demon, who was higher in level than his opponent, had to dodge, and Red Mask realized that he was succeeding, deciding that in this way he could defeat the enemy. The Ice Demon realized that Red Mask had changed his attack style, and he thought that until that moment he had been hiding his true powers, starting to take advantage. The Ice Demon was angry at such impudence and said that it was time to start fighting in earnest, so he stopped defending himself and used the Ice Hurricane skill. Red Mask did not expect such a counterattack, so his torso was frozen and hidden under the ice, and he realized that he had been too careless in his attacks. The Ice Demon descended to the ground and said that, as he said, freezing people is his greatest pleasure, and Red Mask realized that his fire was not activated. The Red Mask could not move in the ice shackles, and the Ice Demon said that first he should remove his mask, reaching out his hand to Wu Chang's face. At that moment, a voice was heard from the cell where Kim Neon was, shouting the question of who came to save her, and Wu-chan under the Red Mask drew attention to this. The Ice Demon stopped his hand and angrily asked if she could shut up. but Kim Neon asked to be pulled out of here, shouting it out loud while banging on the cage. The ice demon got divorced, repeating his words about her to shut up, and used his ice powers, sending a sharp ice spike at her, causing her to scream in fear. Kim Woo-chan, under his red mask, remembered Cashin's words that he must think and act quickly, without being bound by common sense. Kim Woo-chan thought about how the ice demon even dared to touch his sister, and the fire began to act, forcing the villain to pay attention to it. Acting as if he were Cashin Lee, Kim Woo-chan melted the ice shackles, freeing himself, and struck the ice demon, saying that he would not forgive him for this. Kim Woo-chan used the Hellfire skill, the same as the great Cashin Lee, and a huge wall of raging fire stood in front of the ice demon. At this time, on the 12th floor in Barracuda's shelter, Barracuda himself was thinking that something had happened, because by this time their victory should have been announced. At that second, the voice of the Black Ghost was heard from behind Barracuda, apologizing to the boss for failing to complete the task, and Barracuda turned back in shock. Releasing the elusive man he was holding by the head, Cashin turned his furious gaze to the villain before him, asking if he was Barracuda. At this time, in Wilson, Gadam, on the roof of the Royal Gannett building, told Red-Eye that it was strange that everything was going quietly and calmly, but Red-Eye replied that he loved calm, as if he were a psyker. Gannett replied that this was strange for a villain, and at that moment Ujeha appeared on the roof with his guard, telling them that they had done a good job. His guard gave Gannett a lot of pizzas, and he asked where it came from, because the pizzeria was destroyed, to which Ujeha said that I bought them outside Wilzona. In the end, when all 6 villains sat down, Ujeha asked if those who went to Buxon would be okay, and Gannett replied that Driver would not risk the lives of others in vain. Ujeha countered that it was not Driver who was commanding the attack, but the newly elected leader, but Gannett replied that Driver was not more important in either case. Ujeha realized that he believed in Driver very much and asked if it was because they were old friends, but Royal Gannett replied that there was another, more important reason. At this time, at the entrance to the main building of Wilson Buxon, Driver sat on a mountain of unconscious villains, saying that there were too many of them for such a building. But suddenly Crow came in here, calling Driver and asking what he was doing here, to which Driver replied that he was waiting for her return, making Crow very happy. Crow said that she had bad news, handing Driver a mechanical crow and asking if he could fix it, to which he replied, looking that everything was quite possible. Driver realized that if car was broken, then the crow most likely got out of control in the battle with Kirill Shitsa, but now she looks quite adequate. But suddenly strange sounds were heard from below, as if the building was in debt, and Crow asked if there was anyone from Gadam below, to which Driver replied that there was a black horse Gadam, red mask. But in addition to the sound from below, the same sound was heard above the two of them, and Driver realized that Wilson's boss, Gadam, had also taken up his work, fighting Barracuda. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor of the main building, Barracuda told the Black Ghost lying in front of him that he had failed his expectations by losing to Cashin. The Black Ghost darkened his face, about to justify himself, but at that same second a blow from Barracuda's fist with brass knuckles flew into his face, causing him to break the wall with his body. Cashin told Barracuda that he treated his subordinates poorly, but he, stretching his shoulder after the blow, said that it was none of his business. Moros turned his attention to Barracuda's brass knuckles and told Cashin that his magical weapon was made from natural mana crystals, but he remained silent in response. Barracuda did not find Driver with his eyes and asked Cashin where he was, and Cashin replied that he would come soon, but he could handle him alone. Barracuda said that he only had business with Driver, and there was nothing for the newcomer to catch here, but Cashin suddenly replied that he also had business, but with Barracuda. Cashin said that he knew that Barracuda had kidnapped a man and was trying to frame him, and he responded by asking if he should be paid compensation for moral damages. Cashin activated his mana, summoning the powers of the shadow in his fist, and told Barracuda that everyone owes responsibility for their actions and mistakes made to Cashin. Barracuda laughed at his words, saying that Cashin doesn't know his place and he shouldn't think he's cool just because he caught the Black Ghost. He added that he had heard from Dwack that Cashin had outstanding fighting abilities despite his low mana levels, but it seemed that he was just lucky in picking weaklings. He just got lucky with the Black Ghosts, and Barracuda asked if the same trick would work on him, an S-rank villain, but Cashin also had an answer. Cashin said that it was all just because of magical items, and Barracuda asked who dared to say such a thing to him, to which Cashin replied that the Driver himself told him so, causing Barracuda to think. Barracuda asked Cashin if he was trying to piss him off because he wasn't strong enough to fight him, but Cashin replied that he hadn't even thought about it. Barracuda replied that it was very funny to respond to provocations, saying that he meant that he wanted to enjoy an appetizer before the main course in the form of Driver. After wondering how tasty this snack would be, Barracuda activated his powers, summoning spikes from his brass knuckles, and 2 spikes also emerged from his back. Cashin, as well as Moros, were surprised by the unusual strength of the villain before them, and Barracuda charged at Cashin, shouting that he was Barracuda, the leader of Wilsona Buxon. However, Cashin instantly moved behind Barracuda from the side and, asking what's wrong, hit Barracuda right in the face, forcing him to shut up. Barracuda did not dodge Cashin's attacks, and Cashin hit him again, hitting him square in the stomach with his fist and knocking all the breath out of him. Barracuda suddenly replied that it was nothing and said that his attacks only caused laughter, after which he grabbed Cashin by the hair and hit him in the face with his head. He struck right on target, and Cashin flew to the side, and Barracuda was about to strike again, but with his fist, but Cashin moved behind him. The Barracuda shouted where he was, and Cashin began to dodge the S-rank villain's furious speed attacks, preventing him from hitting himself, and rose into the air. Cashin was about to strike Barracuda from the back, but he suddenly froze in place, and Cashin sensed something wrong, after which the spike, enlarging from the back, almost pierced his head. Cashin realized it was close and Barracuda activated his brass knuckles, shouting that these were his strongest weapon, Barracuda's fangs. Barracuda rushed into the fight using his homing spike skill, and 4 spikes erupted from the brass knuckles on his right hand, flying to pierce Cashin. Cashin dodged the first attack, but the spikes continued to follow him anywhere, and Cashin had to use shadow movement to evade. Cashin stopped for a second, saying that these attacks were annoying, and Moros explained to him that the Barracuda's magic item had the skill of tracking moving objects. Cashin thought about Moros' words and remembered what Driver had told him, and realized that if not for his words, Cashin would have had a much harder time dodging. Barracuda got tired of waiting and asked Cashin if he didn't say that he had business with him, because now he was only showing his evasive skills without trying to attack. Barracuda triumphantly said that since someone like Cashin became the boss of Wilsona Gatum, then he shouldn't expect anything more from Driver himself. Cashin listened silently as Barracuda said that comparing their levels was simply absurd, and he had no chance of winning this battle. Barracuda added that no matter how hard he tried, the dog was no match for the tiger, but Cashin suddenly said, sitting in front of him in a strange position, that his attacks were too predictable. Cashin angered Barracuda by saying that he was only repeating his opponents, because until that moment he had only fought with weaklings. Cashin added that he lacked combat experience, and said that Driver was right about him, saying that without magic items he was worthless. Barracuda repeated to himself that he was an empty place, and said that Driver told him that he could lose his place and lose his position if he scratched his tongue too much. Moros told Cashin that, judging by the level of power, if he wanted to piss off Barracuda, then he did it very well, and Cashin became wary. Barracuda confirmed that he was strong thanks to magical items, and asked Cashin if he thought that they would listen to his whining after his defeat, rushing into battle with renewed vigor. Cashin rushed towards Barracuda in response, and he used the homing spikes skill, and spikes burst out of the brass knuckles again, but with greater speed moving towards the enemy. Cashin slid under all the spikes, which were faster and thinner than the previous ones, and kicked Barracuda from underneath, knocking him off his footing. Barracuda said that Cashin was being cunning, simultaneously releasing spikes from another brass knuckles, and Cashin began to dodge, after which he used the Shadow Blade skill, cutting all the spikes of the villain. Barracuda was surprised by so many blades, but Cashin did not give him time to rest, using shadow movement, appearing behind him and telling him to look around. In the place where Barracuda was, Cashin landed and broke the floor against the concrete slabs below him, and Barracuda became angry, again launching spikes from his brass knuckles at him. However, Cashin was not in his original place. He managed to disappear and appear in front of Barracuda, and he used the skill Flash of Darkness, directing a pillar of fire at him. Barracuda didn't expect a fire-type skill from Cashin, so he decided to play it safe and defend himself by creating a barrier out of all his spikes using the spiked shield skill. Barracuda withstood the attack, but received damage, and said that Cashin had 2 attributes, and this was not possible, because he had never heard of such a thing, but Cashin replied that it was him. Barracuda did not understand Cashin's words, but he told him not to judge other villains by himself, adding that he, Cashin, was on a completely different level. When Barracuda realized that he was previously someone like Cashin, he was blown away and refused to accept such a truth, so he again used brass knuckles and summoned spikes. However, Cashin dodged each of his attacks, and, approaching, asked if it had reached him, after which he said that he could see through all the attacks, and attacked Barracuda again. The Barracuda flew several meters away and sat on his knees, covering his bleeding nose with his hand, and Cashin asked what it was like to fight someone much stronger than yourself. Cashin told him that he was not at all used to dragging out fights so much, so he suggested that he end it there, and Barracuda rushed into battle, bleeding. Barracuda shouted that no one dares treat him like that, because he is the boss of Wilsona Buxon, an S-rank villain who has several powerful magic items with him. Cashin created a shadow sword in his hand and enveloped it in shadow fire, combining the two skills just like he did in his training room, and cut all of the Barracuda's thorns. Standing still with the sword in his hands, Cashin said that with such a difference in skills, rank was meaningless, and the outcome of their battle was a foregone conclusion from the very beginning when he provoked it. Barracuda became even more angry, shouting that he would kill him, and used his new skill Hell of Spikes, creating as many spikes as possible from his body and magic items. He aimed all his spikes directly at Cashin, no longer thinking about strategy and battle tactics, but Cashin continued to approach him, holding a sword shrouded in dark fire. Cashin approached him, saying that he had already said that the outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion, and cut both of Barracuda's arms with his sword, plunging him into severe shock. As Barracuda screamed in pain from losing both his arms, Cashin said that he should have had enough of the Buxton region, and his arms were the least payback for his greed. Barracuda sat on the floor, drooping, with both arms cut off at the shoulders, and said that if he says that arms are an easy payback, then he is talking nonsense. He suddenly raised his head and, with crazed eyes and mouth, shouted to Cashin that he would take revenge on him for this, and give his word, the word of Barracuda, as if it mattered. Cashin said that this was bullshit and became serious, saying that Barracuda would only take revenge if he survived, but he did not promise that he would spare him. Cashin poured even more of his mana into the surrounding atmosphere and said that this was the end for Barracuda, and he could only meanly call him in response to these words. But at that second, Cashin felt a strange energy behind him, after which he turned around and only managed to block the strange laser, which threw him far behind the wall of the building. The one who attacked Cashin so suddenly and unnoticed was Lensgirl, the villainess who served Barracuda, and she turned her lick to its normal position, ending the attack. Barracuda told her that she was great and asked her to help him escape, and Lensgirl replied that she would now create a portal so that they could get out of here. Lensgirl used her jump spot skill, using her lenses to create a portal that looked like it had no passage, but they entered it and the portal closed behind them. Cashin returned to this place at this time, saying that he did not expect that he would have any allies left, and asked where they had gone, to which Morrow said that they used the portal to move. Cashin realized that he had fallen into a trap without even noticing it, and realized that this girl, Lensgirl, was by no means the ordinary villain she might seem at first glance. Morrows asked Cashin if he would follow them, but Cashin told him that she did not know where Barracuda and Lensgirl went through the strange portal. Cashin said that next time he would not leave it like that, and added that he had something more important than the chase, turning his attention to the magical item, the Barracuda brass knuckles on his severed hands. At this time, on the 11th floor of this building, Driver was going up the stairs, saying that if they had taken the elevator, a lot of problems would have arisen, but Crow, walking next to him, said that this was the point. Openly flirting, they went up to the 12th floor and saw Cashin standing in front of them with his hands folded, and Driver said that he had been looking for him for a long time. Crow turned her attention to the dusty, broken floor of the building, asking Cashin if this was where he fought, and Cashin couldn't help but agree and confirm it. Cashin said that he had punished Barracuda well, but Driver asked what that meant, and Cashin replied that he had missed it because another villain had interfered with him. Cashin said that he was prevented from finishing off Barracuda by a villain with lenses. He added that this was no longer important, and asked Driver what was going on with Kim Woo-chan, the undercover Red Mask. The Driver replied that there was no need to worry about him, after which he projected it with a drone and showed Cashin that Uchkin was now getting out of there with his sister. Cashin told Driver that it was time for them too. They needed to join those guarding the back exit and leave Buxton with them, but Driver already had words on this matter. The three villains fought with Rockhand, and Driver said that they seemed to have some problems, and Cashin said that they need to help them. Cashin and Crow had already started to descend, but Driver suddenly told them that he had unfinished business here and convinced them to go without him, saying that he would catch up with them soon. At this time, in Wilson Buxton, in Barracuda's hideout, Barracuda himself was sitting on the floor, saying that he could not believe that Wilson was no longer there, and he had lost his dream of conquering the whole world. Lensgirl approached him and said that if he started treatment right now, the situation could still be saved, and Barracuda said that both arms were cut off, and she replied that she would be back soon, going to get some tools. Lensgirl moved away from Barracuda and created a portal with her jumping skill, intending to teleport behind the instruments, but a strange energy was suddenly felt behind the door. Lensgirl was about to enter the portal when suddenly the door flew out and hit her straight, sending her into the opposite wall as Barracuda looked on in fear. Suddenly a strange voice, familiar to Barracuda from the past, was heard, who said that he had been looking for him in all places for so long, crawling through every corner of Barracuda's base. Barracuda realized that it was Driver who found him, and he said that he clearly asked in the past not to tire him with his cruelty, and asked why he ignored these words. Saying that he was very disappointed with Barracuda's actions, Driver used the deactivation of restrictions, and his status changed. Now he was an S+ rank, emitting incredible power. His weapon, a huge screwdriver, began to glow with strange magic circles, corresponding to the strength of the owner, and Driver, smiling, asked how Barracuda would choose to take responsibility. At this time, while Driver was dealing with Barracuda, on the retreat path Rockhand was beating a group of villains from Gatam led by Black Hand, who could not do anything to oppose him. However, at that second, when Rockhand struck another blow at the villain, Cashin flew into his head, hitting him with his knee, and he lost consciousness from this attack, throwing the beaten villains into shock. Crow stood next to him, watching as Rockhand lay unconscious, and Cashin addressed the Gatam villains, saying that he ordered them to sit quietly and keep their heads down. Cashin said that, apparently, all the traitors of Vilzona Gatam had gathered here, and said that he was not merciful in order to forgive arrogant traitors. Zhuak wanted to scream, expressing her displeasure at being a traitor, but Pointer was more conscious and grabbed her by the shoulders, then carried her away from Cashin while there was a chance. Black Hand screamed in anger at Cashin, saying that he had captured his prey, which he had almost finished off, and Cashin responded that he was more like the prey himself than Rockhand. Crash was sitting on the ground at this time and asked why they returned from Buxton so early, and Cutter asked how Cashin went in the battle with Barracuda. Cashin replied that he had escaped, and Crash asked if he or Barracuda had escaped, but Cutter immediately realized that it was Barracuda who had escaped, and Crash, along with him, widened his eyes in surprise. Cashin remembered that he was prevented from finishing off Barracuda by a villainess with lenses, and Black Hand also widened his eyes in surprise, not believing that Cashin made Barracuda escape. Cutter and Crash asked where Driver was and why they came without him, and Crow answered them both by saying that Driver had unfinished business in Buxton. Crow remained silent and thought that since she knows Driver and his dark past very well, he is now most likely busy punishing Barracuda. Driver began to approach Barracuda, listing all the problems, starting with Blaster and ending with the kidnapping of Kim Neon, and pointed his gun at his face. Driver said that Barracuda simply wanted to pin all the evil rumors and consequences on Gatam, and asked him how he would be held responsible for these actions. Barracuda began to stutter from fear, but Driver suddenly approached him, saying that he was not able to answer for his actions, and asked who was behind all this. At that moment, Lensgirl, who was thrown by the door, stood up and told Driver that, as he said, he was incredible, and Driver wondered how she was still standing after his blow. Lensgirl used the jump place skill to create a portal, saying that he wanted to meet with Driver, and Driver replied that he greatly dislikes unplanned meetings. A gallant old man, dressed in an expensive suit, came out of the portal, along with an attendant, who told Driver that his words were very offensive, because any meetings are valuable. The driver said that the words about a valuable meeting could not be attributed to the arriving man, and pointed his weapon at him, saying that there was no point in starting a war. The old man said that he needed to be understood correctly, because he came here not for the sake of a fight, but to pick up the small Barracuda, and, at the same time, to look at the driver. Driver haughtily said that apparently the matter was so important that it required the man's personal presence, and he replied that he valued his servants, even if they were hopeless idiots. Driver was offended by the man's servants' inability to do their jobs and asked him if the man was the one who ordered Barracuda to take over Seoul. The man laughed and arrogantly replied that Seoul was just the beginning, and soon all the Wilsons in the world would be under his control, speaking to the S+ rank Driver as if he had no idea. Driver replied that even if this man is one of the 4 lords of evil, it is possible that he will not succeed, and he invited Driver to come over to his side, but he refused. The man accompanying the old man looked at Driver, and one of the 4 lords of evil said that Driver would help him regret his choice, but he said that this was unlikely to happen. The master of evil told Driver that even if he says so now, in the end everything will be exactly as he planned, but Driver did not agree with this. Driver replied that he also had a few words in response, and told the Lord of Evil not to interfere with them, otherwise he would make him regret it, and Driver prepared the technique for the attack. The Lord of Evil exchanged a glance with him, and at this time in Gatam, in Cashin's personal training hall, he stood and looked at the natural mana crystal, thinking that he did not expect to receive it. Moros asked Cashin why he was staring at the mana crystal, and Cashin said that it was actually strange to hold the item in his hands. Moros replied that it was better for him to know that the natural magic stone obtained from weapons is different from the natural mana crystal found in nature, inferior in the strength of the effect. Moros said that Cashin would receive slightly less mana from such a stone, but that the mana crystal from the weapon would also contain qualities that belonged to the weapon. Cashin understood what would happen if he swallowed this mana crystal, and Moros finished the deal for him, saying that Cashin would receive qualities like the fangs of the Barracuda. Cashin said that he was sorry that the crystal was inferior in power to many mana stones, but Moros added that this was compared to natural mana stones. Cashin made up his mind and swallowed the magic crystal, after which memories from the battle began to emerge in his head, and new energy began to emanate from him. The next morning, Kim Woo-chan sat in the building, watching the news on his phone that yesterday there was a battle between the Buxton and Gadam Wilsons, where the villain Red Mask appeared. While Kim Woo-chan was watching the summary of news from last night, OTDN came up to him and asked why he looked like he hadn't slept all night, and tossed him a can of soda. Kim Woo-chan looked very tired, and Lee Din asked him how Neon was doing, to which Woo-chan replied that his sister was currently sleeping in her room. Lee Dun said that this morning on the news it was said that there was a rumor among the villains and psychers that the Gadam smashed Wilson Buxton to smithereens. Lee Din said that he did not expect Cashin to make such a sudden attack on Wilson Buxton and, apparently, this Cashin was not short of aggressiveness. Kim Woo-chan suddenly told Lee Da-woong that it was actually the Buxton villains who kidnapped Kim Na-eun, and he spit out his soda in shock upon hearing this. Lee Din calmed down and said that this could not be, and that according to his information, Cashin, the villain from Gadam, kidnapped his sister, but Wu Chang said that this information was planted by the scoundrels from Buxton. His son Bei became wary and asked how he knew this, and Woo-chan said that he was there last night and was helped by the villains from Wilson Gadam. Lee Da-woong asked if he was joking and Kim Woo-chan said that he had no choice but to accept help from the villains because he wanted to save his sister. Kim Woo-chan calmly said that fortunately, everything ended well, and Lee Da-eun at that time could not believe his ears, spinning the idea that the villains helped Psyker. At this time, in Wilson, Gadam, a D-rank villain Fury, screamed out of misunderstanding of who turned off the voltmeter, because he was almost promoted thanks to him. Suddenly Yu Jae-ha came up to him and said that there was such a problem with electricity throughout Wilson, and also that someone had stolen all the speakers and TVs. The cleaner said that his tablet had also disappeared, and Fury screamed about who dared to steal in Wilson in broad daylight. Red Eye, who arrived in response to the scream, said that this was the work of the driver, because yesterday during the fight he lifted the restrictions, and the disappearances are a side effect. Red Eye said that driver always walks around with a smile on his face and no one even knew it, but this guy is scary when he goes crazy. Fury asked again and Sweeper explained that the driver had released its true power, and Red Eye said that this time everything worked out. Red Eye said that this had happened before, and then he brought a bunch of electrical appliances from outside Wilson and built some useless thing. Yu Ji-ha asked Red Eye what kind of useless thing he was, and he hesitantly answered that it was a spaceship for flying to Mars with an autopilot. Yu Jae-ha realized that this was a really scary thing, and Cashin was watching it all from the roof of the building when Moros said that it was too noisy today. Cashin leaned on the fence and told Moros that it was time to talk openly, and he expressed misunderstanding, but Cashin added that he wanted to know the truth about Jeff's death. Moros realized that the time had come and said that he had previously told Cashin that Jeff's death was connected to the Sword of Destruction, an ancient artifact. Moros said the only clue to finding the Sword of Destruction was a platinum disc that a man was spinning in his hand while sitting in a chair at Neo Factory in Songnam City, Gyeonggi Province. This man was the Money King of S+ rank, striker class and physics attribute, and he said that he wanted to find the Sword of Destruction, a great power that would give him the whole world. Moros said that the Sword of Destruction would be difficult to find, because the platinum disc is in the hands of the Lords of Evil, the strongest villains of this world, and the Money King is one of them. Meanwhile in America, Kwon Yuri was writing back to Cashin that she was worried about him because of the situation in Seoul, and suddenly, while walking down the corridor, she accidentally bumps into some boxes. Kwon Yuri apologized for her carelessness, but the man in front of her said that he himself was to blame for this, because he could not see anyone from behind the boxes, and Yuri realized that it was the director. A few minutes later, they were both unpacking things from the boxes, and the director thanked Yuri for his help, because it would help him finish this faster. While sorting out her things, Kwon Yuri took a framed picture and asked the director if she could put it here, and he replied that there would be no problem, but Yuri suddenly looked at it. Kwon Yuri asked what kind of painting it was, and the director walked up to her, peered at it, and nostalgically said that it was him and his dear friend. Remembering past events, Barracuda was called a tyrant and a despot, because he wanted to capture all of Seoul, being the boss of only one Wilson, Buxton. However, after an ignominious defeat in a power struggle between his Wilsona and Gadam's Wilsona, he was no longer seen in his home. Shortly after Barracuda's disappearance, Dweck took his place, following Pointer to his confidants, while becoming the boss of Wilsona Buxton. The next beautiful morning, Cashin was practicing with the ball in his training room, thinking about how it was easy for the villains to increase their mana and skill levels with mana crystals. He thought that, despite his abilities, it was rare to see a villain who trained hard to develop his skills and abilities. Because of this, their combat effectiveness is often low, and Cashin at that second summoned Shadow Blades, which themselves cut the ball in half. Moro said that a homing attribute had been added to the Shadow Blades, and Cashin added that an armor attribute had also been added thanks to the Barracuda's fangs. Speaking of villains, there are exceptions who are obsessed with developing their powers, and the most prominent of them are often called monsters. Such crazy villains have an unchanging goal, they only need strength and power, they are different from ordinary villains from birth. Therefore, they are difficult to contact, and such villains are called the four lords of evil, the strongest of all the villains in the entire world. Cashin circled the word platinum disc on his board, saying that it was the key to finding the sword of destruction, and that he thought the top four now had it. Moros answered evasively that this could well be the case, and Cashin thought about his answer, realizing that Moros was hiding something from him. Moros revealed Cashin's status and said that the effect of the natural stone was not bad, because not only the mana points increased to 1120, but also the skill levels. Cashin thought that regeneration and shadow blades had also increased in level, but he said that this was not enough to fight the overlords. Cashin said this because a large number of mana points does not guarantee victory in a battle in the same way as combat skills. Cashin thought that if he was going to fight the Lords of Evil, he needed to at least gain mana points equivalent to an S-rank villain. Moros said that to rush means to make people laugh, because in such a matter as increasing mana points, rushing will not help and can harm the result. Cashin objected to him, saying that if he did not hurry, it might be too late, because there was no need to hesitate when the Lords of Evil seemed to be in the palm of his hand. Cashin said that the opportunity could not be lost, and suddenly Driver interrupted him, entering the training room and saying that he had guests. The black ghost from Buxton entered the hall and knelt down, and Cashin asked what happened to him, but Driver said that he had to explain everything himself. The black ghost suddenly said that Cashin is the greatest villain of all time, and he and the darkness seem to be one whole, all the shadows and darkness are in his hands and powers. The black ghost became serious and said that Cashin was the very embodiment of darkness, and he was worthy of his devotion, so he asked Cashin to accept him. Cashin said that he was glad that the black ghost had come to surrender, and he asked if he would accept him, but Cashin suddenly refused him with stern voices. Cashin asked Driver about testing for the ghost, and he said that he could look at his documents, and Cashin saw that he did not have to take the entrance exam. After a while, Driver said that they had a problem. Now Wilson is running out of basic necessities, water and electricity will soon be turned off, and there will be no freight transport. Cashin asked if the government and society should help with this provision, since Wilson is a specially designated house for villains. Driver said that even with the government there could be problems, and Cashin asked if it could be solved with a couple of bribes, to which he replied that he sounded like a real villain. The driver started talking about how the fact that their resources are running out is actually such a serious problem, despite the fact that it is very annoying. The driver said that you can find ways to solve the problem, for example, you can eliminate its source and everything will improve instantly. Driver said that among the Lords of Evil there is such a villain as the Money King, and, most likely, it was he who had a hand in the problem. The driver said that disconnecting Gatham from water and electricity is just the beginning, soon they will take more serious measures, and the King of Money can erase Vilzona from him in half a day. Cashin asked why the Money King was interested in them in the first place, and Driver bluntly replied that it was because he rejected his offer. Driver told Cashin that the Money King's goal is to unite all the Wilsons of Seoul under his control, and it's not about power or money. Cashin wondered what the Lord of Evil was looking for in Gatham, and Driver suddenly said that he understood what he was looking for, and turned and pointed his finger at Cashin. Driver pointed not at Cashin, but through him, saying that there was a story passed down by word of mouth from the villains of the Gatham. This story is about a legend where there was a villain who was stronger than everyone in his time, and this villain was called the Unkillable, because no one could defeat him. Legend says that the black armor worn by the Unkillable One is located somewhere in the Vilson of the Gatham district, guarding itself. At this time, in Seoul, in Wilson, Namgang district, at the boss's mountain residence, a meeting was taking place, and the messenger told the boss sitting opposite that his mountain residence was magnificent. The ambassador said that the tea was beautiful, like the building itself in the mountains of Wilzona Namgang, but the boss of this Wilzona, sitting opposite, said that he clearly did not come here for tea. Wilzona's boss was Mujin, an S-rank night-class villain with the Or attribute, and he told the ambassador to get straight to the point, asking why he had come. This ambassador was Deputy Chief Kim, from the Neo Center, and he said that he had an excellent proposal for Mujin, while thinking that it was difficult to get used to his mechanical voice. Lens Girl stood nearby, but already having an S rank, with the same skills, and the Money King's messenger said that he was worried about the rights of the villains, because now they had reached the very bottom. Deputy Head Kim said that the head wants to create a world where the rights of villains will be protected, because the freedoms and rights of their relatives must be respected. Musden said that he had had enough of idle chatter and, taking out a knife and pressing it against Deputy Head Kim's throat, said that it was time to get to the point. The ambassador got to the point and said that the head wants, starting with the 4 Wilsons of Seoul, to unite all the Wilsons in the world, thereby increasing the power of the villains. Muzdin laughed and said that he expected an excellent offer, but in the end he realized that the king of money again wants to bind everyone with one chain and spin them as he pleases. Deputy head Kim said that everyone who agreed will have their own role, and the head offers Mujin to become his right hand, giving orders to the others through him. He also took out a box of top-quality mana crystals, saying that this was a modest gift from the head, and there was no malicious intent in it. Muzdin, being the boss of Wilson Namgang, was seriously thinking, and while standing at the window in his room, he heard the villain standing next to him say that only a psycho could control several Wilsons. J. Rob, a killer with an A-class physics attribute, asked if this annoying old man had completely gone crazy, since he was going to pull off such an operation. Jay asked Mujin what he thought about it, and he said in his robotic voice that the plan sounded good, but he doubted whether that was the end goal. Jay asked why Muzdin doesn't turn off this mechanical voice even when alone with him, and he skipped the question, saying that there is something we don't know about. Mujin ignored Jay's question, asking what the villains from the other Wilsons answered to this Money King, and Jay asked if he meant Driver. Mujin said that it was likely that this deputy head Kim had already visited them, because they would definitely not deprive Gatam of their attention, but Jay replied that Driver most likely rejected the offer. Mujin told Jay that Driver most likely guessed about the Money King's true motives, so he asked to contact him immediately. At this time in Wilson Gatam, when it was already full, dark night, Cashin and Driver walked through the dungeon, holding a flashlight in their hands to illuminate the path in front of them. Cashin asked Driver that it was surprising that there were places like the 5th underground floor in Gatam, and Driver said that there was a parking lot here, but it was turned into a protected area. Driver said that this was just one of the reasons, and the second reason was that the black armor from Legends was kept imprisoned here, because it makes strange sounds that penetrate the hearts of people. Cashin asked Driver if it was true that the armor from Legends could talk, and Driver confirmed this, saying that it sounded really creepy, like a ghost from a horror movie. Moros suddenly became wary and told Cashin that he should be careful, because an evil spirit gets into people's heads and creates negative thoughts, but he must feel it himself. Driver said that they were there, and in front of them stood a wall, which, according to him, consists of lead and concrete with special steel that will not allow a high-ranking villain to get out of it. The driver asked if Cashin seriously wanted to go through this door, and he said that he knew everything, and he was not stupid enough to fall for the tricks of the evil spirit. The driver asked him to take care of himself, after which he went behind the door and locked it, and Moros said that Cashin should be careful, because it is an evil spirit. But suddenly Cashin felt a force spreading from the center throughout the room, and in the center he saw black armor, considering it old-fashioned. The black armor spoke poetic lines, and Cashin asked what he was saying, but Moros replied that these were lines from ancient poetry, and Cashin was surprised that the armor knew them. The even armor suddenly spoke again, muttering 2 stanzas from the verse, and Moros said, looking at the spirit, that his master was clearly a difficult one, because he was completely saturated with anger. Cashin told Moros that he would overcome everything in his path and subjugate this armor to himself as he went forward, and Moros told him to be careful, because he was not that strong. Black armor suddenly said that Cashin had the perfect body to become a useful artifact for him, and asked to become his slave voluntarily. Cashin approached the armor with fire in his hand and said that he, not the armor, would become the owner, but suddenly she used the consciousness invasion skill on Cashin. This armor suddenly told the fascinated Cashin that together with him they would conquer the whole world, and transferred in this young body, continuing to kill the planet. Suddenly, the immortal heard someone address him with the words that the immortal did not know his place, playing a game and elevating himself to the level of a god. It was Moros in the form of a spirit knight, and he told the immortal that it was time for his time to disappear, after which he said that he did not expect to see him here. Seeing strange visions of the life of a man whose spirit was so strong that he was doomed to eternity and oblivion, the guy did not wake up immediately. Moros had to call him at least a dozen times before he rose from the ground, breathing heavily. Now, having a good reason to be smart and mentor the guy, the spirit told him that the armor had almost subjugated Cass's soul. He remembered this moment, and for the first time in a long time he admitted that he was wrong in not listening to Moros. However, now he felt no harm from the armor lying in a lifeless heap on the ground nearby. Holding on to his secrets, Moros didn't talk about the night or talking to the evil spirit, he just muttered some nonsense about how the spirit suddenly disappeared somewhere, apparently summoned by infinity. Cashin didn't believe it right away, he wasn't a fool. However, he had no reason to reveal his partner's lies, so he only thanked him for his concern and promised to be more careful. Now he had to deal with the dark armor, the legendary weapon, lying in front of him in a pile of scrap metal. Touching her first with the tip of his claws, Cass was met with a blank look from the spirit, to which he explained that he just wanted to make sure they were safe. Finally, he used his hidden talent, pulling out a real magic stone from the armor that could improve his skills. While Cass was almost enslaved and the world was sacrificed, the driver solved a Rubik's Cube behind the wall. He was a little worried, but did not try to check his pet. Finally the doors opened and Cashin walked out, having already absorbed the stone and feeling stronger. When the driver asked why he was so late, he indifferently replied that he had become entangled in the dark armor, but that he was okay now. The driver did not understand, nor did Cashin's next proposal to simply sell the armor for scrap or give it to Don King, since it was no longer of interest. Selling legendary weapons for scrap metal, only Cashin could dare to do this. Suddenly the driver felt a pull, and after checking the guy's analytical data, he discovered that he had suddenly become even stronger than before, never tired of impressing the former B-Zone boss. Meanwhile, Raven and Red had fun as best they could, filling the boring quiet days with at least some kind of action. Red Eye managed to hit a distant target, confirming his status as an excellent sniper. But Raven was a little upset, because he wanted to finish off his partner if he failed. Basically the usual villainous routine continued until they noticed familiar faces approaching. Surprisingly, not in the dark, Royal Garnet and his partners jumped onto the roof to join them in the conference room. The man said that this time he came not just for fun, but as someone else. Cashin, as the official boss of the B-Zone, was again absent from this meeting, which the Royal noted. The driver wasn't too worried about it as the guy headed back to the training room, to which Raven snorted. Without delaying too long, Royal revealed that the South Zone boss wanted to see the driver because Don King's subordinates had already visited him and made the same offer as the driver. The driver was sure that the man was not just the boss of the B-Zone, it was not for nothing that he was called the Sword Demon. In addition, the fourth B-Zone, Shirnoa, which had previously remained silent and unnoticed, was also supposed to be taken into account, but there was no official information about this yet. The driver agreed that he should greet and talk to the man, and Royal Garnet reminded that damn B-Zone also had a new boss to resolve this issue. Raven laughed that a meeting between these two would be an extravaganza since they look so much alike. Both are true fanatics of battle and training. Hearing her words, the driver reconsidered his decision, unable to resist the desire to see the two in action. After absorbing the magic stone from the dark armor, Cashin checked his stats again and was now only 55 points short of 1 in 12,000 magic points. Additionally, his skills had increased significantly and he now also had shadow armor. But Cass immediately regretted that this skill could only be activated once every 20 hours. However, he was pleased with the acquired passive skill of constant awareness, which helps to maintain consciousness even under strong hypnosis. Although Cashin's progress had exceeded Moro's expectations, he was still dissatisfied that the boy had not learned a lesson from what had happened earlier. Now Cashin felt even more confident on the path to revenge against the people who dared to harm his man. He also wondered where he could use his new skills, and an opportunity soon presented itself. Meanwhile, in the company of Lamp, Wu Chang was torturing himself in the training center, Cashin's lessons fresh in his mind. He honed the speed of using fire over and over again, without knowing fatigue. But he still couldn't reach the level shown by Cashin, and it almost drove him to despair. In the same center, several floors above, Don sat in the waiting room with his boss and leafed through a magazine with the latest news about the fight in the B-Zone. The fact that water and electricity were turned off in the B-Zone, and all supplies were stopped, meant only one thing: those who did this had connections not only in government agencies, but also in private businesses. Ji-sun explained to the Breaking Psyche that this was the work of Don King. He has already been joined by bosses of other well-connected B-Zones from around the country. Moreover, he created his own army, which he calls 7 captains, and among them there are no ordinary people. Of course, there were still the man and the driver, who were not easy victims to subjugate, so Lampa could exhale a little. When Don mentioned Cashin, his boss didn't even want to hear about mere pawns since there wasn't enough detailed information about him yet. Don understood why she thought that, given her strength and melee skills, but Cashin was not inferior to her. It even seemed that he was personally trained by the Psycheers, so strong was his base in their past clashes. However, no matter how strong the bosses of the remaining 2 stinks were, they could not fight at their full strength when their opponents outnumbered them and in strength. Realizing that if they lost, Don King would declare war on Lamp, Dwan asked how they could outsmart the Master of Evil, to which the woman snorted that it was actually his job. They could not openly come out and take sides until there was clear evidence of an impending war with the villains. The Psycheers' mission was to protect civilians at all costs, and they had no room for error. In the B-Zone, the Black Hand fell silent for the first time, thoughtfully recalling Cashin's past battles. He couldn't help but admit that the guy was strong, and now he wondered how he himself could become stronger. His partners did not understand his thoughts and unwittingly provoked him into more screams, since this guy could not remain silent for long. Hearing that he wanted to become stronger, the villains assumed that he wanted to impress the woman he liked, and the Black Hand involuntarily confirmed this by blushing. However, their conversations about love affairs were interrupted by the appearance of unexpected guests. It was the boss of the Southern Zone in the company of his closest subordinates. Rob stepped forward and, on behalf of his boss, ordered the trio to go and pick up the driver. Naturally, the loudmouth himself did not like the fact that they wanted to use him as an envoy on his own territory. Having nothing against provoking someone who succumbs so easily, Mujin's servant remembered that rumors about this trio had already spread throughout the B-Zone. He remembered that they were considered the most useless pile of garbage among the rest. Without thinking for a second, the Black Hand rushed into battle with his fists, and his partners did not have time to stop him. Jay didn't stop mocking the poor guy even during the attack. Alas, the Black Hand was no match for him even if he calmed his emotions, so that in a moment he was lying on the ground in pain from the broken bone in his arm. Jay also said that normally he would have broken his arm, but now he felt sorry for him, innocent in his stupidity and ignorance. Crash and Double Blade couldn't stand this, although they initially tried to stay out of trouble, but now joined in trying to protect their friend. But they were repulsed by the weapon of Marshmallow, the villain who came with Muzzin, throwing a real marshmallow bomb. However, the projectile was intercepted by a red arrow fired from the side and crashed into the wall, depriving everyone of their portion of sweetness. It was the driver who finally appeared in the company of nearby villains, having apparently figured out what was happening through his cameras. Although the guys were in disarray, no one was seriously injured, and they were the first to attack the guests, so the driver scratched the back of his head awkwardly. The man wanted to explain the situation, but there was not a drop of guilt in his voice. Raven had already equipped her staff with a crow, but the driver stopped her, not wanting to escalate the conflict further, since they still had something to discuss. The beginning of his speech was interrupted by the entrance of Cashin, who greeted Muzzin. The boss of the Southern Zone had already heard about the guy's exploits, as well as his strange choice of a villainous name. He had no plans to acknowledge him as his equal and was puzzled as to why the driver had abandoned his position, assuming he simply needed to castle. The man released deadly energy that caused all the villains present to suddenly lose their ability to breathe. The reaction of Raven and Driver was understandable. They were initially considered very strong, but Cashin's indifferent expression surprised the Southern Zone member. However, Muzzin was not too impressed and again advised Cashin to keep his nose out of his and the driver's affairs. Cashin didn't come here to listen to his pathetic speeches, so he went straight to the point. He had heard about the fighting abilities of the boss of the Southern Zone. The driver was not happy with Cashin's words. This could be understood from his reaction. At this time, Jay jumped towards Cashin, saying that he would not tolerate someone who ignored his boss. Swinging his black claws, Cass explained to him that he did not like to be interrupted in his conversations. Finally receiving the upper hand from the official title of the boss of Damville Zone, Cashin directly repeated his challenge to the fight, saying that otherwise he would not let him go so easily. Although the driver was surprised by the speed and directness with which Cashin came out and offered Muzzin a fight, he was pleased with the outcome, as was Raven. The South Zone boss regretted his subordinate's reaction to Cass' stupid provocation. But since Cashin asked him so kindly, he wouldn't turn down a good fight. Cashin found his suppressor and a robotic voice replacement, which turned out to be quite annoying. He didn't take the battle seriously. Although he had heard of Cashin's success against Barracuda, he considered him just an overgrown man who didn't understand when to stop and stay out of adult affairs. From Muzzin's movements and from the hand with which he held the weapon, Cass realized that he was left-handed. Moreover, Moros warned the guy for the nth time that this opponent was on a completely different level than those he had fought with before. Without listening to the end of the wise spirit's speech, the guy rushed into battle without learning lessons from his past mistakes. He actually had to frantically dodge because the opponent's sword had been dangerously close to vital parts of the body several times. The driver, on the other hand, realized from his pace of battle that Muzzin was taking this fight seriously, although he said otherwise. The sword nearly took off Cashin's head, and only a miracle saved him from repeating his fate at the hands of Barracuda. Even after some time, the guy could not find a single weak point in close combat, and his opponent completely calculated his movements, which meant that he was not just a villain, but an experienced fighter. Then he decided to change tactics and rushed into a direct surprise attack, realizing that something needed to be changed during the battle. Using a new skill in combination with others, Cass managed to excite Muzzin, and now he had to retreat. All Raven and Driver were missing was some popcorn as she stood and commentated on the fight in front of them, especially focusing, of course, on her hometown Cass and his skills. The intensity of the battle caused Mujin, who had initially looked at Cashin with contempt, to shed his cloak to give himself more room to operate. In the freed space, the boss of the Southern Zone took out a second sword and rushed at the guy with not one, but two. All this time he was waiting for the right moment. After he managed to slightly wound Cass, Muzzin began an aggressive attack, appearing exactly where the guy jumped away. However, it was not easy for the boss himself, since Cashin managed to block the blows of his sword and even tried to play the attacker. Cass noted the difference in this villain's combat training compared to previous ones and even gave him an above-average rating. Moros was already tired of the antics of his ward. He got the impression that he did not listen at all to what adults and smart people were telling him. Although the spirit told him that Mujin had not yet unleashed his full power, Cashin noted that unlocking it was exactly what he wanted, and in order to do so he needed to provoke the villain even more. Moros was tired of rolling his eyes, especially since he had one, and everyone around him was already tired of watching this fight, not even daring to breathe in admiration. Black Hand couldn't believe that Cass had survived for so long against one of the strongest among the Pitchfork Zone bosses. The driver clapped his hands, signaling the end of the fight and inviting the fighters to go to the corners, since they had time to evaluate each other. But his good intentions were not receptive to Cashin and he simply said that he refused to stop now. The man also agrees with him, ending the fight halfway was not considered fair, and it was better to fight until one of them falls. With his eyes shining defiantly, the guy continued to provoke the boss into more decisive actions, which Moros strongly disapproved of. The spirit congratulated his ward on the fact that the guy managed to get under the skin of the boss of the Southern Zone. The man swung his sword in the air using magic, and the house behind Cashin was cut in half like melted butter. Having read his opponent during the fight, Cashin was forced to admit that thanks to his other skill, and metal mastery, he could protect any part of his body with a powerful shield, impervious to any blows, making him an incredibly dangerous fighter both up close and from afar. On the other hand, as the bearer of darkness, Cass also had many secrets of his own. The driver wasn't sure after all this. He had known the South Zone boss long enough to be confident in his skills, but for some reason he was betting on Cashin this time. Coming to his senses after being hit by Cass, Rob was immediately knocked back only mentally by seeing his boss fighting the same guy on equal terms. Blow after blow they continued to keep pace with each other, almost complementing their opponent's skills. Deciding to quickly end the fight, Muzin suddenly disappeared from Cass's field of vision for a split second, and appeared at the very top of the shadow slitter, towering over the guy high above and gaining acceleration. Tired and irritated due to the protracted battle, the villain rushed at the guy with his new storm dance skill. Of course, Cass, having finally provoked his opponent's emotions, dodged, and Muzin even had to rely on his subordinate's scream to find the guy. Making a metal protrusion from his leg at the last moment, Muzin sent Cass flying into the wall. Although the villains who came with him were delighted with their boss's move, Mugen admitted that if it weren't for Rob's scream, Cass would be lying in his place now. However, Cass was alive, intact, and even active enough to comment on the villain's movements. The man felt a headache every time Cashin opened his mouth, as every word he said was aimed at pissing him off. After such a performance, Raven and Driver also sensed a change in the mood on the battlefield. The villains had their own ideas about respect, and after he admitted that he admired Cashin's skills, Mujin leveled himself and warned that the next blow would be the last and fatal. Assessing his ward's opponent, Moros became excited, warning that this time it was really serious, and that the energy inside Muzin was going through the roof. It would be more than just a blow. If Cashin got hit in the head, he wouldn't survive. The force flying at the guy from above was truly terrifying. Even those who were not standing in its trajectory felt it. The guy, God forbid, stood and watched as all this power flew straight at him, blinding him with its brilliance. The man was even disappointed in Cass, who overestimated his strength. After all, he showed great potential, and now he is just meat after a blow to the forehead. He was even more surprised to find that Cashin was alive, unharmed, and without even a scratch, continuing to tease him with his jokes. Since Cass was not an S-class villain, it was simply impossible for him to block such a blow so flawlessly. Mujin was now unsure of his rank and strength. Moros, already gray-haired with horror, if that were possible, looked reproachfully at Cashin, who continued his provocations. The guy, having experienced the power of the new shield skill, as happy as a cat who ate sour cream, planned to continue the battle using an attack stance. The man could not tolerate this behavior and began to warm up again. Recovering from his initial shock, Cashin rushed forward using his Shadow Run skill. However, just as the Southern Zone boss was about to wipe him out for insulting his sense of dignity, the device on his neck suddenly cracked. The driver, who never got his popcorn or found a place to sit, grew tired of their fight and used a screwdriver to stop further events. This was enough to keep the first little party from losing all the flavor of the fight. Moros agreed with him, noting that the guy was no longer testing skills, but was simply concentrating on his thirst for action. Cashin exhaled and was forced to agree, since he had already achieved his main goal, successfully testing a new shield skill that could withstand even a fatal blow. However, the boss of the Southern Zone, without saying a word, simply turned his back on them and walked with his subordinates over the horizon. The driver did not understand this, and Raven's explanation did not seem plausible to him. Cashin was present in the small conference room for the first time in a long time. Hearing the news that the South Zone boss had simply left without saying a word, Royal frowned as he tried to understand the reason. In the end, it was he who asked for a meeting, like a schoolboy skipping classes, not knowing the teachers by sight. Instead of trying to understand the situation, Cashin stupidly asked who the three were who were always by King Garnet's side. With less flavor in tea, being outsiders, they worked closely with the driver and the other Wilsons. The Royal replied that they belonged to Winterbell, which made the boy frown, while in the background the driver marveled at the man's lack of stealth. When they decided to explain to him who the Winterbells were, Cashin waved it off because he had already heard about them in a previous life. Villains who were able to completely subjugate their desire and turn their villainy into entire generations of aristocratic families who founded an international organization. They had huge connections all over the world, money, influence, even Lapis was on the list of organizations collaborating with them. All operations inside Winterbell were carried out in the strictest confidence, only the topsiders knew about their existence. Jeff had advised the high-ranking Cashin more than once in the past to carefully study all this information about Winterbell, because it was very important, and now the guy wished he had listened to his friend. Noticing that everyone was looking at him and wondering how he knew about the secret organization, Cash shrugged and changed the subject. Accepting his excuse, although not believing it, the Royal began to explain that Winterbell's main reason for existing was the survival of the villains. Villains have their limits, they cannot control their desires and often succumb to them, losing their identity. In this case, they must be destroyed. Sometimes they cope with this on their own. Winterbell's goal is to find balance, to place shackles on the villains that will always restrain their thirst for desires and thereby keep them alive. This is also the basis of the B-Zone, as the driver created it. This information was new even to the former high-ranking psychic, so it turns out that the B-Zone was not created to protect civilians, but rather to protect the villains themselves. Remembering the desire suppressor, Cashin immediately realized that it was the work of Winterbell. The next question he asked the driver was whether he was a member of Winterbell, because only that could explain his peculiarities in leading the B-Zone and his general behavior. Meanwhile, in the southern B-Zone, the villains were recovering from an unsuccessful meeting. The electronic device previously attached to Muzzin's neck was irreparably broken thanks to the driver's magic and now needed urgent replacement. J-Rob couldn't stop joking and commenting on everything around him, somewhat reminiscent of Raven. The South Zone boss, who finally took off her mask, lost her voice changer, and freed herself from her heavy suit, turned out to be a charming girl. Returning to Cashin's question to the driver, the villain shrugged and replied that he and Winterbell were just business partners, nothing special. The same question was addressed to the Royal Garnet, to which he, with a sly smile, suggested that he guess for himself, as if testing his nerves for strength. Cashin assumed that he was their servant, and thus helped the man fail the test. He immediately became enraged and was ready to attack the guy. The driver kindly clarified that the Royal was a vassal serving the Lords of Winterbell. There are 7 clans in total that founded modern Winterbell, and everything revolves around them. Then the mention of Muzzin came to Cass's mind, but there the story was much more complicated. Don King planned to take over the entire B-Zone, and although the driver had successfully resisted so far, he had too many followers and power not to be taken seriously. Therefore, the B-Zone needs Winterbell's support at any cost. Mujin, one of the 7 Lords of Winterbell, with one amendment, she never officially received this title. So while Winterbell was short of one official lord, and Don King was considered too small and naive, he wanted to seize power. And if he got Muzzin, then all of Winterbell would also go to him, which was a tasty morsel for the power-hungry old man. Meanwhile, Nan was being discharged from the hospital. She did not want to stay a second longer in this place, wanting to return home as soon as possible, despite the pleas of her brother. Wu Chang, on the other hand, was worried that she still didn't know that it wasn't Cashin who kidnapped her back then, but a completely different villain. He didn't need to revisit the topic, but remembering how much those villains had done for him, he wanted to at least ease his guilt and moral obligation a little. However, the girl refused to even talk about what happened. She claimed that she only remembers having lunch with a friend in a cafe, and then waking up in the hospital in the arms of her brother. Although Wo Chang was now worried that she had lost too much of her memory, Nan simply wanted to protect at least part of the identity of the man who had already saved her life countless times. The one she was thinking about was casually training outdoors, getting back into a familiar groove. Moros, turning on the mode of a distant relative, interrogated him about what he needed for happiness and did not consider revenge a worthy answer. Instead, Cashin decided to consider the offer he received yesterday. Mujin was a sword master from a family of legendary villains who mastered amazing fighting skills and focused on perfecting sword magic. However, in order to pass on the title, she had to pass a test, which she failed in the last stage of the 3. So, given Cashin's skills, they now need his help to secure the lordship for Mujin and gain Winterbell's full support. Although Cass was a little doubtful that the arrogant leader would accept his help, Moros assured him with a slight squint that yes, he would. In one of the halls of the huge elegant mission, a council was held, at which those who planned to help Muzin become a lord as soon as possible gathered. And the girl was preparing for this battle. King Garnet, in his original innocent guise, reported on the happenings around him, reluctantly noting the rapid spread of Don King's influence that they might have missed due to Song. June, looking angry, ordered him to stop with these bold statements as they were there for a reason, to stop this old man's ambitions. Vaughn, eating the pie and not seeming to be all that involved in this meeting, reminded everyone of the possibility of an absolute order on behalf of Winterbell. The Lord of Winterbella could have ordered all the villains to line up and thereby prevent an uprising, but for the unofficial Lord Muzin this sounded like a mockery. No matter how hard they tried, the problem was too obvious to slow down, because Don King had already gained a lot of power in his hands and was not going to stop. The girl in her innocent form, Gina Seo, wondered what was so interesting that the most powerful villain would try to take away a small piece of the B-zone, but no one knew the answer. And to get it, Gina had to gain the right to command the villains. Vaughn began to calm her down, reminding her of the 3rd stage of the test, but then the royal rose with faith in Cashin. There is a small loophole in the middle of the challenge in case something goes wrong. Before they didn't have a key, and that was a problem, but now they had Cashin, who could get into anything, and no wall was a barrier to him. Dissatisfied with being interrupted and even offered a dubious identity, albeit the owner of darkness, Vaughn snorted contemptuously. He went on to lecture about how bad it was because, in addition to breaking in, there were a lot of traps to go through before you could get to the switch. But Gina, who had experienced Cashin's strength, like Muzin, had no doubt that he could easily cope with this. When she asked how the proposal for cooperation went, Royal said with a smile that he received an agreement, although he did not find out what the other party wanted in return for their help. Hearing such admiring words addressed to another person, Vaughn felt humiliated, so he snorted and suggested that they stop bowing to any rank of villain. Although Gina coldly described his skills, seeing in him the strength of a villain combined with the brutal training of a psychic, the man was not convinced. I had to resort to the last argument and say that the driver himself vouched for him, and with that the topic was closed. Gina only clarified that no matter what card she had to use to become a lord, she was ready to do anything for it. While Cashin was preparing breakfast, Moros filled him in on Muzin's affairs, for example, sharing the secret that the boss of the Southern Zone was a psychic acting on his own. This was not a revelation for Cass, because he already suspected something similar, seeing Muzin's level of training as a psychic, and not a villain. He remembered how he negotiated with the royal, offering him a large payment for his help. Cashin suddenly had a realization that Mujin was not only an outcast, that is, a psychic, but also the boss of the South Villa, and was planning to take the position of Lord Winterbell. To Moros it seemed like trivial jealousy, especially since in his emotions Cashin had forgotten about breakfast. After texting his sister, who was concerned he wasn't eating home-cooked food, he admitted he cooked it himself, but didn't say the food had turned to coals. Moros did not leave him alone with his questions, and the guy suggested closing the topic, suddenly agreeing to Muzin's proposal, since it was beneficial to all parties at once. Early in the morning, a whole crowd gathered at the door of Cashin's training hall. The shadow ghost guarding his door like a guard dog did not allow anyone inside and did not even allow anyone to knock, so as not to accidentally disturb his idol. The 3 rowdy villains refused to leave, wanting to see Cashin right now since they had the courage to come to him. It is unclear where this conflict would have gone, and who would have emerged victorious from this fight, if Cass had not come up from behind, busy with his own business. He didn't have time for these guys, so he waited for a quick answer to the question of what kind of demon they left behind before the Shadow Spectre could say anything about them. The entire trio, led by Black Hand, knelt down, faithfully looking at Cashin like a dog at a bone, and begged him to teach them to be just as strong. Hearing such words from those who attacked him every time he was in the B-zone was strange, to say the least. Black Hand silenced his friend who was trying to introduce love affairs into this and declared that he was serious. Cashin couldn't help but wonder if they ever practiced, looking at their lack of discipline. The guys didn't even think it was necessary, and Crush bragged about going to the gym several times. Cashin, who spends a lot of time training every day, tried to convey the importance of this action. Wanting to prove himself and still receive lessons from the powerful leader, Black Hand obediently and with empty enthusiasm shouted that he would definitely train despite the difficulties. Unable to look directly into Cashin's head, Moros asked if he was serious about his decision about their training, and the guy nodded. Considering how many enemies surrounded them now and would surround them in the future, and the fact that the B-zone had become his second home, he needed to surround himself with more professional people. So Cass upset the guys that they would have to take a test consisting of thousands of push-ups, sit-ups and pull-ups, as well as run 20 miles at full speed, all repeated 3 times in a week. The Shadow Ghost was also brought into the matter, causing him to keep an eye on them and even join their training, which he was very happy about. The driver arrived almost at the end, when everyone had already left, so he missed the amazing sight. He wanted to talk to Cashin about something important. In another part of the city, a tired Gina entered the girls' room, following the royal retinue. She continued to introspect, showing weakness in the absence of others. She needed to try even harder to finally gain the title of Lord and prove her worth. Aroma was concerned about Gina's morale, having taken on too much, and advised her to hand over control of the Southern Zone to someone else so she could focus on training. She refused to betray the villains of the Southern Zone, and this caused the girls to cry tears of humiliation. Sighing, the girl began to ask about Cashin, but all they could tell her was that he only eats and trains all day long. Aroma, who could not keep her mouth shut, also let slip that Cass was going to school, and immediately fell silent, asking Gina to forget about it. They were not allowed to reveal the identities of the villains. Gina noted this to herself, but did not continue to spoil the child. However, I noticed how thoughtful the girl became after receiving this information. Meanwhile, Won and Sung Jun arrived in their villainous guises at Dam Villa, looking with disgust at the shabby houses in desolation. They were greeted by Cha with his usual smile already plastered on his face. Meanwhile, in the deliberation room, Cashin confirmed his participation in helping to secure the title of Lord Winterbell. Muzin and his support group also reported the news through the driver. They decided to entrust their plan to the guy. However, Cashin still had not decided what exactly he wanted from them. Having told the driver that he would fulfill his part of the agreement even before receiving payment, this greatly surprised him. Isn't it more difficult to extract a reward from them later? When all the arrangements were settled, Cashin suddenly noticed a thin envelope and a map on it. The driver reported that Winterbell ordered him to investigate everything he could about the subject in the photo. Seeing this, Moros started blaring his siren. Now Cashin knew what he wanted from Winterbell in exchange for his help: all available information about the platinum disc. The driver sat down at his computers and continued to perform the task assigned to him. His interest was also piqued by the fact that this was the first time Cashin had taken the initiative to find out about something, and it also gave the guy more information about his favorite. Holding the sheet with the outline of the platinum disc in his hands, the driver concluded that Cashin knew something special about this item. However, there was so little information that all that remained was to hack the Pentagon or Lampus. At the Sky Pub, one struck up a conversation with Cha from afar, first asking how he came to live this way. Cha waited until he got to the point of his visit, like an experienced trader, understanding where this was going. Unable to bear the weight, having first joked well with the man, the mysterious bartender directly asked what was the matter. Vaughn did not hold back and asked a question about Cashin and Cha's attitude towards the guy. Without handing him a glass of drink, the bartender advised him to meet with Cass in person to form his own opinion. Seeing that Cha continued to fuss, one used the forbidden method of low blow and questioned what the psychic thought about the villain, reminding Cha of his unpleasant past. Judging by the guy's angry look, it was clear what kind of answer Muzin's subordinate could receive. On the training field, Shadow Ghost mocked the trio, showing off his speed records while the others trailed behind. They really couldn't keep up with his pace, not believing how such training could even be accomplished by humans, even if they were villains. However, Black Hand was uncomfortable, and clenching his teeth, he howled again, but this time it was motivating. He no longer wanted to be considered trash, so he was truly willing to do anything, just as he had promised Cashin earlier. Seeing such enthusiasm, the rest of the three also forced their bodies to rise and hobbled after him, although not as actively. Watching them from the roof, Cashin demonstrated his teaching skills, which the spirit admired. Moros seemed to have high hopes for the three, and he wondered why many people would like to become stronger, but only persistent ones could unlock this feature. So Cass gave them only a tool that they could use or complain about life themselves, and they acted intelligently for the first time in a long time. Plus it sounded like a very difficult task for villains to be persistent, considering that the very essence of being a villain was to follow and indulge your desires. These three were not only supposed to become strong on their own, they were supposed to motivate others to join in the training by example, and this would raise the overall level of the B-Zone villains. It is not surprising that after such speeches Moros assumed that in this way his ward wanted to increase his influence and power. This all sounded very good, except that the villains were still villains, and trusting them in this way was foolish, according to the ancient spirit. Especially the driver, who was somewhere in the back of the building looking for information about the platinum disc, and even more so with Winterbell's pitch. The guy had his own vision of the situation, he couldn't stop them from searching, and this way he could get the information he needed without lifting a finger. And who knows, maybe he will find something else about the silent Moros. A sudden flash from above caught Cashin's attention. A villain unfamiliar to him stood in the window and signaled to the guy with light magic. Moreover, he also dared to wave his hand like a messenger to come to him. After showing the middle finger or performing a mirror action, Cashin still waited for the villain to approach himself, not wanting to follow anyone else. This was the first time Vaughn encountered such an attitude towards His Majesty. Not too offended by the harsh words of the approaching villain, Cashin asked who he even was. Realizing that the driver had told him nothing about him, he introduced himself as Dark Radiance and brazenly decided that it was because of his ignorance that Cashin was not afraid in his presence. And so the guy, hearing that Vaughn was from Winterbell, wondered if he had given the driver an order to find information about the platinum disc. Vaughn, starting from afar, said that Cashin offered his help, to which he was interrupted and corrected. It was not Cashin who offered his help, but he was asked to help. This offended and angered the already wounded Dark Radiance, and the man materialized a bright shining ball in his hand to protect his fragile honor and the honor of all of Winterbell. He thought that Dark Radiance didn't believe that Cashin had managed to defeat his lord at all, so he didn't take Cashin's warnings seriously. He also managed to provoke the calm young man with his words, wanting him to attack first. This didn't work. Instead, Cass urged him to launch an attack and stop the rumors and speculation, since he didn't like to talk much. Calling himself a teacher, Dark Radiance promised to correct Cashin's bad habits of underestimating his opponents and estimating himself too highly. At the bar, Cha could not deny himself the pleasure of angering the self-confident man and expressed his opinion about Cashin. He is aggressive and cruel, knows no respect. Villains do not follow him because of his bad character, except for one person. Recalling how Cass wrested a discount from him that far exceeded his means, Cha added a more personal remark that this is more self-confident fruit. Dark Radiance took note of the information, completely unaware that all these descriptions were more compliments than insults. Now he was interested in the story of the battle between Mujin and Cashin, but here Cha could not tell anything from personal experience, since he was not there at that time. The only thing he replied was that the driver stopped the fight by intervening halfway. Having heard all he needed to hear, Hui-sun stood up from his bar stool and prepared to leave the bar to find himself a full-fledged adventure. He wanted to tame a wild dog, just as he thought of Cashin. Cha stood behind him, smiling contentedly, already anticipating the defeat of the self-confident guy who was trying to use low methods against him. When the battle began, Dark Radiance formed many spheres around himself and Cass, as if outlining the battlefield. Morrow said that this was not the best opponent for Cashin because light and darkness were exactly opposite, and therefore the villain's move was clear: remove as much darkness as possible and make himself stronger. Thanks to his information about Cashin, Dark Radiance knew the characteristics of the guy's dark magic. He confirmed the words of Morrow's that if light shines from all sides, then there is no room for darkness. The spirit suggested that this opponent would be difficult to subdue, but Cass only sighed heavily. Dark Radiance didn't stop talking for a second, continuing the mistake of typical villains by continuing to praise his titles instead of engaging in combat, as if he thought that Cashin would be scared and the fight could be avoided. Naturally, according to a pre-prepared scenario, at the end he invited the guy to give up and apologize, but before he could finish speaking, Cashin, tired of this monologue, interrupted him and replied that he was not interested. Then the battle finally began and the man sent glowing balls towards Cass. The guy was faster than that, and before the magic was directed in his direction, he was already running towards the villain, turning everything into close combat. At first it seemed like this would indeed be a problem, especially considering their opposing magic and the fact that he was one of Mujin's subordinates. Cashin dodged the flashes of light that followed him every step, but when Dark Radiance made the mistake of moving closer to get a better look at the fight with him, Cass took advantage of the easy chance. The villain's face hurt from the force of the blow, and soon it became like beating a child, as Dark Radiance turned out to be a weakling. The final blow knocked him to the ground, and he trembled, unable to rise. Cashin allowed himself to mock him. The guy deserved this moment. He was almost offended that the promised fight turned out to be so insipid, and even kicked him several times, demanding that he get up and finish the job, and not lie down after weak blows. Dark Radiance begged for mercy and apologized for his actions. However, instead of ending the fight on a quiet note, he raised his hand and quickly removed the desire suppressor, immediately regaining his confidence in his abilities and resuming his rant. He had unlocked his limit, which meant that he now seemed invincible to himself, having risen to S rank. The villain's light became much brighter, spreading across the roof even without the use of magic. This was the first time Cashin had seen with his own eyes a villain with a suppressed limit. Although Cashin had spared dark light earlier and stopped when he began to apologize, the man was now declaring that he would not spare the arrogant guy. All the orbs around them glowed and flew into the sky at the same time, causing Cashin to look back. They gathered in one large circle, emitting an almost solar glow. It wasn't that Cass was scared, it was more that he was turned on, and to Dark Radiance's surprise, he finally used all his power of darkness, succinctly saying the logical thing: where there is light, there will always be darkness. Shadow plumes reached out to the solar ball and smashed it in the blink of an eye, returning the zone to normal. Dark Radiance still couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible and therefore lost focus on his opponent. Cashin again complained about the utter boredom of this fight. Although Dark Radiance was breathing heavily, he did not want to admit defeat. It seemed that his pitiful state could not be hidden by his ragged appearance. He summoned a spear-shaped weapon and struck at Cashin. Without attempting to dodge, Cass continued to test his newfound skills and used a shadow shield, causing the spear to bounce off him like a rubber ball. Instant use of the shadow cutter without all this fuss and long speeches, and the villain is already flying through the roof, collecting all the dust from the ground. Not wanting to fully understand his opponent's honor, Cashin clapped his hands and said that it wasn't that bad, but it was hard to call his pleased face non-offensive in this situation. Dark Radiance didn't understand why things didn't go as he planned. Thinking about his future strategy, Cass asked why he was retreating so much. Was it really to finally show his true strength? Then the man realized that all this time the advantage was not on his side, as Muzzen's subordinate, but on the new boss Vaughn, whom he had greatly underestimated. The sudden appearance of the driver and Lafinetta put the fight on a short pause. Cashin again resented him for trying to interfere in his battles. Seeing this as an opportunity to preserve his honor and dignity, Dark Radiance lamented with a grin that this was a good opportunity to show his true strength, but since the driver had come, he would no longer torture his guild member. However, the driver came here only for the sake of a good show and, moreover, finally took into account the sad past experience and brought popcorn, sitting comfortably. Seeing that no one was going to save him, Dark Radiance decided to save himself and threatened Cashin that today he would leave, but next time the guy would not leave a wet spot. The driver and Lafinette were even upset that the show didn't work out. As if to pay tribute to the guy, Cashin decided to continue the show by asking Dark Radiance where he was actually running to. He refused to let the villain go without answers to his questions, and the man had to turn around. The driver stuffed more popcorn into his mouth. Everything was going according to his plan, and Cashin brought the sky down on the head of the Dark Radiance. The man knew that Cashin wanted to help Muzzen get the title of Lord Winterbell, but he decided to compete with him anyway. And although villains often act on their own, this does not apply to loyalty to their lord. So the question is, who would benefit from Cashin leaving the battle? It seemed that Dark Radiance did not want Mujin to receive the title of Lord Winterbell under any circumstances, even though he had served her for a long time. Dark Radiance did not know what to say to such a direct accusation with the given arguments. All five, including Raven, couldn't help but join the driver. They moved from the roof to a more comfortable place, taking a table in the Sky Pub. Cha regularly wiped the glasses, regretting that they chose his bar, not wanting to witness their conflicts. It was time to hear from today's brightest star, and he finally spoke. He really didn't want Mujin to take the title of Lord Winterbell. Lafinette immediately wrote down her partner's slip of the tongue in her notebook and continued her questioning, word by word. The man did not meet the Lord's requirements. Cashin did not believe this, having personally encountered him in battle and felt his skills. Dark Radiance corrected him. The problem is not combat experience or skill. The problem is something completely different. Without allowing him to finish, the entire team called it a simple betrayal, considering his lord's ultimate goal. Faced with such words, Dark Radiance, who valued his honor and dignity, began to make excuses. He was never a traitor, he just wanted to protect Muzzen in any way possible. As soon as she receives the title of Lord Winterbell, they will come for her. And it was not about Don King, but about Bloody Killer Moran, the strongest of the four masters of evil, who will certainly come for Muzzen. Cashin asked if they were talking about the same sick bastard Moran, and Dark Radiance responded regretfully, feeling guilty. The driver was not surprised to note that Cass knew who he was talking about. As a former S-Class Psychier, Cashin truly knew and hated him with all his heart, remembering how many Psychiers had fallen at his hands. None of the psychics sent on an operation to capture a dangerous criminal ever returned. Dark Radiance confirmed that Mujin would likely want to strike Moran first after gaining the title of Lord, and that would be a huge problem. Wondering why a smart villain would want to go against an entire master of evil, Cashin immediately found the answer, out of a desire for revenge, because Mujin's father was once defeated by Moran. This is why Mujin wants to become Lord of Winterbell in the first place, for the sake of power and revenge. Having heard that conflict between Moran and Winterbell was inevitable, if only because they were two valuable powers, Cashin asked if Dark Radiance was aware of the harm he was causing by delaying. if they can't beat the rain, they just need to prepare to get wet and face it. Of course, Dark Radiance jumped up on the spot, outraged by Cashin's complacency, not agreeing with his opinion. They were talking about the strongest of all villains, one of the four masters of evil. With his usual indifference, Cashin asked what the problem was, causing laughter from the driver and another outburst of emotions from his subordinate Muzin. Although Cashin admitted that it was not enough yet, he planned to bring these four masters of evil to their knees before him soon. This was not enough for his revenge, so he gave the driver orders to set a meeting place and time at the Bongo Gate, where the South Valley Diary would be a sweet spot to pit them against each other. However, this would be too difficult to implement and would require a huge amount of money. Cashin remembered that Moran appeared in Korea 5 years ago, a year after he attended an event to select strong and talented psychic trainees. He had read the report of that incident but was not personally involved, and among the victims was an S-class psychic named Gwangwa Kim. Meanwhile, behind them, Darklight approached Cha and offered to wash the dishes for him, because he is a real fighter against dirt and garbage. The driver immediately realized that the villain was suffering from the consequences of the lifting of the limits, and prepared to watch another show in the company of Raven. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Wu Chang was playing sports in the company of his friend. Joe, who called the guy Lucky, had already decided on a place in the lamp company, given his successful cases of capturing dangerous villains. Wu Chang tried to justify that it wasn't him, but Joe pointed out that even if that was the case, he saw his friend fight and it was amazing. Now everyone is saying that Joe himself is using his friend's fame to rise to the top, and the company is advising him to be more active if he wants to take any place. After hearing that his friend was being bullied at school, Wu Chang was ready to deal with it. However, the guy shook his head and refused because everyone had just calmed down. However, he noted that some at his school consider Uchin to be a thorn in their side. They were talking about Uchin's sister being late when he suddenly noticed a girl running away from some guy in the distance. Nan ordered him to get away from her, but he did not listen, hinting that he was strong enough to defeat her brother if necessary in order to date her. However, he did not know that her brother was Uchin, and as soon as the guy stood up for his sister, the unfamiliar schoolboy immediately turned pale. Hearing that it was not her friend, but just a random stranger harassing her, Wu Chang was ready to go over to the evil side, judging by his facial expression and threatening gaze. Hearing that they were brother and sister, the guy immediately retreated and tried to hide. And when Joe, who knew him by sight, noticed, he didn't even try, he just ran away without apologizing. Wu Chang asked Joe who it was and his friend reminded him of that group of students from his school who hated Wu Chang and that this guy was one of them. At the South Villa mansion, Mujin had already recovered her voice suppressor and had once again assumed her villainous form, checking with her subordinate to see if she had an appointment with Cashin. Rob was initially worried that Cashin is a rather quirky guy and after their fight he wouldn't want to help them. However, Muzin was confident in the guy's identity and looked forward to the moment when he would pass the test, receive the title of Lord Winterbell, and his revenge would finally be carried out. With a heavy pain in her chest, Gina in her original form remembered crying because she accidentally ate all of her father's cookies. However, the man simply hugged the child and told her not to worry as his child would always be more important to him. Now the girl, who had become a strong and responsible warrior, was riding in a car and ordered the driver to take her to Dam, since she had one thing to do there. The cafe was hosting an interview with a promising psychiatrist trainee who had been the subject of many rumors. Suntae promised not to let down the Lampus young psychiers at the competition in 2 months and take first place, becoming a worthy representative of the psychiers. With a warm, kind smile, he shared his plans for the future, aiming for the highest ranks of psychiers and stating that he was trained only by the best. When the interviewer mentioned Wuchan, the guy regretted that they weren't introduced to each other or weren't friends earlier, even though they were going towards the same goal. At the same moment, he received a message on his phone, which caused the guy to look away from the interview. What he saw made him even apologize to the interviewers and offer to end the interview now, to which they happily agreed. The recording was enough. While the guy was praised for his frankness and sensitivity, not typical of the average psychic, he left the cafe, entering an alley where the nervous Inbium, who wrote that message, was already waiting. Without hesitation, the guy lied so vividly about being in the battle with Wu Chang, mocking some girl as if it was not himself. However, Suntae didn't believe him, and rightly so. The student stated that he would have fought Wu Chang and won in an instant if he had not had the advantage of people around him. About to mock the guy with the whole group, Suntae didn't believe a word of it while Inbium furiously talked about how he almost defeated everyone there single-handedly. However, as soon as Inbium mentioned that Uchin called them all young and inexperienced rats, the guy got angry. He warned that such a lie could end badly for Inbium, but he assured that it was the truth. Blinded by hatred, Xiangti vowed to take revenge for Wu Chang's slight towards them. Meanwhile, Cashin was heading to the very last place where he was expected, a pastry shop. Both the driver and the raven, and even Lafinetta, who joined them, told such stories about delicious pasta from one damn pastry shop that even the guy became interested. He was especially recommended the Earl Grey flavored pasta, which took him to the heights of bliss in one bite. Now the guy ordered all the boxes they had. He had already placed his order when a girl entered the pastry shop. She asked a question about Earl Grey pasta, but the clerk regretfully admitted that it had just been purchased. Gina, it was she, asked the guy to give her Earl Grey pasta, which Cashin was not going to agree to. She said that she was ready to pay 10 times more than the guy, which shocked the seller with quick, unexpected money. Lowering her eyes, the girl honestly admitted that today was the anniversary of the day she lost someone she loved, and his favorite flavor was Earl Grey. The guy was not greedy, so, after making an awkward show of refusing pasta due to stomach pain, he left the bag on the counter. The girl turned to him as she left the pastry shop. The guy was booed and sarcastically commented by Moros, who informed him that he was not a very good actor. However, suddenly the guy's shirt was pulled. The girl in the pastry shop handed him a bag with a small portion of pasta, telling him that half was enough for her, and that she could not remain in someone else's debt. After this, Moros took back his words. It turned out that the shock that Cashin played out was believable enough to fool anyone. Moros was puzzled as to why his charge was so kind to this girl, but assumed it was because she reminded him of Jeff. Not satisfied with Cashin's passive reaction, the spirit decided to provoke him and said that they had met not just a girl, but a Mujin, but Cashin already knew that. Moros was indignant and wondered how the guy understood this. Cashin had already suspected that this girl was unusual, ever since he felt the chi in her energy when she approached and noticed that her fingers were calloused from hard training with the sword. And the one she lost was supposed to be her father. Gina silently looked at the photograph of her father, thinking only about revenge for his death. Finally, Day X arrived, and the whole Honest Company gathered at the Bongo Gate, where Muzin's test would take place. Dark Radiance took over the duties of a caring daddy and began a lecture on safety, worrying not so much about Cashin, but about the possible failure of the mission. Cashin did not appreciate his efforts and asked him to stop being a parrot, repeating the same thing over and over again. The man who came closer did not share the company's excitement, so he simply wished the guy to return whole, and not in pieces. Summoning his shadows, Cashin entered them without delaying the start any longer, and promised that he would not stay long. There was a special lighting system in the cave that the royal had talked about, and the guy activated it, illuminating his path in a familiar way. Seeing the new device, Cashin thought about stealing one of the lamps, which the ancient spirit barely restrained him from doing. Now, however, he was faced with a dilemma about which of the two forks to choose. Such a winter bell his subordinates had not warned him. Moro said that they probably themselves did not know that this was possible, since they had not come here before. Now it was a little clearer why Dark Radiance was nervous about Cashin. Not only did he have to avoid traps, but he also had to choose the right path. Cashin wasted no time and summoned his fast-running skill, running through the shadows and into one of the corridors. Suddenly he was stopped by Moros, who sensed something unusual. A strange energy was emanating from an ordinary stone wall, and since there was no further passage, the guy realized that something was hidden behind it. Now the main question was whether this was a trap for the annoying intruder. Moros suggested trying anyway, but again began to lecture that his ward should not relax and always be on guard, although the guy never listened to him. At the entrance to the Bongo Gate, Dark Radiance was fixing his manicure, gnawing on his steel claws from his nerves. Only 10 minutes had passed and he was already complaining that Cashin had been there too long and something was going to happen. The driver and Muzin were confident in him, so they did not pay attention to the villain's grumbling. With a suspicious grin, as if the driver knew something, he made a short digression that the guy would return very quickly, unless something distracted him from the main trajectory. Meanwhile, Cashin destroyed the wall and came across a huge gate with heavy energy filling the entire place. Moros recognized the symbol in the center of the gate and responded in surprise that it was a special barrier for locking the ravens. He explained to a perplexed Cashin that this place was not just a training phase for the Lords of Winterbell. The very name Bongo Gate implied that it contained something that needed to be locked. A special demonic sword was kept here, which turned a family of med-psychiers into villains by changing their nature with the help of this sword. This sword was now stored under this barrier, waiting to be discovered. Meanwhile, back in the States, Sister Sienna continued to work and, having a short break, looked out into the room full of guests. She couldn't take her eyes off the handsome man sitting alone and accompanied by a bunch of bodyguards. Suddenly she was startled by the manager who came up and whispered in her ear. The girl recoiled, and the man himself fidgeted in his seat, looking for what had attracted her attention. It turned out that the man she was watching was the president of Lampus, a top psychic who gathered everyone else under him. While they were discussing this from a distance, the man, possessing exceptional abilities, could hear their entire conversation and winced at the noise. Meanwhile, Cashin had opened the gate and was now observing the very sword that had caused all this commotion. However, in addition to the sword stuck in the stone, there was also a jug from which energy emanated no weaker. Inside the barrier there was another, less noticeable, restriction. The stones surrounding the jug formed an indestructible boundary, which meant that this item was incredibly dangerous since they had double protection installed around it. The sword in front of him was meant to provide this barrier, providing protection against being hacked. When asked what exactly these barriers were trying to hold, Moros clarified whether Cass knew what absolutely everyone was afraid of. No matter how much power a person gains, how much money, strength, and connections he has, he is still insignificant in the face of death. This jug was a symbol of the sun of immortality. In ancient times, it was used in ritual offerings to the gods to bring peace, good fortune, and long life to a settlement. But soon the people with power wanted more, and they began to seek immortality, offering human sacrifices as payment. So this jug was consumed by evil spirits, whose souls were absorbed during the rituals, and turned into a dangerous weapon. Cashin wondered how much Moros knew, to which he simply replied that as an ancient spirit he had the right to know more than ordinary mortals. Without telling the guy the whole story, Moros asked what he was going to do with the jug. In his usual manner, the guy, assessing the jug, immediately thought that since it was a weapon, a magic stone could be extracted from it. Although this is not possible among all types of weapons, this jug had such a stone, but it was extremely dangerous. However, when has danger ever stopped Cashin? The barrier activated right in front of the guy as he approached the jug, but according to Moros, it didn't protect what was inside, but ensured that the inside didn't affect the outside. In this case, he was vulnerable to attacks from outside. Cashin decided and summoned his magic into his fist. Indeed, he destroyed a multi-year barrier with one blow, the fragments scattered in different directions, and a huge flock of crows immediately burst out of the jar, guided by the spirit that had awakened within, like one that was encased in dark armor. These were not just crows, but the evil spirits of victims who had unjustly lost their lives at the hands of those who desired immortality. And there were an incredible number of them. Moros ordered Cashin to stay put and not give in to temptation, because the jug was just waiting for him to be distracted. The crows suddenly rose and rushed at the guy with terrible cries. The spirit was worried that these voices would not influence the guy and drive him crazy. However, he had the passive skill of protection against hypnosis and, in addition, the iron will of a former psychic, so this time he did not even blink in response to the attempt to subdue him. This was another test of a skill that had never had a chance before. The guy was true to himself. Moros advised, since everything was fine with him, to get rid of these evil spirits as soon as possible and finish their work. However, Cashin did not think about their destruction, because he felt the wild sadness and pain of those souls forever imprisoned in the images of crows. Their voices, full of this heaviness, echoed within him, because he was the same before he drowned in the sea. Still, Cashinla had heard these voices before and had to join them himself, leaving too many unfinished matters in that life. Moros regretted the guy, but, in his opinion, nothing could be done with these souls. However, Cashin was not going to simply accept this injustice, so he wanted to do everything he could to heal these poor, unfairly neglected souls slumbering here. His blue flames didn't just burn them, it gave them purification, allowing them to be freed in this life. Finally, even the crow's feathers turned into a blue haze, no longer reminiscent of themselves as a concentration of evil. Moros silently watched as his ward grew and developed, because evil spirits could only be cured by spiritual power. And now he suddenly noticed that Cashin's flame carried within it the echo of something special. The jug was now safe and could be used. Using his secret skill, the guy began to extract the magic stone from the ancient weapon. Meanwhile, in the Neo Center, Don King received reports on everything that was happening in Dam and in the V-Zones. Particular attention, of course, was paid to Cashin as the new boss of the Damville Zone and as a person who has already intervened and disrupted other people's plans more than once. Don King's subordinate reported that he even confronted Muzzin, although they could not yet confirm these rumors. Upon hearing this information, Don King, although not looking pleased, ordered that everything he could about Cashin be found. Meanwhile, the guy looked at the magic stone taken out of the jug and admired its unexpected red color. Moros explained that the stone absorbed the power of human victims, which is why it was so unusual and, more importantly, insanely dangerous. Holding on to this stone will make any average villain feel a special urge to give in to their desires. However, Cashin felt nothing of the sort, which meant he was no ordinary villain. However, Moros advised him to postpone taking the stone, so as not to do it in the face of the need to make a quick decision. He was still on Muzzin's mission. Although the temptation was great, the guy decided that for the first time in a long time he would listen to his spirit and accept the stone only when he was stronger, in order to avoid possible consequences. Finally, Moros was able to praise him. Now that the jug was just a pile of metal, the sword was completely useless in this place. There was no longer any need to keep the evil spirits out with a barrier. He was also about to extract the magic stone from it when Moros said that it would be weaker than the one in the jug, but still useful. However, on the hilt of the sword, Cass suddenly noticed symbols that he had already seen before, albeit in a different color. Instead of Muzzin, he decided not to pull the magic stone out of him. Standing at the gate and gnawing on the last claw, Dark Radiance had already turned gray from nerves, unable to calm down for a minute, although a lot of time had passed. The driver was not at all worried about his pet, since most likely he simply turned onto a side road. Dark Radiance roared that this was also a very, very bad sign, and that they could not be so calm. A terrible creak, however, distracted them from their screams. The driver was simply solving a Rubik's Cube, as he had done in front of the gates on the lower floors of the Ville Zone, waiting for Cashin to return after his encounter with the dark armor. They didn't see him at first, but the guy was already running in the distance. Only the former boss of the Pitchfork Zone, who owned special glasses, could estimate his speed. Finally, with the words that the mission was completed, Cashin jumped out of the shadows. As soon as he left, the infidel Dark Radiance attacked him, reproaching him for his slowness. The driver, in contrast, simply patted the guy on the shoulder in a friendly gesture and was glad that he came out whole and not in pieces. Then, freed, Cashin approached Muzzin and handed her a sword, which he decided to take with him. As soon as the boss of the South Villa Zone saw the sword, traces of recognition and some kind of frantic melancholy flashed across her entire figure. This sword turned out to be the twin of the Black Dragon sword that was lost after the death of the founder of their family. It was a family heirloom, the symbol of the Demon Sword House. Cashin, on the one hand, thought that he had done the right thing by not extracting the mana crystal from him. The man had to thank the guy for returning this sword. Dark Radiance wondered where he could find such a rarity. Cashin honestly admitted that he had found a secret room with this sword and jug. Muzzin knew about the existence of this place, since she was the head of the family, and asked where the jug was located. Cashin replied that the jar had been returned to its original form and all souls had been purified, so that there was no need to guard the sword. As she had said earlier in her civilian guise, her family always pays their bills and doesn't like to be in debt, so she offered any reward in exchange for returning the relic, but the guy didn't have any immediate needs yet. Now she had to go to the end point of her trial and take what was rightfully hers. Cashin asked what she planned to do with South Villa once she became the full Lord of Winterbell. Mujin thought sadly that it would be a burden she would never be able to shed. After all, she relied on all these people to become a lord, and she will not be able to turn her back on them once she gets hers. She remembered standing alone at the family council, listening to the cold speeches of the council members and watching her father leave from the sidelines. One of those who had previously stood behind her father was now eager to defend the opinion that a 15-year-old girl could not be the head of the family. Moreover, this child was not even a villain and therefore had no right to claim the place that a wise and responsible person should occupy. Between the loss of her father, psychological trauma, and a break from training, she was not qualified to sit on the throne. However, Gina returned, surprising the council members, and declared that she would defeat Moran on her own. She will avenge her father and do everything she can to become a worthy lord of Winterbell. The same person who had previously actively objected now wanted to suppress the girl's desires. But the younger council members came to her defense, wanting to stay close and help her. 2 had already voted in favor, and now the last decision remained. There were 2 generations on the council, young and old. And the one who was supposed to support the First Lord unexpectedly declared that he would transfer his right of decision to his son, to whom he wanted to give up his place. Then the royal took her side, and Gina promised that she would prove her qualifications on her own. She promised that she would become the boss of one of the zones in the southern villa, and that was enough to tip the scales in her favor. Despite all the obstacles, she had earned the right to at least fight for what was rightfully hers. Although she had already become the boss of South Villa, it was still not enough to declare her desire to become the Lord of Winterbell, but now everything had changed. Cashin warned her that there were many traps there and she would have to be careful. Dark Radiance was about to joke that Muzzin was not the person to whom one could express his concerns, but the girl thanked the guy, because of which he was offended to the core, since his excitement had previously been perceived as hysteria. A little later, Sung Jun accompanied his boss to France, where the girl was supposed to officially accept the title after successfully passing the 3rd stage of the Lord test. She almost forgot to give Gina what Cashin had asked for, a pastry from the bakery, saying that it would help her on her journey. Sung Jun bowed, wishing the master a safe journey, and seeing her off simply as the boss of the Pitchfork Zone, expecting to see her next time not as the Lord of Winterbell, Instead of any other words, Gina only asked with a smile to tell Cashin thank you for the sweets. Her revenge for her father was approaching, and now she confidently walked forward. In the Chernoa Villa zone, an elderly man reluctantly read the news about Gina being tested. The girl Lena summed up that we can no longer put off making a decision. The A-rank villain Blue Snake, who was the only dissatisfied lord in the family council, nodded in agreement that now was the time to act. Don King listened to reports from his subordinates about the situation in Seoul and was extremely unhappy that Mujin passed the Bangogate test. He was also ready with all available information about Cashin, as he had requested. After getting acquainted with it, even one of the 4 evil masters called the guy a monster who appeared from nowhere with such skills. His subordinate immediately promised to find the killers to remove the interference, but the old master stopped him, saying that such talents should not be wasted. Of course, it would take more time and effort, but getting this guy into your collection would mean expanding your circle of influence, and that was the only thing Don King was interested in. Moreover, he refused to act on his own behalf in Seoul to organize a coup and seize power during Mugen's departure to France. It was much more interesting to watch how one of the council members, and therefore family members, staged a coup, destroying the entire family from the inside, driven by his lust for power and greed. Considering how he wanted to make Muzin his pawn, he will not stand aside now. With Chernoa in his hands, where the most dangerous forces among all the Ville zones are concentrated, he will disturb the peace of the entire Seoul, but most importantly, the demonic sword family. The subordinate noted that Dam Ville could intervene in this conflict, and Don King ordered to make sure that they really only look like that. It was to his advantage that nothing should happen inside the Pitchfork Zone, given his secret agreement with the Blue Viper, who betrayed the morality of his own family for the sake of power. Cashin didn't know what awaited them, but looking at the work they had done in training the villains, he praised them for their good progress. The 3 noisy villains proudly puffed out their chests and tensed their muscles to the point of creaking, grateful for the praise, considering it nothing special. However, it was not them who were praised, but the Shadow Ghost, who controlled the trio and managed to learn on his own. Cashin was now willing to allow the chosen villains to join his training, but first they had to pass a test. The guys immediately stood up, fearing that they would be sent to sprint again. Instead, Cass directly challenged the Black Hand to a one-on-one duel. He felt his pride soar again, not hearing his friend call him the weakest among those present, and not the strongest. Shouting that the Black Hand had now been reborn, he charged at Cashin without a second of hesitation. The guy didn't even move from his place, waiting for his opponent with a bored look. He easily dodged in one motion, still standing, and began instructing the villain. When he extends his hand like this, he gives his opponent the opportunity to strike, exposing a weak point. So it is worth refraining from this, unless he is aiming for the biggest loss. The defeated Black Hand buried its face in the ground, unable to rise. Crash, coming up with a new approach, stated that he understood Cashin's lesson without fighting. He just needed to avoid fighting an obviously strong opponent and everything would be fine. Alas, he did not guess Cashin's plan. The point is not to avoid strong opponents, but to always be on guard, ready to attack at any second and keep your shields ready. The Shadow Ghost watched the beating of the trio of villains with a sparkle in his eyes, admiring the man to whom he swore allegiance. Having defeated the boys with his lessons, Cashin ordered the Shadow Wraith to fight each of the 3 when they woke up, and the guy accepted the order with joy and delight. Complete chaos reigned in the vile zone of Chernoa, very far from the peaceful life of Dam. Mad Pin, Chernoa Ville's boss, was hosting Blue Viper at his secret location, and the topic of conversation was the upcoming plans for Ville and the demonic sword family. Blue Snake said that their time had come. Mujin had traveled a lot, so they had the opportunity to seize control now. However, no matter how proudly he acted, Mad Pin did not forget to add that Villezone and the family would not belong to one Blue Snake, but to the 2 of them. He didn't want to be just a pawn in his hands. They had to cooperate and share the burdens and rewards fairly in order to achieve the desired result. Otherwise, it will lead to the fact that someone will be able to separate them, and such an outcome is not desired by either Crazy Pin or Blue Snake. At this moment they have almost reached the Danish shopping center. Meanwhile, Cashin wondered why Muzin gave him magic stones, modestly sparkling in the box, but no longer needed. Without looking up from his work, the driver replied that she probably wanted to thank the guy in this way. He chuckled, but accepted the gift. Now there was a big problem. Bad signals started coming from Chernoa Villezone indicating that they were planning to stage a coup in Seoul Villezone soon by finding any excuse to do so. In the ranks of Chernoa Villezone there were enough very strong villains who were capable of becoming the bosses of Villezone on their own. The driver showed Cashin a photo of the villain he should have feared most, Python, one of Chernoa's 3 captains and a specialist in one-on-one close combat. He even fought Don King once, and although he lost, of course he still came back alive and survived for a while. The boss, despite all of Python's skills, was not him, but Mad Pin, a very average villain who was the brain of Shirnoa Villezone, generating all the evil plans. He was a tactician, allowing the strongest to advance while remaining in the shadows. The driver, of course, did not put his mind above his own, to which Cashin smiled. It was so in his style. However, Mad Ping's problem was that his magic involved mind control on a stunning level that no one could resist. Although Blood Rain and Toy Master could only control temporarily, once they took over someone's mind, Crazy Pin took over them forever. But he also had his limitations in the small number of people he could control. This was going to be dealt with by Winterbell anyway, so Villezona didn't need to think too much about it. But it would be good to keep his eyes open. While Mujin was away, Master Elder, who had been a member of the council since her father's time, was in charge. The serious conversation ended, however, when Raven ran into the room with a tray of cookies she had baked, leaving Cass unable to share his doubts. The cookies looked like they could kill someone, but the driver only confirmed with a smile that they weren't bad since Raven made them while no one was watching. Cashin studied the screens on the driver's desk and finally asked him if he was an investor, grinning slightly. Without revealing all his cards, the guy replied that this was just his little hobby. Meanwhile, in the car, Blue Snake was thinking about his recently ended meeting with Crazy Pin. He thought that Crazy Pin was an obedient, loyal dog, and this dog suddenly turned into a sly fox before his eyes, trying to take control of the situation. So now he had to deal with the consequences. Blue Snake ordered him to prepare hunters to eliminate the wayward pawn, and his next target will be the interfering Cashin. After Blue Snake left Mad Ping's safe place, it was not quiet there either. He openly laughed at the old man's expression. His accomplice Python was grimly contemplating which side he would remain on for certain agreements he had with both Don King and Blue Snake. When asked which of them was the rotten apple, Python did not answer, hating riddles. Another one of Mad Pin's closest villains, Red Bullet, suggested simply shooting them both, forgetting that he wouldn't have the strength to do so. Ino didn't particularly care about the first or the last, because in her eyes there was only the image of the battle with Muzzin. This provoked Red Bullet as he wanted to be the first to have the opportunity to fight the South Villa boss, so he pointed the gun at the girl. She glared as she remained where she was and told him to put the gun away if he didn't want her sticking it somewhere he didn't want it. Red Bullet didn't give in. Being the crazed lunatic that he is, Crazy Pin had to intervene, pulling out his trump card and subduing the minds of these two so that they would not make noise and disturb his thoughts. Instead of fighting each other, they should have fought their enemies, and now they were making a big mistake. After achieving the desired silence, Mad Pin concluded that they would join Blue Snake first, and when he was exhausted, they would easily trade him for Don King. They didn't need to aim for a small pond if there was an endless sea in front of them, because Mad Ping's ultimate goal was not only Shirnoa will, but also absolute power. After absorbing one of the magic stones Mujin gave him, Cashin sadly admitted that he felt fresher, but did not see much of an increase in magic points. Moros confirmed that, as he suspected, this was because his charge's body had become accustomed to receiving the stones and had now developed an immunity. There was still some blood magic stone left from the cursed jar, but it was too early for Cass's body to take it in as there might be side effects. Cashin wanted to reach S rank as soon as possible to unlock hidden skills, but not this way. Then what should he do with the remaining 4 magic stones? In Dam Villezone, a trio of rowdy villains were getting hit in the head again, only this time in a completely sanctioned manner. The Shadow Ghost actively followed the orders of his idol, without giving the guys any relief or rest. They were already in a completely defeated mad state, but the villain continued to shout at them, motivating them to get up and train so that their master would not feel ashamed. The beating of the poor guys was interrupted by the appearance of Cashin at just the right moment, who immediately thanked the Shadow Spectre for a good job. When Cass said he had a gift for them, the guys at first couldn't believe that this might not be just another tough training session, given their previous experience. However, when the box in their boss's hands opened and the golden light of magic stones appeared from it, everyone's jaws dropped. They couldn't believe it, and Shadow Ghost even said that it was a real waste of resources on people like them. Hearing that one of the stones was intended for him, the Shadow Ghost immediately changed and became silent, only thanking his idol. However, after waving the candy in front of their faces, Cashin closed the box and said that he would not give these stones away for free, they would still need to be worked for. In Mad Pin's secret hideout, they had already received papers for Cashin, whom Don King wanted in his collection and, therefore, ordered him to lure him to his side. Python indifferently underestimated his opponent, offering to knock him out now and drag him to his owner. However, Cashin was the leader of the Dam Villezone, and yes, his record already contained mentions of successful battles with Barracuda and Mujin, so it was not so simple. Python was not convinced by his boss's words, confidently considering himself a winner in any case, be it a master of melee combat or a master of magic. According to Chernobyl Zone boss, he tried to simulate the outcome of the fight between Cashin and Python in the simulator, and 8 out of 10 times, Cass lay at the captain's feet. Although he assumed that a live fight would be different, he had no doubt that he would win. As for the driver, everything was not so simple, and even the self-confident Python could not say with certainty that he could defeat him. Because the driver was the only one who survived the fight with Moran, he should not be underestimated. In this case, they needed to deprive the driver of Cashin's support and get him on their side. The guy did not yet know that intrigues were woven around him, so he stood calmly in the middle of the dark courtyard, giving the guys a task. He planned to have some fun and stretch his bones by fighting 4 of them. The shadow ghost had definitely grown in Moroz's eyes, and although Cashin called it personal training, the spirit was more truthful. It wasn't training, it was just beating up a guy. Now he remembered their fight together, and Cashin couldn't help but notice that their teamwork had improved in leaps and bounds. If he adjusted their group a little, they would become a strong team capable of defeating many opponents, unlike other solo villains. Suddenly, 3 men in dark suits and glasses appeared in front of Cashin. One of them stepped forward and introduced himself as Du Yun on behalf of Master Elder of the demonic sword family. According to him, the Blue Viper invites Cashin to talk, and the gloomy look on his subordinate's face said that if he did not go himself, he would be dragged away by force. Blue Snake tried to create a picture that he was the boss here, seeking peace and tranquility. Getting straight to the point, he offered Cashin all of soul. A little surprised, the guy asked if this was even possible for the master. Blue Snake, living up to his villainous name, noted that he is not trying to make him a loyal dog, but a partner, emphasizing the word. He also covered himself with a noble goal. All of the pitchfork zones need Cashin's help to counter the power of Don King and his minions. After thinking about it, the guy agreed that help was really needed, but now there was another question on the agenda: why the Blue Snake was talking to him about this, and not to Muzzin, who was the rightful heir of the demonic sword family. To which the person stated that Muzzin was too young and emotional, and this could affect the success of their business. It sounded like a betrayal of one's own leader, but if for a good purpose, then one can betray, according to the Blue Snake. Seeing that Cashin was still asking questions, Master Elder decided to play a trump card. He had more power than Mujin, so he could help solve the problem of water and electricity in Damville Zone. He had his own logistics company that he founded, so he could quickly solve their problem. Brazenly eating cookies from his table, Cashin agreed, but with one condition: in addition to soul, he also wants a real magic stone. Left alone, the Blue Snake mocked the audacity and naivety of the guy about whom there were whole legends, and considered this issue resolved. He planned to capture not only him, but also most of the leaders of the Damville Zone in order to see the confusion and sense of betrayal on the driver's face. Now the demonic sword family, Villezone, and Winterbell belonged to him. Blue Snake called Shinoa's boss Will and ordered him to deal with several problems, from which he realized that the man was moving much faster in his plans. Now they had to choose a person who could play the role of the cat catching the mouse, and Crazy Pin, along with his most loyal dog, tried to determine the best candidate. We passed almost everyone who was nearby, and finally settled on the Red Bullet, a little stupid, but the best option in this situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Sister Gango continued to work, arranging bouquets of lilies on the table. Vincent noticed the update immediately, amazed at her composure. The man had not seen lilies up close for a long time, but his older sister loved these flowers. In the United States, lilies had a special meaning. They were considered a symbol of the soul cleansed of sins, returned to the eternal circle of rebirth, so they were often used at funerals, like chrysanthemums in Korea. Although Yuri apologized and promised not to bring them again, Vincent only smiled and said that he personally loved lilies, and it was impossible not to be wary of his words. Although Yuri herself did not attach much importance to this, watching the handsome man. Returning to the current affairs, Cashin entered the office and saw the driver working behind the screen, despite the late hour. Sitting down casually at the table, the guy informed him that, as the driver had expected, Master Elder had already contacted him. The former boss of the Pitchfork Zone of Dam had already predicted a similar outcome, and advised Cass to pretend to listen to the Blue Viper first, then struggle a little so as not to look suspicious, and then agree to lower his guard. Hearing that the Master Elder agreed to provide Cashin with a real magic stone, the driver was very surprised, but the guy was interested in something completely different: what his future plans were. The driver shrugged his shoulders with a sly grin. It was time to pull out the traitors. Don King was informed of everything, including photographs of what was happening with the Blue Snake. The Master of Evil could not help but admit that this old fox acted quickly to smooth out all the dangerous corners. But, contrary to the fears of his subordinates, Don King himself was not afraid if the Blue Snake captured the entire Will Zone of Soul and even Winterbell. Frankly, he hoped for it and allowed it to happen. He really wanted to see the confusion on Mugen's face when she returned from France and saw that all her achievements were in vain only because of the betrayal of someone she trusted. Ordinary people crumble like crackers in such situations, and considering that her family and purpose were all she had, the girl would simply lose her incentive to live. Now the only thing Don King had to take care of was the unpredictability factor in Cashin. The guy himself put all the villainous affairs on pause, because he had an important mission as Gangugwan to pass the exams. Everyone around him was studying, and Maros was not used to this silence after the usual school noise, so he wanted to chat with Cashin while everyone was studying. Cashin tried not to think about what would happen to his sister when she found out he wasn't going to college. The three high school boys were on their phones. News began to spread about the tension between Chernoa and Dam Vilzone. Cashin listened with boredom to their arguments about which villain was stronger, while realizing that the news somehow spread too quickly, as if someone was helping them. Not only the news, but also numerous articles and broadcasts on the news screamed about the impending clash, and it seemed like they were deliberately making Dam Vilzone look bad. Donga got distracted by Wu Chang in the hallway, thinking that this must be the work of the blue snake. He handed him another paper bag, similar to the one he had already given him once. Naturally, Wu Chang attracted the attention of everyone else in the school, so the whole situation was recorded on video. Cashin joked that they weren't close enough to exchange gifts, but for the young psycho it would be better that way, because he admitted through clenched teeth that his sister seemed to have ingratiated herself with Ganga. The silence did not last long. Naturally, Wu Chang warned Cashin that if he dared to offend his sister, he would find him and finish him off. The guy didn't understand what this had to do with him. He had to save the world, even if only within the framework of Pitchfork Zone and Winterbell, without thinking about romance. Meanwhile, around town, one of the executives sent from Don King's center told Sean the sad news: his father's company would soon be declared bankrupt. The guy couldn't believe it, given his selfishness and sense of self-importance. Losing the support of money was practically the collapse of all his hopes. Folding her arms across her chest, the woman said that they were doing everything possible to avoid an official announcement, but an attack by one of the companies on his father's company had practically buried all their work. Hearing that Sean was willing to do anything to avoid such an outcome, the leader finally found a weak spot and prepared to apply pressure. She asked the guy what he thought about the real battle between psychos and villains. Realizing that they wanted him to fight, Sean was only partially right. He had a role, but not alone. She wanted the guy to involve his friends from Payer School to make more noise. Of course, the plan was much more insidious than the schoolboy could have imagined, because the woman indicated that their target was the villains of the Dam Vilzone, and not just ordinary passers-by. She offered her support and, most importantly, advised him to take his time and think things through. But by doing this she was only springing a trap around Sean. An interview began on TV in which someone calling himself an important professor in the field of villains and psychos shouted about the unacceptable behavior of Dam Vilzone. He argued that permitting and control over the Vilzones needed to be tightened, given the recent war between the two Vilzones, and that the Dam Vilzone was allowing itself too much. After calling Dam's villains terrible criminals, Blacken choked on his sausage in anger and had to be patted on the back by his friend. This performance was also watched in Jisuan's office, where Di Wong sighed heavily when the professor said that he did not understand why the psychics had not yet taken action. Unable to bear the silence, Dune almost jumped on the sofa in indignation, parodying Black End earlier. Suddenly, the professor stated that, given the payers' procrastination and the terrible crimes of Dam Vilzona, they should have simply asked for help from Chernoa Vilzona to protect the citizens from injustice. It was already a completely stupid joke, asking one Vilzone, which had been seen in terrible crimes before, to protect the citizens from another Vilzone, which was rumored to have made a big fuss lately. Di Wong couldn't believe his ears and immediately came to the defense of Dam Vilzone, recalling that even in the battle between Vilzones, the provocateur was not her, but the other side. But Vilzone, under the leadership of the driver, gave a worthy rebuff in the eyes of the psychics. Moreover, Dam Vilzone, according to the reports provided to Jian, released the hostage and did not cause a ruckus throughout the city, which means that they could at least be talked to rationally, given their good faith. However, both Deng and his boss knew that they could not publish these reports because it concerned one and his younger sister, which could greatly interfere with their normal lives, so they could only remain silent about it. While the Vilzone remained a place for villains, this time June had suspicions that it was not about her, but that someone was pulling the strings behind her back. All this news could not come out of nowhere overnight. And this was someone who could influence social media, news channels, and top streamers. While the woman was listing all these things, trying to find a solution and a clue, there was a knock in her office. It was a smiling Siak Kong. Di Wong thought he had seen her somewhere before, but could not remember exactly, and the girl clearly expressed sympathy for his boss, even after a long trip from Busan to Seoul. He finally realized that Siak was the leader of an elite special team of psychics focused on emergency support. After the greeting, it turned out that they were very similar in character, and Jian could only sigh at having such subordinates. Siuk's entire team was relaxing, only she went out to check how her friend was doing, but when Jiun invited her to dinner, she was forced to refuse, albeit with disappointment. The fact is that she needed to find her brother, a promising trainee payer, Sean. In Mad Ping's secret hideout, Ino was finally informed of her mission to go to the South Fork Zone and destroy it into pieces while her boss left for France for an exam, but the girl was completely uninterested in harming innocent people, she was only interested in Mujin. Mad Pin subtly hinted to her that she was just an obedient dog, obliged to follow his orders and not her desires, but Ino was not convinced. She advised him to find someone else because she was only interested in Muzin. The sudden attack happened when they did not expect it. A smiling killer was hiding from the corner of the room under the ceiling, with a pistol in his hands. He jumped on the girl without making a sound, like a real killer. She, who did not expect this, awkwardly defended herself from the blow with her one-handed sheath, retreating a little from the onslaught. However, she immediately recovered and pulled out her sword, almost cutting off the smiling assassin's nose with her sharp thrust, although he dodged. Ino held the line, ready to immediately respond to his first move, and drove him deep into the room with her attacks. It was difficult to compare a skilled fighter and an assassin in close combat. He was still one of the 3 captains that Chernoa Villezone relied on, but the girl did not lower her self-esteem. It would have ended in a huge fight if Python had not stood in their way, literally scattering the opponents in different corners of the room like naughty kittens. Ino was dissatisfied with this fact to the point of gnashing her teeth, because she had every right to take revenge on the one who attacked her. Moreover, in the Chernoa Villezone it was a rule not to interfere in a fight between villains until it was over. But since Crazy Pin ordered him to do this, his orders were considered above any rules, so nothing could be done about it. Mad Pin took off his hat, apologizing if the smiling assassin had offended Ino, and even said that he was withdrawing his request to take over the South Fork Zone. The girl was slightly surprised by his politeness. Usually she was simply forced with the help of a special ability to control the brains of others. Crazy Pin considered the meeting a failure. As Ino left the office, he continued to debate whether to use his last card to subdue her or save it for someone special. Meanwhile, at Dam High School, Moros was puzzled as to why someone like Cashin would go to a special cafe to study, constantly forgetting that his charge was a high school student who was studying for exams. This prompted him to joke about how Cashin was very concerned about his sister's feelings and was apparently even willing to go to university for her sake. However, the guy was distracted from parrying jokes when he saw Nan standing at the entrance to the school. Remembering the words of a few days ago, Cass frowned, hoping that those words about Nan falling in love with him were not true. However, no, the girl was not waiting for him, but for her brother, who studied at the same school. She was nervous because the news spread quickly on social media and someone took photos of the process of giving her gift to Cashin, drawing the wrong conclusions. Planning to take her brother away to explain the whole situation to him, Nan grabbed his hand and almost dragged him along with her, but they were called out, preventing them from leaving. It was Sean, a promising peer trainee, the first from the Pyre School. He asked Wu Chang to give him some time and sit down in a cafe for a more convenient conversation. Song's memory was still fresh from recent events when he was informed about the bankruptcy of his father's company and given the opportunity to make things right by attacking the villains of Dam Villezone and winning the love of the public for it. The guy was not stupid and understood that it was all a trap into which he was drawn by some miracle. When his will was already strong enough to refuse the offer because it was shameful for such a strong trainee peer to participate in such a thing, he was called out from behind. It was Inbium, the same one who not long ago incited hatred between him and Wu Chang with his impudent speeches. Shan jumped up and grabbed the man by the shirt, demanding to know whether it was his original plan to bring him here and how long he had been digging into all this. Inbum didn't like his hotness, and after forcing himself to let go, he said that they were equal in this place. He also had financial problems, so he was forced to work for these people for a while. Besides, they offered quite good. The task is to smash the bad guys, which is what psychics are supposed to do. However, they still needed more team members, so he passed on his findings, information about other trainees who might be interested in offering part-time work and practical experience. Such preparations proved to Sean that all of this had been planned long before today. Inbom scornfully reported that the two of them would be more than enough to defeat the villains of Dam. Despite their attempts to be strong, Psycheers are fighting machines, trained and ready for full-on combat. The guy, although he couldn't stand Inbom, agreed with him that the pair of villains couldn't be serious opponents for them since they had no experience in combat. Now that the guy finally agreed with him, Inbom continued his speech and asked Sean to prepare 2 more people, one of whom was his sister, Siyu Kong. The mere mention of her blew the mind of the young psychic. Continuing to try to convince him, Inbom said that she was only needed as a backup if something went wrong, since she was a trained psychic with the team and would be useful in a pinch. And the second person he wanted to attract was Wu Chang. Inbom explained that Wu Chang has a passion for fighting villains, his eyes becoming bloodshot when he saw one, and that after the villain killed his father, he would not miss the opportunity to take revenge. Although Shang didn't like the whole situation and how he was forced to do such things, he believed that the plan laid out was really good, not seeing anything behind it other than what he was allowed to see. Promising to contact Siyu, the guy got up from his chair and said that they would follow him together and immediately, and would not accept any of Inbom's awkward excuses. Either the guy would follow him, or let him remain silent and not interfere with the work of strong psychics. After sharing information about the plan to take revenge on the villains for all their atrocities recently, Wu Chang could not believe that they were not joking. The guys continued to lure him in with sweet talk, insisting that it was a noble cause, and besides, they were trainee payers who were about to take a position in Lampas. It would be great training. However, Inbom saw that things were not going according to plan because Wu Chang did not agree immediately as he had imagined. Cashin watched this entire conversation, sitting to the side so as not to be noticed. Every time he tried to drown out the spirit that was bothering him, he heard what was being said. Deciding to use Maros to his full potential, he sent him closer to the table since no one could see him, and from an ancient strong dark spirit he turned into an eavesdropping spy. Wu Chang finally realized that the two wanted to put on a big show, as if scaring the bad guys with the power of the young psychos. However, in addition to not wanting to get involved, he also didn't want to sit at the same table as the man who had previously harassed his sister. Son, immediately connecting the dots, realized what Wu Chan was talking about and glared at Inbom, who bashfully apologized. Not wanting to prolong the situation, Nan suggested closing this topic once and for all, but this did not mean that she forgave the guy for such behavior. Wu Chang returned to the point of their conversation and asked the guys if they were too hasty in their actions, considering that they are still unregistered psychics with no practical experience, and are now planning to attack the entire Villezone. Damn, Villezone was not a place where they could come and play like in a sandbox. Who else but Wu Chang knew this? Song couldn't believe his ears that it was Wu Chang who was telling him such things. While reading a whole sermon on the topic of being afraid and giving up, he didn't notice that Inbom was recording all this on his phone, satisfied with the footage he received. Inbom mentioned Nan's father, who died because of the villains, and humiliated him for his passivity in protecting civilians, forgetting that, unlike him, the guy had already been recognized as a hero twice for capturing villains who had gone crazy with their desires. Nan looked at her brother worriedly, realizing that this was a sensitive topic and was worried about his condition. However, he was able to surprise her by simply darkly telling the guys to be careful and especially to stay away from Red Mask, the most powerful villain of the damn Villezone. Grunting, the two guys cast a contemptuous glance at Wu Chang and left the cafe, considering everything they had said earlier about his holiness and fight against villains to be a complete lie. Nan asked her brother how he was feeling and if he was upset, to which the answer came in the form of water boiling in a cup. He was not upset, but furious. Standing in the alley and hearing everything that Moros told him, Cashin did not know whether to call these payers naive brave men or blind fools. However, the boy was surprised that Wu Chang was hesitant to join them, thinking about his motivation and changes lately after those training sessions together. Turning around, the guy greeted Nan for finding him even in such a place. Her power had already awakened and was now bursting out of the girl with light energy. Unsurprised, Cashin shrugged. Her brother was also a psychic, but the fact that she chose to share this important secret with him left him with questions. Nan, without answering his questions, simply said that she wanted to thank him for saving her personally, since she felt that he was not a bad person. Therefore, all these meetings were not accidents, and they continued to meet because of her power. Cashin assumed that it was some kind of detector or something like that. The girl couldn't give an exact answer because she didn't know, but it was unlikely that it was a detector because she only saw the past and couldn't control it, receiving visions of what happened in moments when she was unconscious or distracted. Maros did not agree with Cashin that it could be psychometry. It was more like some other ability, but it could be useful for Nan in a serious test. Not everyone could cope with such a flow of information. However, before Maros finished his story, the girl suddenly asked who it was next to Cashin. She did not hear their conversation, only at the level of sensation she saw some kind of blurry spot, which she associated with the fact that the guy always walked everywhere and chatted to himself, not caring about secrecy. Her powers began to awaken for the first time when they fought the Toymaker. which meant that none could learn about Cashin's true identity. He then asked her the logical question of whether she was afraid of him, given their family history and her brother's worry about villains, to which Non smiled and said that she would not have come to thank him today if she was afraid. Sighing, Cashin simply asked her not to reveal his true identity to anyone. She was the only one for now. Who knows his face under the mask? However, the girl was surprised because there was another person. Meanwhile, the young Psycheers had gathered at sunset to go to Damville Zone, and were now waiting for the group members who were late. Train Sei, who Inbom originally wanted to involve in this task, greeted Song Ta. Some smiled and some frowned. Inbom wondered where the guy's sister was, not seeing her with him and thinking that she was also late like the other trainee pairs. However, Song remembered a conversation with Siyu, where she almost reproached him, stating that her team was not created to attack the Ville Zone, but only to capture the insane villains who were hunting civilians, and therefore lost the support of the entire zone. She dared to threaten him so that he would not do anything stupid because of this. Now the guy was in a bad mood, telling Inbom that they could handle it themselves. Inbom had a completely different opinion. The guys had already discussed that, in addition to the psychos, new tubers with 1 million subscribers had joined them. The girl was amazed at this, but Gang Hong, who broke the news, frowned. Filming it all on video and then publishing it would be nice, but live broadcasting would be a huge embarrassment to them if something went wrong. Song Ta, already irritated by the unpleasant conversation with his sister, did not want to listen to reason. He said that they are psychics and, therefore, have every right to teach the villains a lesson. If someone is not confident in their abilities, they can leave the group right now. Looking at all this with a degree of calm and cold calculation, Gang Hong snorted contemptuously. Everyone in this gathering had their own selfish motives, and although they were different, Gang Hong finally had the opportunity to prove himself through them, so he would definitely take advantage of this. His motive was also quite clear. Looking at him, slightly grinning on the side of the road, the others only twirled their fingers at their temples, without interfering with his schizophrenia. Meanwhile, the Blue Serpent received word that Cashin had agreed to join him in exchange for the real magic stone, and the man smirked. They also managed to attract Red Eye, Black Hand, and Iron Mask to their side. Crow, unfortunately, they didn't even have time to send a message, it was so difficult to get to her. However, Blue Snake considered the task completed, a magnificent job considering how many people agreed to betray Driver, a number that could put his self-esteem at risk. But it was impossible to delay any longer, although the desire to attract more villains was great, but the members of Theon's Demon Sword Council were not fools and could catch them before they struck. Therefore, the Blue Serpent ordered the active actions of their grand plan to begin tomorrow night. As the subordinate bowed, ready to leave to give the final orders before the attack, the old master was informed of the arrival of a man from Dongqing. He burst into the office without knocking, having neither conscience nor understanding of decency. Dongqing promised to send Blue Snake help, and it arrived in the form of Barracuda, the former boss of the Northern District. Blue Snake had heard about Barracuda's battle with Cashin in which he lost his arms, so now he was surprised that the man had recovered in just a month, which meant that he had a lot of resources allocated by Dongqing. However, the senior master turned up his nose. He was promised strong reinforcements, but was only sent a beaten dog from the past. He hoped for at least one of Dongqing's captains. Such words hit Barracuda's already declining self-esteem hard, causing him to grind his teeth, not allowing unnecessary words to escape. Pulling out from under his cloak a previously hidden metal hand with huge spikes and powerful magic, he asked if they now considered him a beaten dog or wanted to test his strength. The Blue Snake thought that it would be difficult for him to recover from the battle even with the help of his patron, but the result exceeded his wildest expectations. No wonder it was said that Barracuda and Dongqing were relatives. Every possible resource was used for this. Putting forward his new weapon, his hand, Barracuda promised to get Winterbell and take revenge on Driver and Cashin, whom he would destroy with his own hands. To be precise, Cashin continued to train the boys. Every day more and more villains joined in. They talked about their strengths, such as strength and speed, and their weaknesses, such as endurance. The villains needed to use speed as an advantage and not let their opponents go until the end, acting in a coordinated and precise manner. In addition, they needed a tank that would take the first position and break the enemy formation with its blow, and this position was perfect for Crush, or rather his huge hammer. The guy apologized and said that he was actually a striker, and when asked why he was carrying a hammer, he proudly replied that it made him cooler. Cass advised him to get rid of the hammer and instead use his armor as a tank because he had good speed, stamina, and was good at physical attacks. Now the guy was bragging about it, receiving compliments from the boss in front of the Black Hand. Shadow Phantom was supposed to work in tandem with Double Blade to filter the enemy and prevent them from interacting with the reserve. Red Eye had to attack the main force and weaken it, staying behind to give orders since he was an archer. While Cashin was giving orders, Black Hand grew impatient to wait his turn, once again fearing that he would be forgotten as he had been the previous times. However, this time the boss did not offend him, giving him the most important role, the main provocateur, acting together with the tank. While he was jumping for joy at finally being noticed, everyone else tried to mock him more quietly because the boss had literally said outright that Black Hand was only good for provocation. Leaving the villains to settle into their new roles, Cashin arrived at Driver's office, who gave him the good news that he had finally pieced together pieces of information about the Platinum Disc. Due to the scant data, Driver even doubted that this thing really existed, since there was no mention of it anywhere. So, to get the information he needed, he found a few reference points, such as a word that translated from ancient Greek as sea or flood, but this didn't say much at first. Cashin felt a little lost, not finding a connection, but Moros, who he could think about, pretended he wasn't there and was a local vase in general. Suddenly, Driver casually mentioned the word mark and Cashin couldn't help the expression on his face, momentarily losing his composure. The driver noticed that something was wrong, but since the guy didn't want to say anything, he didn't insist. Moreover, he didn't know how to associate the word with the Platinum Disc, so further thinking was stalled. There are 4 Platinum Discs in total, not 1. Cashin looked displeasedly at his spirit, who had kept silent about this important information and was now pretending not to see the reproachful glances. And since one of the Platinum Discs is in the hands of Dong King, and the other is in Moran's, it can be assumed that the remaining 2 are also concentrated in the hands of the remaining Masters of Evil. Now there was a good question about how the Platinum Disc, the key to accessing the Sword of Annihilation, could end up in the hands of the worst villains in the entire world. And the most important thing for Cashin is how his friend Jeff and Lumpus got involved in all of this. Preparing to ask questions in response, Driver saw only his back turned and his beloved gratitude for the information received. He couldn't let him go so easily, because Cashin had much more information than him. Then, with a sigh, Cashin explained at least part of what he himself understood. The mark was a sword that was created in a mythical time. As Driver thought, all the words he found had to be combined into one sentence and translated from ancient Greek. But what is even more interesting is how Cashin himself knows about something that he had no idea about. Excitement had already begun to build in Wilson as new YouTubers began their streams, greeting subscribers, and talking about their plans to catch the villains on camera. The students of the Psycheers, although schoolchildren, but with a very different background than ordinary people, looked at this with some skepticism. One of them, however, promised to devote his life to one of the new YouTubers, Tutue, but he was always known for his love. Finally, Song prepared himself mentally and physically, bringing all the remaining Psycheer students behind him. It was time to once again think about their plan to defeat the terrible villains. Pulling the earpiece closer to his ear, the boy took on the role of leader and warned everyone to be very careful and not move too far, moving as a team, as they were taught in the Payer School. When Gang Hong suggested choosing a leader to watch the scene from behind, Song without hesitation stated that he would give orders even though he would be breaking through the enemy's first line, and did not want to hear any objections or explanations. The guy ordered to perform in 30 minutes, wasting no time. As for the new YouTubers, he decided not to assign any of the psychics to guard them, believing that nothing would happen to them. Although some disagreed, it was difficult to go against Song, so they tried to focus on offensive tactics rather than little things like protecting those they brought with them. Inam turned to cast a sly glance at the new YouTuber's cameraman and grinned smugly. Meanwhile, Driver wanted to ask Roy for a favor, but the villain regretfully refused. He and the rest of the council were summoned to a Winter Bell meeting. Hearing that the usual night meeting time had been changed to daytime, Driver became wary, and when it was mentioned that the senior master had called everyone, he frowned. Even though he called Roy himself, he hung up, now having much more important plans ahead. His security cameras, which were posted throughout Area B, recorded the psychic disciples, especially Song Tai. Instead of panicking, the guy expected a pretty good show ahead, grinning. Cashin, in turn, improved himself in the training room, over and over again honing his already perfect melee skills in combination with magical enhancement. Although he had assassin's shadows, they were somewhat inconvenient in close combat, too massive and energy-consuming. However, remembering the fists of the Black Hand, the guy had a great idea about the possibility of improving his shadow abilities a little, and a chain appeared on his hands. Moros is already tired of being surprised at how a guy comes up with new skills out of thin air, but now a new problem has arisen to test them. He needed even more skill in close combat, because that was where he felt echoes of the old Cashin Lee. The vibration of the phone distracted him from his insidious plans for the future. It was an urgent call from the driver. The Psycheer students commented on the overly calm surroundings of Vilzona and the gloomy appearance of the buildings, finally almost reaching the entrance. The new YouTubers rejoiced at this release as if they had won the lottery. It was a great show for them and their subscribers. Sangai lied that he had experience fighting villains, which meant that he could easily protect them. Gang Hong snorted, knowing that this was a lie, because only Wang had such experience. Suddenly one of the bloggers looked away from her stream and paid attention to something in front of her. It was the villainous Earth Dog, digging himself a hole and looking as innocent as possible. The nervous girl immediately ran to the main defender and asked if he was a villain and if they were afraid of him. As if not noticing the cameras, the villain dug a hole and wiped away the sweat of fatigue, causing laughter instead of fear among subscribers. Inbium furiously whispered to the leader that it was time to attack, but the guy did not want to do it. His rank was the lowest, and the villain himself looked harmless, which meant that he was not worth their efforts and fists. However, Inbium did not agree with him. He was obliged to choose a full-fledged show. Sangai's friendliness and appropriateness were not part of his plans. Pushing the student aside and squeezing his hand, Sang reminded him who he was and that he was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Inbium's words still influenced him, so, having given the command to action, he rushed to attack the Earth Dog. But he was met not by a defeated villainess, but by a wave of fire that almost burned his eyebrows. With only a full stone shield protecting him from this power, he was pulled back a couple of meters along the ground. The Psycheer students, who did not expect such a return, squealed at the guy, wondering who he was. They did not study any information about him at the Payer school, which was strange. But they really shouldn't have had anything on Red Mask since Wu Chang only recently started playing the role. Remembering all the words that Sang Tai said to him in the cafe, Wu Chang still did not understand how to act. The shining helmet given by the driver during his sister's rescue mission awakened his innermost thoughts with its brilliance. For example, about a conversation with Cashin, when a tired Wu Chang after training asked why he was helping him. Given that there was a real wall between them, psychics and villains could not officially be friends. In his style, Cass simply replied that he was doing the right thing, not paying attention to little things like titles. He, too, once thought that everything good was white and everything bad was black, and did not allow a single drop of doubt in his heart. However, there comes a time when the rose-colored glasses burst, and in their place comes a cruel reality, in which not everything is so simple, and often villains are nobler than heroes, and heroes do not disdain insidious methods to achieve their good goals. And if Wu Chang suddenly doubts his intentions, let him consider it simply as the wild desire of a villain who indulges all his desires by nature. This was the deciding factor for Wu Chang when he put the mask on his head. After all, at that time a training session was taking place in Vaughn's yard, and when Reed shot an arrow at Crush, 2 of the remaining 3 were surprised by the amazing fact. Their friend, equipped with special armor, was able to parry this blow, although his metal shoulder was significantly damaged. Shadow Phantom admitted that the defense was not bad. Pretending that his shoulder was red not from the blow, but from the praise, Crash walked around happy, showing off to his friends. Suddenly Roddy jerked sharply, and the leaflet flew to where he was standing, attracting the attention of its owner. One of the villains, sitting on the roof, announced the good news to the villains, whose hands were itching for a normal fight, that the psychos had come to their territory. Black Hand was instantly stunned by this news, as always. Sang Tai, facing the villain Wu Chang had warned him about in the cafe, frowned and clenched his fists, feeling humiliated at having to defend himself against such a villain. Payer's students tried to provoke Red Mask with comments about his name, but they were a little mistaken, not knowing that there was no villain like Black Hand hiding under the mask. It doesn't work with people like him. The zone was not a sandbox for playful children, so Red Mask wholeheartedly advised them to leave the area immediately while the offer was still friendly. The new YouTubers rejoiced at the show, not realizing the danger they were in given that no one was assigned to protect them. Hearing that he was compared to a stray dog, Sang regained some of his strength to use it to fight for his dignity. The disciples of the psychics behind him, like himself, did not even think about straining themselves. They already considered themselves winners in this fight. Red Mask warned for the last time, and now his offer was no longer so generous. Ignoring him, Sangai ordered Inbium to prepare the weapon under his command. Although the guy had no information about this villain, he did not believe that he could lose after intensive training at the Payer school, or he ranked first in strength. However, when they wanted to attack one villain, another group appeared, summoning these children. Naturally, in comparison with them, the villains of the Wilsons no longer seemed so childish. At least, they had already learned to learn from their mistakes and soberly assess the enemy. Comments on the live stream from YouTubers exploded, supporting the psychos and wishing them to quickly deal with these vile villains. Seeing that instead of the promised Psycheers, Black Hand and his friends were a little disappointed until they noticed Red Mask, who was doing this during the day. Remembering how these guys always ruined everything, Wu Chang ordered them to step aside while he dealt with Payer's students. However, it was a way for the boys to test their days of training and beatings, so they were determined to fight, even if they were only unregistered psychics who were ill-prepared. As soon as it was mentioned that their boss was training them himself, Wu Chang remembered their training sessions with Cashin. The forgotten psychiers stood aside and silently watched the routine conversation of the villains until Sang Tai began to act. Without warning, rushing forward to attack first. Black Hand reacted energetically to this provocation, rushing towards him with a cry of victory. The Shadow Phantom rolled his eyes at the guy's stupidity, began giving orders as the idol taught him, and ordered him to act according to the plan, forgetting about Black Hand. Unlike the villains, for whom this was still new, the psychics were used to working as a team, so others immediately joined Song, habitually driving the victim with a massive attack. One of the students lay down on the ground, preparing his weapon and aiming at Black Hand. A huge explosion lit up the floor of Wilson. The side of the psychics, led by the shooter, was pleased that they were able to get rid of one of the villains so quickly, because such an explosion is difficult to survive. However, Black Hand was not lying when he said that they had improved greatly and could no longer be called weaklings. His new skill included a shield, which he now used to cover himself. Crow and Cashin watched in silence as the security cameras beamed onto the driver's desktops. The guy didn't look enthusiastic, as if it wasn't his Zona who had come to make noise. Cashin recognized the children from the cafe that Moros was spying on, but the appearance of Wu Chang even in the red mask costume was a surprise to him. Although these were just stray children, leaving this unpunished would be stupid and naive for Zona. Cashin was surprised that the driver himself would deal with such petty psychotics, but the guy had other plans. He had already contacted Roddy, who was supposed to take control of the situation on the ground. Still worried about the unfair situation, when the driver asked who exactly he was worried about, Cass replied that, of course, about the psychos who came to them. He personally monitored the progress of the villains under his wing, so he knew about their strength. Also, they had already started working as a team for some time, so now they posed a serious threat to the students. It was like comparing lions and kittens. Recognizing that it made sense, especially since the boys wouldn't want to get away with trespassing on their territory, the driver asked Crow to babysit the kids, a task the woman happily accepted as it seemed like it would be fun enough in the long run. Realizing that the urgent call did not concern the border guards, Cashin stared at the driver, waiting for the story to continue. The driver, twisting a small screwdriver in his hand, informed them that they had an even more important mission ahead: to catch the traitor who was playing at permissibility. Meanwhile, the Psychier students were already feeling the pressure when their first target failed and was able to successfully defend themselves. Sangai ordered everyone to immediately regroup and ignore the tank, focusing on the main character. The teamwork was not as good as claimed, however. One of the psychics disobeyed his orders and rushed at Black Hand, wanting to catch him himself. He was knocked down by Crush, showing off his new iron shoulder and skills. Seeing that they had as many as 2 tanks on their team came as a surprise to students who had been brought up on dry theory in classes and had no understanding of real combat tactics. Sangai was constantly distracted while issuing commands, so his work as the main player was also ineffective. Crush approached too quickly and confidently. Then Inbium, also eager to prove himself, stepped forward. He used a spear, hoping in this way to reach the villain from afar and not engage in close combat. Alas, against the iron armor of Crash, this wooden stick, although equipped with the magical energy of a Psychier, was like protection against mosquitoes with a bag, useless and stupid. With a loud declaration that some toothpicks wouldn't stop him, Crush landed on the ground without a scratch. Now it was the villain's turn to attack, and the Psycho had to dodge to avoid ending up in a hospital bed. The main problem of these guys was the lack of teamwork, as they loudly declared. Therefore, the other psychics, instead of helping their partners, at first simply stood in confusion, not knowing what to do and what to grab onto. The girl tried to use her skills, but was too slow and uncertain. An explosion sounded above her, distracting her from her concentration and almost destroying her magic. Double Blade was already here, a psychic's nightmare. Gang Hong was able to distract him from his partner with his fist, but this did not solve their main problem, because by doing this he disrupted the construction of their formation, and everything began to fall apart even more. They constantly shouted at each other and were distracted by trifles, giving all their trump cards to a well-coordinated team of villains. Another psychic was soon eliminated from the game with the help of the Black Hand. The villains swept through the hapless student, finally given free rein and the opportunity to conduct a long training session. The new YouTubers watched all this together with their subscribers and already regretted that they had agreed to come. Although there was a battle, it was more like a beating of psychos than a battle of villains. Realizing that things were very bad, Sang could not understand what happened to the villains who had previously fought exclusively alone. Red Mask, going up to the guy sitting on the ground, wiped his face and repeated again that they should not have come here and flirted with Wilzona. These words hurt Song Tai's wounded ego, and he rushed at the villain with his fists, as if he had forgotten that he had recently suffered from his fire. Wu Chang did not take him seriously, fighting without magic and easily calculating his movements. He was not bad in terms of natural abilities, but was still too hot-headed and inexperienced to complete his training and move on to the official status of a psychic. And he was certainly far from Cashin. Annoyed that his punches were simply punching the air due to Red Mask's constant dodging, Sang ordered him to stop dodging and start fighting. Wu Chang wasn't happy about this because he was just giving the guy a chance to dance a little before knocking him out with one punch. Having received a powerful stream of fire in the chest, Sang flew several meters away. Cashin, not knowing that somewhere far away they had made a comparison in his favor, stared at the driver's new invention in a daze, standing on the roof of the zone. It was something like a helicopter, only with incredible speed to get to the desired location in a matter of minutes and with protection from detection by detectors. The driver had no equal in creating various strange things. Both Moros and Cass himself admitted this. At the Sky Pub, one of the villains reported to Chica that their zone was attacked by psychics, which the bartender did not even believe, since the rules of territorial immunity had not been violated before. Since the live broadcast was still going on, the villain decided in good faith to show the incredulous man a video of the fight. Moreover, only Red Mask came out to confront them. However, the tide had turned and the livestream was recording every second of Trenny Payer's disgrace from a group of villains. Seeing this, Cha frowned. Something was bothering him. Wu Chang's hit to the guy, who flew several meters away, made everyone stop fighting, as it was really bright. Red Eye, seeing where this was leading and remembering the driver's orders, pulled the arrow and again ordered the psychics to leave the zone territory if given the opportunity. On the other hand, Gang Hong watched their defeat and instead of thinking about how to leave, he became angry at the commander, believing that if he had given the orders, they would not have been in this situation. Black Hand categorically disagreed with his partner, believing that they needed to be taught a lesson well and not let go halfway, otherwise they would not remember. As one of the leaders and also the rear guard, Red tried to calm the guy down, but his hysteria still tried to shut him up. Although the Psycheers sat on the ground, completely defeated and humiliated, the Black Hand again drowned out the voice of reason and rushed at them, activating its fists. However, he was suddenly pinned to the ground by an unknown force and could not get up. Feeling that his body had suddenly become frighteningly heavy, the guy could barely look back to understand what was happening. The cameraman who came with the new YouTubers finally took off his mask and found himself under the cover of a psychic. He had not originally planned to intervene, but now that things had taken such a turn, it had become his responsibility. Crash was about to attack him to protect his partner, but the Shadow Phantom stopped him from rash actions. He knew him, and an ordinary S-rank psychic shouldn't interfere with them too much, especially these three. Besides, if he came alone, it meant that the rest of their groups were hiding somewhere nearby. The elusive man was familiar with how they worked. Indeed, a whole working group appeared from all corners, and Radai felt uncomfortable because he had not felt their presence before. As he turned around, Sang already knew who he would meet for the last time, and he was internally angry that it was his sister who was in charge of this team. It was logical that she would lead them here. Inbium admitted to his friend that he was the one who asked the girl for help in case of emergencies, and as it turns out, he was right, otherwise they would have been in trouble. However, Sang considered this a natural betrayal and did not want to listen to any explanation, feeling humiliated that his sister saw him in such a state. Sang Chell stopped the guy from further bickering and escalating the conflict with a powerful hand, reminding them that they were now in Zan and were making a huge mistake in their disagreements. SEU, without expressing any apology, instead threatened the villains that she would take the guy and leave without making a single move, or she and her team would erase the goddamn Vilzone from the map. So that's what fair Psycheers are. Meanwhile, at the Blue Snake residence, a dinner was being held between all the members of the Dragon Sword Family Council. The man had come from afar, taking the bait that they now had no Lord Winterbell to serve and that this was putting a lot of pressure on the family. Objections that Mujin was in the process of obtaining this title and that she had vassals to help on land were ignored. The man then revealed his true colors, directly stating that from this day forward, he would take over the leadership of the family to counter the competent tactician Dongqing. To the men, he was just a tooth. Council members were immediately outraged and called it a betrayal. However, the Blue Snake did not seem bothered. Instead, he expected the presence of another of his guests, and he did not have to wait long. Entering the hall as if into his bedroom, Barracuda ordered the villains of the council to fall to the floor in front of their new master. The Lumpus building was as noisy as anywhere else. Di Vung burst into the supervisor's office shouting something that sounded like Black Hand in terms of hysteria. His news was a little late, however, because Jian was already following the streamer of new YouTubers, being so gloomy for the first time. She wondered what they should do now, because, unlike the others, she realized that this time the reputation of the psychos was badly damaged, and the conflict now had to be resolved by her. Meanwhile, at Blue Snake's residence, the taunting of the council members continued. Royal Aloud expressed his bewilderment that the Blue Snake dared to bring an outsider to a secret meeting, and at the same time such a vile villain who had already once lost all power from his hands. Barracuda immediately reacted with fury to these words. Royal responded to his fury, and they were close to fighting. Before the council members could do anything, however, the Elder Master informed them that he had given them a poison that suppressed the desire of the villains so that they could not transform and resist. Now, disappointed by the behavior of the most senior member of the council, who was supposed to help and guide them, all three looked at him with undisguised contempt in their eyes. Confident of his victory, the Blue Snake again repeated his offer to join him or be left behind. However, all three, without waiting for the end of his speech, refused to eat. Nguyen, the lord to whom they had already voted once, and to whom they had given their lives. Barracuda, having read everything from their poses, now planned to simply get rid of everyone. However, he was interrupted by Red Bullet, who burst into the office in the same state as Barracuda earlier and refused to give all the victims to one person. Another person who was not a member of the demonic sword family angered the council members as these meetings were secret and sacred before Blue Snake intervened. Proving that he was completely insane, the senior master said that as the owner of the family, he always makes only the right choice, and it is not for them to judge him. After receiving a nod from the Blue Serpent, Barracuda hurried to complete his task of eliminating the unwanted council members. However, Cashin got in his way again, bursting through the glass and slamming Barracuda into the wall. Well, he greeted his old friend very graciously, almost destroying their wall. The driver, flying up to the broken window with a screwdriver, reproached the guy, saying that he should not have broken the window with such a barbaric method, and that he should have entered like a human being. After all, this was the whole council of the demonic sword family. The guy waved friendlily with a wide smile to the Blue Snake, who was stunned by their extravagant appearance. The senior master shouted at Cashin, reminding him of their contract, but the guy indifferently replied that he was late with payment, and the deal was considered invalid. The reincarnated villainous council members proved that the only one who was deceived here was the senior master. They knew in advance that he wanted to commit treason, but until the last they hoped that it was just an unfortunate rumor, and therefore they sat in front of him today, instead of immediately spitting in his face. Blue Snake had completely lost his mind, and now he was blaming the council members for bringing outsiders to the secret meeting, when he had only given permission to his own people. However, both Cashin and the driver received official permission from Mujin right now, opening the doors to the meeting room with a bang. Meanwhile, the mega fair psychos who had done the deeds were planning to leave without paying, and unfortunately, Red Mask advised the villains to let them go. As unhappy as he was, Shadow Phantom agreed with him. They were too strong, plus it was a team with years of working together that would be hard to resist. The Black Hand, having recovered from eating the earth, refused to remain silent. He did not fight all this time in training, only to leave with his tail between his legs when the Psycheers came to their territory. Pointing the weapon at him, SCU warned him one last time to sit quietly and not get in their way. Of course, as before, Blackhand's voice of reason was muted, and while his anger and frustration were understandable, this time it did not justify his rash actions. SCU's bullet pierced the villain's strongest attack and rushed towards him, putting him in a very dangerous position. However, instead of the Black Hand's chest, the bullet flew into the bottomless mouth of the raven with burning eyes. SCU, like the rest of the Psycheers, was surprised, but the villains were a little encouraged. After all, a dazzling crow came onto the stage, blocking one of her own. SCU, like everyone else in their agency, had heard of Crow. She was one of the three people you shouldn't mess with: Cashin, Driver, and Crow. Although Shadow Phantom had recently joined Goddamn Willzone, his forces were not yet at such a high level, although they posed a significant threat. However, SCU did not plan to back down, somehow considering herself to be in the right in this situation, and promised to be especially diligent in her dance with Crow. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Blue Snake, events developed even faster. Seeing Muzzin, the master shouted that she had no place here, and Red Bullet was happy because he had long been looking for an opportunity to fight her. The husband, alas, did not know him, which drove him into a state of extreme rage, and he raised his weapon, naively hoping to get rid of her with one bullet. However, before he could move even a little, a sword was at his throat, and behind him stood a man wearing a mask with Winterbell's design on it. Although the Shin Wilson villain didn't understand who it was, Blue Snake immediately understood what the drawings meant. The Blacks are a military force answerable only to the Lord of Winterbell, which meant that Mujin was given the title. but he simply refused to believe that she did it in such a short time. By displaying the sword of justice in front of Blue Snake, Muzan officially stated that he had betrayed the demonic sword family, and such a thing should be punished in the most severe manner. Thus, she removes him from his position as senior master and banishes him, a right given to her by Winterbell. Barracuda, who had previously sat like a broken doll, struggled to move, remembering his master's words that he could fight as long as the fire burned within him, regardless of the condition of his body. After wiping his face with a mechanical hand, the man decided that now was the perfect moment to illuminate the place with his fire. He ignored the Blue Viper's verdict because he had a completely different goal, Cashin. Rising to his feet with difficulty, he challenged the guy to a duel. The driver, looking at the insane and humiliated Barracuda, said that even a child would not fall for such provocations, but at the same moment Cashin announced that he accepted the challenge. The driver froze in the pose of a bewildered hamster. Without hesitation, he rushed at Barracuda, not allowing himself to be carried away by loud speeches. However, the villain dodged his blows, predicting each one a second before Cashin even moved. He had lost this battle hundreds of times on the simulator, and so he literally learned all the guy's moves by heart. Having found a blind spot, Barracuda was delighted. This was his peak of glory. With his new arm, he was confident that he would knock the wind out of Cashin and finally get his revenge for his torment. However, all these villains forgot that the simulation only works correctly with a stable constant that does not change its default parameters. Cashin, on the other hand, was a raging hurricane, constantly expanding his capabilities and upgrading his skills more often than anyone breathes. Having practiced his new skill of shadow chains on Barracuda, the guy first deprived him of air and then of consciousness. The council members watched with sweet smiles as Lafayette praised Cashin's restraint for the blow, which was strong enough to hurt but not kill. Cashin decided to take another hand of Barracuda as a trophy and moral compensation. The humiliated Barracuda did not understand how he could lose to Cashin again after defeating him time and time again in the simulation. To which the guy remarked purely philosophically that he learns to fight properly only when his ass is smeared against the wall. The villains left, and everyone, focusing on the battle between Cashin and Barracuda, could not believe that this was possible so easily. However, as always, at the last moment the portal opened with the help of Len's girlfriend, and Don King's servants came out, introducing themselves and asking for the opportunity to take the defeated one. Don King's right-hand man congratulated Lord Winterbell on his victory, but Nguyen had little faith in his sincerity. Indeed, all they wanted was to take their people into the world. When Cashin suggested fighting instead, they replied that their forces would be quite enough, because the guys did not have free time to fight. Cass didn't understand what they were talking about, but the driver, having checked the situation in Wilson with his glasses, sighed and agreed. They urgently need to return to goddamn. The story takes us to a flashback 4 years ago to the Lamps training room. June trained with incredible dedication, feeling that it was still not enough. At that time, little SCU, looking at her friend with stars in her eyes, realized that her rage in training was caused by the new S-class psychic who had defeated everyone in training battles. The woman agreed, saying that the fight with him was an incredible experience that showed that she still has something to strive for. He taught her that you have to fight with your full strength, no matter how familiar the enemy is, whether they are your family or stronger than you. This is the only way to grow and get real results. And now, fighting Crow, an obviously dangerous opponent, SCU thought that she could not lose because she wanted to be worthy of June. Thus, the question of victory was not so much the need to protect the psychics, but rather the defense of one's own honor. Even if she has to give 200% in this fight and all subsequent ones, she will do it. However, this was just a lyrical digression, because no matter what SCU was thinking, it had nothing to do with the Crow. She continued to dance in battle, attacking and dodging in equal measure. Everyone else just stood around and watched this fight, not daring to interrupt the two. Considering how much of a fan Black Hand was of Crow, she naturally woke up first and rushed to her aid so as not to stand there like a coward. The Shadow Phantom, assessing the situation, ordered Crash to stop this fool. With bitter cries, he was taken from the battlefield under both hands. Red Mask commented on this smart decision, and the other psychics did not take any action yet, keeping their distance. Dissatisfied with his words, the Shadow Phantom, who had already found out who he was, asked an insidious but logical question: which side would Wu Chang himself choose to be on in this situation? It was a question to which he did not yet have an answer, even for himself. The psychos, unable to make the first move, were even slightly unhappy that the villains were simply standing and watching. Some were impatient to hit. Dean rated Crow as good because she was able to fight their captain on equal terms, but the other psychic replied that it was because SCU wasn't fighting at her full strength. The more experienced Sanol, alas, was not so optimistic and told a different truth. The one who did not fight at full strength was not their captain, but Crow. And SEU had already realized this by this point. Despite all her efforts, the woman confidently evaded and did not seem tired. On the contrary, she felt a surge of energy from interesting fun. At some point, SEU began to lose ground and even suffered a minor injury. This signaled to SEU that this could not continue. He will not allow his captain to lose and will not allow a situation where every psychic regrets it with all his soul. The Moran incident. They would never lose a fight against scoundrels again. At that moment, when he wanted to intervene in the fight between Crow and SEU, the driver descended on top of him with great speed. With a familiar grin, he advised the Psyche not to do anything stupid. The rest of the Psycheers began to prepare for battle after seeing the trio of main villains, and the citizens of Goddamn Wilson rejoiced at the reinforcements. The driver thanked Crow for a job well done, and the woman replied easily, as if she had not just fought, that it was nothing. Cashin, irritated by the whole situation, began to verbally attack the Psycheers, asking what they forgot everything in the zone territory free of Psycheers, where they were forbidden to set foot. SEU tried to justify that they just wanted to take the naughty children home, but their villains blocked their path. The Black Hand, returning after the arrest, shouted that this was not so, and that it was the psychics who were the first to upset the balance by attacking the Earth Dog, completely harmless and unarmed, in a group, and all this was recorded live. Songchul now spoke, explaining that these were just children who, although psychotic, were still protected by the age law. Cashin wasn't happy about this. It seemed like they came, made a mess and then just wanted to leave, and an apology wasn't enough. SEU, seeing where this was going, asked what he wanted. The guy, playing the role of a teacher, replied that if they went out of line, then his fists should explain to them exactly where they went wrong. Both the psychics and the villains were surprised by the words of the boss. Goddamn Wilson. Only the Black Hand almost jumped on the spot with joy and pride for the boss. Surprised by the Dark Duckling's bloodthirstiness, Crow asked what was wrong with him, to which the driver explained that he had been thwarted in a grand battle with Don King's subordinates. Hearing this, SEU refused to allow some impudent villain to mock the pride of the Psycheers. Cashin then asked how perverted they were in justice if, having attacked first, they dare to say anything about injustice. Meanwhile, in the center, Neok Don King was again receiving updates about Mu Jin's return with the title of Lord Winterbell, the defeat of the Blue Snake, and the situation with Cashin. In addition, Don King's nephew, Barracuda, lost to Cashin again and lost his arm. Hearing this, the Master of Evil clicked his tongue, saying that he could not protect him forever. Considering all of the above, Don King sensed a storm approaching Seoul and therefore ordered 7 captains to be called to full combat readiness. Meanwhile, in Goddamn, the disciples of the Psycheers who started it all couldn't understand why their masters were hesitating and not attacking, and why they were afraid of Boss Wilzona. Sangai felt the most guilty because his sister had to bear all the fire now. The girl thought that she would never hear the word justice from the lips of the villain, but somewhere deep inside she felt that he was right. Cashin stood his ground. If they crossed the line, they had to pay for it, and he didn't mind teaching them a lesson with his fists. Crow took back her words, sensing that Cass was enjoying herself greatly. Making a decision that would protect all the other Psycheers, SEU expressed her desire to fight Cashin herself instead of everyone else, and ordered all subordinates not to interfere in this battle and not to approach under any circumstances, marking the battle arena. She went on the attack, calling on all her strength. Black Hand was surprised to learn that she had doubled in speed compared to when she fought Crow, apparently feeling that this was the only way to take her opponent by surprise. Walking around the guy, she planned to strike from behind, but he blocked her blow in time, without even using magic. The counterattacks were incredibly fast and professional. He could defend and attack at the same time. With each new blow, the girl realized that this fight would be very difficult for her, because Wilzona's boss not only had amazing strength, but was also a time-tested fighter. She wanted to finish as soon as possible because she felt that her chances of getting out of this fight in one piece were being halved with each passing second. However, Cass simply broke her weapon, depriving her of her main defense. As he always did, the guy didn't just fight, he taught his victims in the process what they needed to pay attention to in order to win. Offended by his words, SEU made another attempt to attack. By freezing his hands, she bought herself a few seconds and couldn't let the chance slip away. She felt that now she would get him. However, before she could make a move, Cass had already freed himself from the ice, again without the use of dark magic, causing her to frantically jump out of the way. All the villains watched their fight with bated breath. On the other hand, Wu Chang noticed that Cashin wasn't even close to using his full power, not considering her a true opponent and not using shadow magic, just trying to outsmart her every time, which he succeeded with 100% success. This showed the guy that Cashin had changed again and became many times stronger. SEU tried her best to hit Cashin, but suddenly her weapon ran out of ammo, and Cass noticed this. She couldn't believe how he knew this, but he himself had used the same weapon in the past as a psychic, so how could he not count the number of rounds? She fought back with all her might, but it wasn't enough, not even close. Seeing that she was in serious trouble, again remembering the tragedy that happened with the psychics, Sun Cole again prepared to use his magic to save the girl and not think about all the consequences. A strong blow hit Su's leg, and she felt that she could no longer move. She was already having trouble seeing Cashin's movements, let alone predicting his future actions. It was impossible to block his next blow. However, a sudden explosion threw Cashin against the wall, pushing it many meters away from Su. It was Sun Cole who used magic after all, and thereby angered the driver, who had already interrupted him once. Su was also unhappy, feeling that this action called into question her honor and dignity as the team leader, but her subordinate refused to accept such an honor if it had to be posthumous. The payers were also preparing for the fight. It looked like it wouldn't end so easily. Angry that for the 100th time the Psycheers had interrupted his fight, first with Don King and now with Su, he asked them a direct question: is this their praise for justice? Instead of answering, the entire group of psychics rushed at him, completely destroying the myth of their white and furry side. One-on-one group attacks were low even in street fights. Su barely had time to shout to everyone to be careful. Sudden shooting began from somewhere above, preventing the psychics from concentrating on Cass. Now almost as angry as Cashin, the driver joined the fight, snorting at the psycho's words that such shots were unfair. It was not for them to teach him after everything they had done in his Wilson. The guy unlocked his limit, declaring that from now on they would fight in teams, delighting all his subordinates. The driver's attack was sharp, although it reminded Cashin of something. The guy received a new weapon that he had not yet tested, and decided to try it right during the battle. For some reason, thinking they could defeat him, the psychics naively gathered around, forming a formation to grab the guy. However, it was completely forgotten that in addition to the one driver with whom they had already had difficulties, there was also Cashin. A fire attack from one of the psychics left her smiling, believing that such a thing could not be survived in one piece. But this is Cashin, he responded by sending the monstrous power of his blue flames, knocking the girl off her feet. She was, however, supported by Shell, using telekinesis to move her out of the fire's path at the last moment. Cashin admitted that he was still that thorn in his side, and it seemed like they had met before. Now Cashin was being attacked by someone who had previously stood to the side, swinging an advanced mechanical fist. Stopping the blow with one hand, Cashin didn't even flinch. However, instead of attacking with his fists, the psychic suddenly grabbed him, showing not the attacker's card, but the fighter's card. Of course, this did not help him from the darkness that permeated his entire body. The driver was pleased with the tenacity of his iron opponent, because this way he could test as many of his weapons as possible without finding a new victim. Daejun grinned, thinking that behind the shield he was completely protected from the villain, and he would never reach him with this primitive weapon. Feeling that it was time to warm up, the driver decided to change tactics a little. He enlarged the screwdriver to a grandiose size and rushed down. The jokes of the psychos began to receive a short rebuke. He was not sure that he would survive such a blow, and the driver just smiled. This type of attack also needed to be periodically updated in memory. Seeing that her partner was pinned down, the Psycheer rushed at Cashin, forming fire in her hand. Pushing the guy away with a blow, Cass regrouped and met her face to face, covering his hands. However, it all seemed like a cunning plan when the psychic called Tochi for a sneak attack from behind. To be honest, the peers did not know how to defeat strong opponents. Cashin was shackled in chains that wrapped around his arms and torso at the same time. Telling him that this was his signature trick, the man said that these chains would never be broken by Cashin. The guy just sighed, continuing to say that one should never say never. Tired of not being able to win and finally seeing the guy's weak spot, the psychic growled at him, forming a special fire skill of complete destruction that made the blood boil in the trio of villains. With a smug grin, the woman shook off her hands, saying that this happens when villains do not know their place, without feeling any pang of conscience. However, from behind his shadow armor, Cashin rebuked her, telling her that she shouldn't be so confident, and more importantly, never say never. Considering that the guy was chained and, therefore, without magic, he simply could not physically survive such fire, but talking corpses had not yet been invented, so it was definitely him. Disappearing from his previous spot out of sight, Cashin stepped into the shadows, watching them from a place where they couldn't reach him. Having activated his newly acquired skill, the guy showed what real chains mean, holding the entire body and preventing him from moving without the will of the owner. Having caught all the Psycheers who tried to attack him and came too close, the guy ordered the chains to collapse, and they all scattered like popcorn. On trembling hands, completely defeated and devoid of even a sense of dignity, although initially, like many psychics, Sun Cole stood up, staring intently at Cashin's boots. They should have known what they were getting into when they tried to flirt with their Wilson. When the man asked Cashin how he was able to break the chains, the guy only casually stated that everything was decided when he decided to attack him instead of continuing to support the team, thus putting them in grave danger. Who would have thought that a top psychic would reproach a villain? Sensing that the man was about to start his old song about how psychics are superior to villains, Cashin's nerves gave out and he decided to give the man a good beating. However, a new actor appeared on the battlefield, attracting attention. Cha stood opposite Cashin's stern gaze and asked to let these psychics go at least once, of course, not for free. He promised a 30% discount on Cass's next purchase. Seeing that there was still room for negotiations, the guy showed his palm and hinted at a 50% discount. Gritting his teeth, Cha was forced to agree, although his motives remained unclear. Glancing over at the beaten SEU, he ordered her to take her men and get out while he was good, and if she ever felt that today was unfair, he would look forward to another fight. The fact that this could happen was completely denied by another actor, or rather two. Giant and the company of D1 finally reached the battle site. Although the NBM rejoiced at her arrival, thinking that she would make a major coup, everyone with brains and eyes on the spot realized that they were in trouble. Because the woman had come to put an end to what had happened, she admitted that her subordinates had trespassed into goddamn Wilson's forbidden territory without a valid reason, and as if that wasn't enough, they broke the pact between Lapis and goddamn and started a battle. Before she properly punished them for breaking the rules, she ordered SEU to apologize for her actions. This was the only way to protect her honor after all the events. In one of the hotels, where all the members of the Demonic Sword Family Council gathered, with the exception of the distant blue snake, they still could not believe that the Psycheers apologized to the villains, and, more importantly, the initiator of the apology was Giant herself. Sun, although dazed, returned to his main task of taking care of the family lord, and asked Gina to take a break after returning from Paris instead of working overtime. Calmly sipping tea, she asked him to stop these formalities and not call her madam. When she was kindly scolded, she left them alone, returning to business in goddamn Wilson. There was no news as Cashin went down to his training room as usual and the driver left after the restrictions were lifted. Crow was especially pleased with her current state. Gina was surprised because she expected Cashin to make more noise. Her subordinates did not agree because they were afraid to imagine what would happen if he suddenly caused chaos by storming into Lamp's office at full speed while angry. The mention of Cashin also reminded Royal that he had made a request to find out who was behind the attack on the psychic students in Wilson. Gina had no doubt that this was the work of Don King, who had already accumulated a significant debt to the Lord of Winterbell and personally to Cashin. Shin Wilson already had special agents who monitored news within the country. After all, the Blue Snake was hiding out there somewhere, wanting power, remaining unpunished for all his deeds. Realizing that the girl would not calm down, Sun concluded that they must attack Shin Wilson before they start collaborating with Dong King, otherwise it will be problematic. However, using Winterbell's fighting strength in such an endeavor was too wasteful, and Wilson had already received a lot of attention lately, and another performance could attract the unwanted attention of the Lamp. However, they always had an alternative, ready to fight anytime, anywhere, Cashin. Red Bullet, meanwhile, lamented his fate as a humiliated and offended villain who had failed to cope with Cashin. Ino did not pay attention to his troubles, smiling at someone else's grief. Dissatisfied with the loss of his closest allies, Mad Pin now tried to understand their plans for the future. Don King did a lot to help the Blue Snake, but all their efforts were in vain because of one unpredictable element. Red Bullet, not used to thinking much before acting, began shouting for them to go and deal with anyone who dared threaten them. According to him, Mujin was strong, but Cashin was on a completely different level, and it wasn't just that he was able to disarm Barracuda a second time. Hearing that there was a very strong opponent somewhere, Ino finally became interested in the guy. On the other hand, Mad Pin admitted that he made a big mistake by finding the rotten apple of the two by initially not finding the correct answer. Don King and Blue Snake were both rotten apples in the end. Probably, after both villains achieved their goal, they would want to get rid of the one who helped them achieve it. So everything worked out very well for Mad Pin, despite their loss. Now I think he's decided who he wants to make the ace of spades in his deck. In goddamn Wilson, Cashin's training room was illuminated with amazing light. Moros finally congratulated the guy on his long-awaited promotion to S rank, all thanks to the last battle and the weapon taken from Barracuda. Although the magic stone extracted from the mechanical arm was very small, it worked and was sufficient to achieve the required points. Cashin was about to look at his stats when there was a soft scraping noise at the door to the training room. The Shadow Phantom reported a guest that no one expected. It was Muzzin in his villain costume. When asked if she bothered him, to which normal people usually answer no out of politeness, the guy said yes. Not wanting to be distracted, Lord Winterbella directly asked the boy for help. He first responded sarcastically in his usual style. However, upon hearing that he needed to attack Shin Wilson, all his jokes were put aside. Now he could test the results of his promotion to a new rank in battle. In the lamp building, SEU, gluing a plaster to her cheek, wrote an explanatory note. She was still terribly ashamed of that day when she knelt down and meekly apologized to the villain without even trying to argue with June. She did this in front of psychic students and ordinary villains without backing down. Although some of the villains began to mock, Cashin dispassionately demanded compensation but accepted the apology. The girl covered her eyes with her hands, feeling how everything inside her was burning, not from a feeling of revenge, but from a feeling of shame. She behaved like a small child, falling for all the provocations. June, who came in, said that her heavy sighs could be heard from the corridor, and she had cans of drinks in her hands. Because of someone else's problems, the woman was forced to stay at the company and continue writing reports instead of going home. Now it was SEU's turn to apologize to June for all the trouble she had caused her, and now she seemed truly sincere. SEU received a message on her phone and was distracted by her brother, who said he was fine. June shook her head with a sigh, drawing the girl's attention to something she hadn't noticed before. Despite the bruises, neither she nor anyone else on their team was seriously injured. The villains did not harm them, although their blows seemed terrible. They simply did not take them seriously. SEU really thought they could win, except for Crow and Driver. Wilson has changed a lot. Now its members, including the boss who took over the name of the former psychic, did things not typical for villains, rescuing hostages or helping civilians. The girl was shocked to hear that such a thing had happened in Wilson, and this was another lesson for her to always check the facts 3 times before acting rashly. Caught in a new wave of shame, she now dreaded to think what they would demand in compensation. In the middle of the night, a black car drove right up to the entrance to Shin Wilson, and Mujin and Cashin got out. The girls who usually hung around Royal were now here on a secret mission, but were glad to see their beloved boss. They congratulated Gina on her new title, and she allowed them to address her informally when they were alone. Cass finally got out of the car, complaining that the seatbelt was too tight for his shoulders. Noticing the guy and remembering what he does when they take him with them, the girls became nervous. Why they came here only with Muzzin? Their fears were confirmed when the boss of South Wilzona informed them that they had come to attack Shin Wilzona. The driver, on the other hand, was not with them today. He was still recovering from the lifting of restrictions and they did not risk taking him on the mission. Cass agreed with worry that 3 of them would not be enough to defeat all of Wilzona, so he reassured them that they only came here for the blue snake. Morris joked that as a villain about to kidnap a person, he sounded too cute. To successfully execute the plan, they needed Aroma's skills to lull a certain part of Wilzona into a cloud. However, the OT immediately complained that their plan was not well thought out, because if they saw a cloud of poison from another building, everyone would raise the alarm. However, it was Cashin's plan to cause an alarm in one place and attack a completely different one. Thus, he had already attacked the northern region. On the other side of Shin Wilson, one of the villains was standing guard and didn't understand why his shift was late that night. He felt a strange smell behind him and turned to see his partner crawling towards him, moving his arms with difficulty. Pulling out his phone, the man planned to raise the alarm, but he did not take into account one small factor. This factor flashed into his eyes, and the villain went to watch bright-colored dreams with a bump on his head. Thinking that their main goal now was to wear down the enemy, Cashin ran at breakneck speed, miraculously managing to breathe in the gas mask given to him by Aroma. At Mad Pina's hideout, Cashin was being watched by cameras, and she couldn't find out who else the guy might have come with. It's not like he decided to make a foray into Vorvalzona on his own. He was the only one caught on camera, which made Mad Pin frown. According to reports, the Western Post was put to sleep with a special poison, and although there were rumors of Cashin's duality, it was definitely not his skill with poisons, which meant he didn't come alone. But using the strongest player as bait sounds absurd, which means that he came here not for one of the Shin Wilsons, but for the blue snake, because the person who came with him, Muzzin, wants this. It was not for nothing that Mad Pin was called the brain. He quickly unraveled the tangle, coming to the conclusion that Cashin and Muzzin had united, so now they must solemnly meet both of them at the same time. In the shelter provided to him, the blue snake feverishly listened to the reports of his subordinates. 40% of his company's shares were bought back cheaply as soon as they dropped in value, almost causing him to lose the company. His closest servants got lost somewhere and showed no sign of life for 24 hours. The man ordered that all shareholders of the company be immediately convened for a meeting, but it was difficult to do, considering that it was the dead of night, and the blue snake was hiding in Shin Woo-sona's hideout, not daring to stick his nose out. The former senior master clutched his head, experiencing unprecedented humiliation. Everything he had achieved over the years was destroyed by one boy and an arrogant girl. He would keep cursing his enemies for what they did to his plans, but thoughts tend to materialize if you think about them long enough. Perhaps that's why the glass broke and the hero of his thoughts landed on the man's head. Daring to mock the cornered old snake, the guy wasn't too worried about the hatred in his gaze. Following Cashin, not so noisily, but still smoothly, Muzin entered the room, holding 2 swords on his belt. Blue Snake's subordinate raised his weapon with trembling hands and ordered Cass to remain in place. However, immediately after Cashin said that he had better remain quiet if he did not want his share of the attention, the weapon was thrown into the air and the man's arms were raised. Now Cashin stepped aside, because the main role was to be played by Muzin, who dreamed of getting rid of all the traitors and taking revenge for any interference in her family. The old snake tried to put pressure on the old memory that he might still need Muzin for some business in managing the family. However, she didn't need traitors, whoever betrayed once would do it again, and she had seen that enough times. Just as she wanted to get rid of the traitor with her own hands and sword, the door of the room swung open, letting Red Bullet in. He was surprised to see Cashin there too, and froze at the entrance. The memories of how the guy dealt with Barracuda were still fresh in him, so now he wasn't sure he wanted to fight him. Mujin explained that they seemed to have figured out their plan, and Cashin nodded that they were a little smarter than the Northern District. Sensing a moment where he was barely getting any attention, Blue Snake broke free, pushing Red Bullet out of his trajectory. Cashin set his shadow chains on his trail, not wanting to let go of the one he had already forced to run away once before. However, the smiling assassin cut the chains with his sword, covering the former senior master's back and preventing Cashin from immediately giving chase. Muzin quickly got her bearings, realizing that they urgently needed to separate, and told Cass to pursue the elder while she dealt with the staff here. The blue snake himself did not agree with her plan, and revenge on him rightfully belonged to Muzin. She was qualified enough to deal with him on her own. The villains enjoyed watching them argue, and it was enough to keep both of them busy at the same time. The girl was worried because she didn't want to leave his back unprotected, but the number of opponents didn't matter to Cashin as long as they were all weaklings. Instead, it was a great way to hone new skills and test the difference between an S-rank villain and an S-rank psychic. Without a word of warning, the shadow cutting of new forces cut through the entire space in front of him, almost feeling the creation of several red bullets piece by piece instead of one whole. Seeing this, the girl still decided to pursue the fallen council member, but could not help but look back at Cashin's lonely back, realizing that he had become much stronger. Sending the girl to pursue the blue snake, Cashin promised that he would join her as soon as he dealt with the interference here. It wasn't him who Red Bullet wanted to fight, he was afraid of the guy and his strength for some reason, even though he wanted to fight Mujin. Attracting attention to himself, the guy called out to Red Bullet, thereby earning himself a couple of points of approval. The man was forgotten every time, and no one remembered his name. He was happy, thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to fight someone who at least knew him. Alas, Cashin added that he really does bark like a dog and it would be better if he didn't remember his name, at least not without insults. The information about the Red Bullet was given to him by Muzin while they were driving in the car, along with a photo and short biography of all the other villains of Shin Wilson. Muzin explained that you need to know everything about your enemy, because even small little things can help defeat the enemy. So now Cashin revealed that Red Bullet used to be the boss of South Wilson, but Mujin was soon beaten and ran away from there in tears. The villain was shaking with anger and hatred, but the smiling killer behind him was seriously trying to bring him to his senses. He was only trying to provoke, and nothing more. The smiling assassin was sure that after that impressive cutting magic trick to let Muzin leave, the guy had used too much energy, so now he must be weakened, and if they attacked together, they would definitely win, and then go after the boss of South Wilson. Cashin extended his palm forward, showing his 5 fingers, and said that this is how long it will take him to defeat them. At best, it will take 10 seconds if he plays strictly by the rules. The villains were offended to the core and began to attack and shoot back. Another shadow snake grew in front of Cashin, protecting him from all bullets, and then the guy had already made his move, extending his hand and pointing in the direction where the magic was to be used. It didn't take long for the skill to work, and Red Bullet was unable to dodge, suffering a few minor cuts at best and psychological trauma at worst. The smiling assassin ignored Cashin's attack, instead jumping on top of him. It was a deadly move, but the guy unexpectedly blocked it with his left hand. Seeing that his partner was engaged in close combat with the guy, Red Bullet hurried towards them to restore his dignity in defeating Cass. Cashin refused to give anyone peace at his own expense, dodging bullets and sword blows. Red Bullet barely had time to think that this guy was too fast before he was already in front of him, swinging his fist with unmistakable intent. Continuing to instruct everyone around and beating them, Cashin noted that the shooter should absolutely not come close, as he would immediately be out of the game in close combat. The smiling assassin used his special skill and Cashin found himself pinned against the wall, pressed as high as a butterfly against it. It was the gift of psychokinesis, and the villain was finally able to exhale. Cass was in his hands. All of his previous enemies had fallen, no matter how strong they were, from this skill. Making the usual villain mistake, after gaining a little power, the smiling assassin began to talk about how he got his name and image, how everyone fears him. He would talk about the weather, to be honest. Before revealing the secret of the smiling killer's name, Cashin grabbed him by the throat and advised him to rest on the ground, because the noise and constant barking bothered him. The villain, faced with his death, could not understand how Cashin was able to free himself from his skill. The guy simply suggested stopping the comparisons, because they had not been in the same league for a long time. Dusting off his hands after the fight, Cass told Moros that this small skirmish was enough to test his new S-class skills. The spirit looked at the self-confident guy and asked him if he was sure that the enemy's psychokinesis would not affect him, to which Cass shrugged. He could always use shadow armor if things went wrong. After everything, Moros clarified again, the shadow armor that he had been using for the last 20 hours and therefore could no longer use until the timer reset. The silent pause was more eloquent than any words. Meanwhile, Muzzen rushed to her long-awaited revenge, still not catching up with the blue snake and thinking that he could run away like a rat, and not like a snake. When a figure grew in front of her, the girl felt something familiar. Ino introduced herself as the Blue Dragon Sword Master and happily tossed the can of energy drink aside, finally excited to have the fight with Mujin that she had been waiting for. Aroma was terribly worried about her mistress and could not wait for news from them. The late royal came running to them after hearing about the situation, immediately blaming Cashin for all the problems and that it was he who brought their sensible and cold-blooded boss here.